What's up, Level Uppers? Welcome to the Level Up Show, episode 294. This is a gaming dedicated talk show on every Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, or at least some Sundays. Kind of no Sundays anymore. We got two people on the show with us today. We got the noob guru, Mike McLaughlin, and we also got the tech guru, as some might call him, Agent Vincent 4756. How we all doing, guys?
Doing good. I didn't know I still had that title. I thought that title was revoked from me.
I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna let you redeem yourself someday, and then it'll all be good. Yeah, it's gonna work out. Eventually, you'll be right, Vince.
What idiot thing did you say?
I think this is from something back from the PlayStation 5.
Yeah, he was predicting like 14 teraflops, and I can't remember what else. He was going all in. He had some high hopes. High hopes. Yeah.
But it's okay. We're all gonna be happy.
Yeah.
I mean, things are looking really good for the next generation, in my opinion. So it's all going to work out in the end, just in a different way than originally planned. But how you guys doing? It's been forever. It's been like a month and a half since I've done the Level Up show because I decided I was just going to focus entirely on VII Remake for a while, and we did. We all did. We all played VII Remake. We all completed VII Remake. Mike literally completed it last night. Congratulations, Mike.
Yeah, Mike.
Yeah.
Woo. Woo. We would have done this last week if Mike didn't take so long. Damn it.
Yeah, stupid kids.
Yeah, stupid
kid.
baby.
Stupid
Send that baby back, Mike.
Yeah.
But yeah, we are all here tonight for the first episode of Level Up Show in quite a while so that we can do a Final Fantasy VII Spoilercast, which is really exciting for me. I should say VII Remake Spoilercast. But it's going to be split up into parts, actually. We're going to do things in a way that hopefully allows some of you to duck out that don't know the original story of VII. Of course, I strongly recommend that everybody go back and play the original, even after VII Remake. I originally would have said to only focus on the remake until the entire series is done before going back to OG, but it will come out over the course of this that my mind has changed. I am now... I did not realize what this was going to be, what VII Remake was going to be, and as a result of that, my opinion has changed on the matter, and you guys will find out why as the show goes on tonight. But what we're going to start with is our review, our impressions, what do you want to say, for VII Remake, and of course that will include spoilers for the new game that just released this past month, and only that game. We're going to do our very best not to dive into anything from the OG beyond Midgar. We're not going to dive into the ramifications of the changes in VII Remake in comparison to OG. We're going to keep it very focused on the structure of VII Remake, what happened from a chapter basis, the visuals, the music, the gameplay. We're going to focus on that. We're going to discuss it and our feelings and our review. And then we'll move on to, as Vince likes to call it, theory crafting. I think a lot of people call it that, actually.
People are calling that a lot.
People call it that. That will be when we are telling you to duck out if you don't want any information on the original Final Fantasy VII story, because we're going to need to bring that up in order to complete our theory crafting and really discuss how is this all going to work out in the end. How are they going to take these changes they made and how are they going to make it work into the original story if they even want to do that. Maybe they don't want to work the original story in the way that we originally thought. So that's the theory crafting portion, and we even have a final portion for Discord where you guys can get on there and either come on the show as a voice guest one at a time, or you guys can leave your questions on the dedicated Final Fantasy VII channel on there. If you would like to take advantage of that, on our Discord, there's the hashtag join channel. Go to that channel and type in !Final Fantasy VII. That's VII, of course, not numeral 7. Type that into the the hashtag join channel, and it will allow you into the Final Fantasy VII channel where you can submit your questions. We have 4 questions so far, which is awesome. So we already have a queue of questions to get into for the Discord segment, but we really hope to get a whole bunch more so that we can really flesh out what we feel on this game and especially what we think is coming over the next 10 years. Who knows really how long this could go on for. We have no way of knowing currently, and neither does Square Enix, supposedly. But before we officially get into VII Remake, since it has been such a long time since we've all been together on the show, especially Mike, it's been such a long time since you've been on the show. Let's start with you. How's everything going? How's everything with the baby? How's life as a father? New father?
Tired.
Yeah.
Tired. Yeah. No, I mean, it's new baby struggles. We have our own issues. Like you had with Eevee and everything's kind of similar. So he's been a little up and down mood wise. He's a great baby. He's very, for the most part, pretty calm and everything. He just has some issues that keeps him up during the night. So it's not
Damn,
always
baby.
the greatest. Right? Like Danielle and I only just started sleeping in the same bed again together because we were taking shifts sleeping out with him. So one of us could get sleep.
We did
time.
For Evie. We did that for Allie, not so much. But for Evie, we had to do that because Kristen was in so much pain after Evie's birth that we just had to kind of be separate from each other for a while there. So it's rough. It's a learning curve for sure.
It is. It stinks, but at the same time, it was if you want to talk about plus sides, I got some gaming time in. So because he requires a lot of work, and I still had to work myself. Luckily, I got to do it from home. So like it was 4 a.m. and I was able to play some games because Danielle wasn't awake and he couldn't care less. So and that's when I was playing them. But I was playing some stuff here and there. I was trying to stick mostly to Final Fantasy VII as much as I could, but I can only do that for so long.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it was in a way a good time for VII Remake to come out.
Yeah, I was actually a little bit bummed that Cyberpunk got delayed.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Let's not talk about that.
That's something you really could have. Yeah, you could have dove really deep
that would
into
have
that.
been a really nice thing to be able to spend a good amount of time in. The nice thing is I do get paternal leave in September for 3 weeks.
Nice.
So, yeah.
You better take advantage.
Better
of
hope
that.
it doesn't get delayed again.
Oh man, if it gets delayed again, I'm gonna be really bummed.
I'm gonna be bummed too because I have it
some-
on my Fantasy Critic.
Right? Oh, dude, don't even get me started. Okay,
Let's not even talk about that.
Can we come to an agreement? Is Fantasy Critic kind of like skewed for the year to where we're just kind of saying like it's just? I mean, it's obviously.
Oh, I'm okay with how things are going.
course you're okay with
Now here's
You're the only
here's
one
the thing
that
though,
can
as I still have Horizon Zero Dawn 2 that might not come out. I still have Bayonetta, might not come out. So I have a few things that could screw me over, but I think we all do. So we're just gonna have to wait and see.
Vince sold me in on Maneater, and we all saw what a crapshoot that game has been.
Hey, let's be nice.
Hey, at least you're doing better than Vince is.
Yeah, everybody.
Not a high bar, but
people that didn't play are doing better than Vince is.
yeah,
Let's
this
put
is
it
true.
that way.
Wow.
This is true.
You know what? It's just going to be at the very end when this is all said and done at the end of the year. I'll be the victor and you guys will both be like, what the heck?
That would be a hell of a turnaround, man. That would be a hell of a turnaround.
It's pronounced victim, not victor. Victim.
Shut up.
Thing.
I feel like you guys are a little low in volume. Let me just check in the chat real quick. Guys, Mike and Vince, they seem a little low in volume. I keep turning them up, but they still seem low to me. Let me know in the chat.
Maybe talking to the mic that actually might.
Yeah, man. I mean, I got some Animal Crossing time in. That's been, that was fun. I, kind of fallen off of that. Been playing some other stuff, playing some Session, getting into, some of the Apple Arcade games, which is actually really nice. So, playing some stuff, waiting for Minecraft Dungeons to come out.
Yeah, not reviewing incredibly well, but still looks very intriguing.
You know what's funny is I saw that and I got really worried, but then I started looking at what the people were talking about with the, why they were reviewing it like that. And then I started watching some streams. I have no qualms. Basically, everybody's like, the post-game content's a little lacking. Okay, well, to get the post-game is a pretty long time. Plus the items, which is what I want for, are pretty deep. And they don't even have a lot of, there is Minecraft lore. They don't even have in the core game, there's not even an Ender Dragon. So
okay,
they're clearly planning, especially because it's a $20 title, they're clearly planning on releasing more content. So I have no problems with it.
That's exciting.
That and a lot of people are also missed, or at least reviewers also missed a lot of the secret levels that were showing up.
Yeah, right.
Like
I
that.
noticed that.
Excuse me. That was something that I noticed from when I was reading the reviews. A lot of people were just saying it's a point A to point B content ramp, and some people were like, "No, there's there's one secret level that uses the teleportation and everything like that. And it's like a mini puzzle inside a mini game inside a mini puzzle."
Right, I've been watching the same guy stream for the last 3 days, and he still hasn't gotten to endgame yet. And he streams for I think he plays 2 games a day, so he streams that one game for anywhere from 4 to 6 hours a day. So he's put in at least 12, if not 18 hours of this game, most likely closer to 18, knowing how long he's been playing it, and he's not at endgame yet. That's enough content for me. I'm good. I'll be fine.
But,
Especially for a Games Pass game, or if I want to get it on Switch, $20. That's a no-brainer to me.
Yeah. I want to give a couple thank yous here because you guys are coming in strong with all the subs tonight before we even really get into the spoiler discussion. We got Duroc with the tier 3 producer sub coming in, and that is a 1-year anniversary for Dirac as a producer. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Dirac. Appreciate that, man. We also had a few others come in tonight. We had Trish the Dish come in with her resub, Brett with his at 3-year anniversary. Vince also gifted a sub to Asha. Thunder's Quiet with a resub, so 5 subs already, and 9 minutes added on the stream timer. The way it's going to work tonight, guys, stream timer is active. We're going to focus entirely on the spoiler cast, and whatever time I have left after that, I will play 7 Remake, because I'm still, chipping away at that. I'm not going to waste any time, so, if it's 2.5 hours spoiler cast, I'll still have a little bit of time left to give you guys some hard mode in 7 Remake, and hopefully we get a whole bunch of that tonight. Oh, Mike, you're a bitch, man.
I'll pass.
Screwing over Terrence like that. You're the worst.
Pass.
Just so you know, you can actually steal pyramids too. So you could have done a level up emote and stole the XP.
Wow.
Wait, is there XP you get from doing that?
Yeah.
Wait, did I miss something? What happened?
Yeah, it's a new thing I added. It's called emote pyramid.
Interesting.
But you can steal. You can actually steal pyramids
far more
too.
Satisfying. I thought it was just like a self-satisfaction thing that I screwed up. Nope. Here he was trying to get XP.
Wow. You're terrible.
Wow. Yeah, there's a 3 wide, a 4 wide, and a 5 wide. He was going for the 5 wide. He got greedy on that one, Terrence. It was a valiant effort though. Combo breaker. All right, so yeah, prize goal is active, stream timer is active, stretch goal is active. We were very close on stretch goal, which is scary. I don't know if you knew about this, Mike, but I've allowed the water bug to come back.
Yes.
Yeah, so we were just $100 away from the water bug. I'm not looking forward to that.
If listen, guys, if we can do it, I will eat 5 beans at the same time when Drew does the bug.
Wow, good for you. Kidding me on this?
A little bit.
I'm not doing anything. You guys can't get me anything like that. I'm here to watch them suffer, so don't try to get me.
Vince said he'll choose some tinfoil.
So generous, you guys. 5 beans.
Wow.
Good for you, Mike. Good for you.
Anytime, guys. Hey, listen, anything I can do.
All right. You know what? Let's not waste any more time here. We are going to get up and running. Let's get into the Final Fantasy VII Remake spoiler cast. 23 years in the making, kind of more like 15. At least that's for me. Let me do a little background here for all of us. I think we should go one by one and kind of talk about our relationship with this game. Final Fantasy VII, as most people on this channel already know, is my favorite game of all time. It was my first Japanese RPG. I did not have a PlayStation at the time. My cousin Ed would watch us during the summers while my mom was working. He was, around like 17 or something. He loved PlayStation. He would bring his PS1 over, and that was the introduction of Final Fantasy VII for me. I would watch him play a little bit before eventually he let me borrow the PS1 so that I could play through it entirely myself. So I remember at the time, though, I actually didn't beat it. I was a youngin'. I was only 9 years old, so I couldn't beat Sephiroth at the end of the game. So it wasn't actually until a couple years later that I came back to it and finally beat it because I grew up and my skills had elevated. But it was the first time I had ever experienced a game that had characters and story and music that stuck with me and reminded me of the movies that I had been watching at that time. And it brought me into the gaming medium in a way that I never left. I think that and the 1-2 punch of Metal Gear Solid a couple years later, maybe 1 year later, were like, holy shit, cinematic. Like, this is what games are becoming. And I'm all for that because I was always a film buff. Mike, you're the same way. From very young, we were always in the movies, and that was the first time I saw that it was reminiscent of that in video games, but of course with a world that you could enter and characters that you could interact with and start to love. And Aerith was my first love, as I've said many times during my streams. Aerith was my first love, so it had a lot of impact on my life. And I honestly don't think I would be doing this today if it wasn't for Final Fantasy VII. So it has a very, very strong place in my heart. How about you, Mike?
Final Fantasy VII was a game that I played, and it was fine.
Okay,
that's fine. When did you play it, Mike?
No, I would say maybe a year after it came out. A friend down the street had it. His older brother had told him to play it. And it was the first time I've ever seen him get into a game like that. He and I would, at that time we were playing, Medal of Honor and Army Men.
Bunch of dude bros.
Yeah, man. Do you remember that game, Army Men?
No, I remember Medal of Honor, but I don't remember Army Men.
You remember Army Men with the little
green dudes, like from Toy Story style? Yeah, I actually do remember that. Never mind, I do remember that. Yeah,
but we would play, stuff like that, stupid stuff. And then, so he eventually beat it and he gave it to me to play, and I tried playing it, and I was like, screw this shit. I don't want this. And then I ended up keeping it at my house until I was, I don't know, I was maybe, we were 8 at the time when it came out, right? Something like
Yeah, probably around that. It came out in
that.
'97.
And I found it in my basement when I was like 17. And I was like, shit. So I popped it back in and I played it 16, because right before you and I started hanging out more.
Okay.
And I played it again, and I enjoyed it. It was fine. I could tell it aged, not as well at the time. But
that's a point of contention for sure. How the game is aged. For me, I don't know, and for a lot of people, I think it's kind of split. I think there's a charm to the chibi style and like the Lego arms and all of it. There's a charm to it, and that has stayed for me. Even playing it this past year all the way through during the full time, I still there's something about it that I feel is timeless. But there are plenty of people that also feel like they can't even play it nowadays. Like it's just too dated. So teach their own on that one. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I kind of just basically played through it. Like I didn't get the extra ending or anything like that. I didn't go for any
bringing Aerith back.
Yeah, I didn't do it.
Didn't go for any of that kind of stuff.
No, I didn't. I kind of.
They were all fake anyway, Mike. Don't worry about it. None of it was true.
Yeah.
It was all a bunch of lies.
I hate people.
Yeah, it was. It was all a bunch of lies.
Made me feel stupid for not doing it. I was like,
there were little things.
And then because it was the original version of the game, I ended up being able to sell it to a guy off Craigslist for $90. So
wow.
That was like the best part. That was the best part. That was the true best ending.
Wow.
What about you, Vince? So real quick though, you can see like we have like two kind of opposites here though. Like Mike obviously a little bit more indifferent on the game, whereas me obviously very passionate. Where you fall, Vince?
It's weird. I actually didn't play the game really in its true actuality until Advent Children came out.
Okay.
So very long time, and right around Crisis Core, to be honest. It was something that I had kind of played. I had in my PS1 collection, but I never really played because I loved 8 at the time for whatever reason. And there's something about 8 that I enjoyed more, and I
love 8. 8's great. Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't get past like the art style of the characters in this in comparison to 8, where they had more realistic features. There was something weird about that, right?
Yeah, what a change, man! What an upscale at that time.
But I remember loving the music for sure of 7 and just enjoying it. And then whenever Advent Children was ramping up, I remember I was like, oh, fine, I'll play this. And then Advent Children had the whole like summary of everything that was happening. I was like, oh my gosh, I love it, everything like that. And I actually never really fully beat 7. That was the thing. I never actually really fully beat OG 7. I think I stopped at disc 3, maybe partway through, and I just never finished it. And so that's kind of where I'm at. And I still love it though in a way. So
you've never gone back and finished the original?
Nope, never.
Wow,
have.
That's pretty funny. Now, have you through pop culture and all? Have you seen the ending? Have all of us? We've all seen it through to the end in some way, shape, or form.
That's my thing. Is I've seen everything about it, and because of my excitement for Advent Children and Crisis Core, I kind of know I at least know the major summary of all the events that happen. Now there might be things that I just don't know that I'm like I have no memory of this place anymore. Gandalf, but that's how it is. But I still love it.
I like how you had to clarify there, Gandalf.
Hey, just in case, people are young.
Not all of us are diehard Lord of the Rings fans. Exactly. That is a good point to bring up, though. You talked about Crisis Core. Have we all? It sounds like you played Crisis Core. I've played Crisis Core.
Played Crisis Core like crazy, dude.
Yeah, I really enjoyed Crisis Core a lot at the time on PSP. One of the few games that made me cry in those times. I have. What else have I know of Before Crisis? I've gone and looked and watched a lot of Before Crisis. It was a mobile title, I think at the time exclusive in Japan, so it's kind of hard to get your hands on in America. Yeah. But I familiarized myself with that story at one point or another. Of course, Advent Children completes.
Love Advent Children so much.
And completes an even better film, actually. It's a very fan-servicey movie, but at the time, that's what I was craving anyway, so it delivered on that in spades. Mike, do you know Crisis Core at all? Do you know Zach's story?
No.
Did we lose Mike?
We might have.
He muted his mic. He might be dealing with some baby issues, so we'll let him do that. But yeah, Crisis Core is a fantastic game and something we're going to have to talk about later on, especially to find our feelings on like how does that enter into the space, especially considering the
Right.
ending of the game, which we'll eventually get to. So let's get into our
forgot
feelings on this.
Cerberus. You forgot
Oh yes, that
Cerberus.
is a good
Surge
point.
Derbider.
Serge Derber for good reason. It's definitely the black sheep of the 7 compilation. But if a lot of these theory videos and stuff I've been watching are true, there's ways that they could bring it into the 7 remakes series and in a compelling way. I will say I stayed away from Maximilian Dude's big theory conversation because I for some reason didn't want his opinions and theories to sway mine. But I did watch. I'm going to give a big shout out to Sleep Easy
I
on
just
YouTube.
finished that.
A brand new YouTuber put up 2 videos now, one 50 minutes, 1 hour and 45 minutes. And the amount of research that he did for these videos in trying to figure out all the symbology and themes and all the hints and whatnot for 7 Remake as it relates to Crisis Core and Dirge Cerberus and Before Crisis and all these other Advent Children. It's honestly wild, and I'm really excited to get to the theory crafting portion of the show so we can talk about why I think most of that is actually going to come true. I think some of it is a stretch, but if even half of the shit he's talking about comes true, I have a lot of confidence in the future of this series, and I'm really excited to get to that. But right now, we are in our review portion of the show. I'm going to start with Mike, the more indifferent one to the 7 series, the 7, as a whole. What was your overall feeling on 7 Remake?
Real quick, I have the baby now, so I might have to mute again in a second.
That's fine.
But overall for remake, I thought it was fine. I thought it had its moments. I was really, I mean, you guys remember, I was really hyped at the beginning. I was like, wow, just like everybody else, this is the greatest game I've played in a long time. This is, really good. This is one of the top that's been on PS4. Everybody needs to play it. And then I'm gonna say it hit maybe around chapter 6, 7. Where it started to slow down a little bit for me, and I was just like, okay, I'm going to keep plodding along. I'm going to keep doing it. This is the slow part of the game that is fine. It's still building up, and then it kind of just started feeling the same. I felt like even though I was doing different stuff, it started feeling like I was doing the same thing over and over again, or in different ways, or I was seeing the same things. And I kind of, it's partly my fault, right? It's one of those things where we came in and with somewhat preconceived notions. And even though I knew what was in store for me in Midgar, I was like, okay, they're opening it up. They're going to do this and they're going to do that. But it's still just like everything felt drab. Everything felt, kind of linear. And I know it kind of has to. But after coming from the last few Final Fantasy games where there was, the open worldness, and even older Final Fantasy games where there's an open worldness to it, the fact that there wasn't one, I think, kind of hurt it for me. And I know it's not everything, but every single Final Fantasy game has a world to traverse, and this one not having that kind of felt like I was on rails for a different type of game. So that's on me.
Oh, let me say that's not true. 10, for example, is just as linear. 13 for 99% of it is just as linear. This is not completely unheard of.
Right, but it's much different than most of the other ones. And don't forget, I don't like 13. I'm not a big fan of it because it was linear, and I never really played 10, so it wasn't really a thing for me.
It's an interesting thing to bring up, though, because it's funny. Like, I agree that 7 is linear as hell. And I think 13 is linear as hell, and I think 10 is linear as hell. But there's a difference between the 3 of them because of a compelling story and characters and world that you want to keep moving through in a linear pace. That's really all it is to it. I'm fine, 100% fine. If anything, I prefer games a lot of the time to be linear if it has that driving through force. If it's like 13 and some of the characters mean nothing to me, and then you have certain chapters that are entirely focused on those characters, I start to pull away, I start to lose interest, and then it'll have a chapter where it's like, okay, yeah, I'm back in, and it kind of goes back and forth. I'm not going to go into my full review, but 7 Remake and 7 Original as well, they kept my attention. They kept me involved and passionate the whole way through. So that's why linear is okay with me, especially considering it is Midgar, as you said, and I didn't really expect anything different. Midgar is linear. It always was. So
right.
But I get that. I get it.
I kind of knew that. And like I said, that's why it's on me. I should have known, and I was kind of just being, I guess, a little too optimistic. With them saying like, no, it's going to be a full-fledged game. It's going to feel like a big game. I kind of bought into that a little bit too much. So I'm taking that that hit on myself, but it did kind of sour it for me a little bit. And then like I said, on top of that, with having to do because of that, the back and forth that I normally don't mind in games like that felt far more tedious. If I have to go back and forth in an area, and me and Vince and I are very accustomed to this stuff, because not just Final Fantasy games, like Division and Breakpoint, and all these other types of games with open worlds, it is a lot of going back and forth. Go here, get this. Go here, go that. But each time you do it is kind of like different in a way, even if it's repetitive. It's different. Whereas this one, because again it was on rails, and it's the same enemies in the same spots every single time, and they kind of behave the same way. It can only do so much. But there are some great things that the game does, and I part of my problem is I'm a little bit too much of a completionist for my own good with these types of games, where I don't ever plan on going back. You're playing on hard mode. I am ready to delete Final Fantasy VII Remake off of my PS4 just to delete, to get rid of, that.
It's a lot of space.
That space. So I don't have any plans to do that. So, I come to chapter 14, and it's going to take me forever because I need to make sure I get all the little stuff in it and do all the side quests. Because if I don't, it's going to eat at me saying, "What the heck did I do?" Like even doing the quests before the Honeybee Inn, just to get a different dress, for Cloud was a thing. And I was like, and eventually I was just like, you know what, I don't really care. So I stopped doing them in the certain order that I was supposed to, because I really didn't care about that part. But it's one of those things where there are definitely high moments of the game. But like I was saying to Vince the other day, once it hit chapter, I think 15 or 16, the game really ramps up in a way that makes me more mad that the rest of the game felt a little bit drab and linear. Because if the rest of the game had maybe the pacing or the excitement that 15, 16, and then especially 17 and 18 had in it, I would have been far higher on it. If the game had played throughout most of it like chapters 15 and 16 did, I would have had a better feeling coming out of it. However, obviously it didn't. But man, you get to those later chapters, and it's exciting, it's interesting, and it was one of those typical, like, my God, how many boss battles are there? Because like yesterday I was like, oh, I'm gonna just finish the game. To Danielle, she's like, yeah, that's fine, do your thing. And here I'm sitting there for like what I thought was going to be an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours at most, and I'm sitting there for like I think like 3.5, 4 hours, because I'm like, oh, I had to beat this guy. I had to beat.
It's a boss rush at the end. Yeah.
Danielle's like, she's like, oh, did you win? I was like, I think so. And I was like, oh, wait, nope, no, I'm not done yet. And I'm thinking everything. I'm looking at it in terms of stages, not in terms of how many freaking bosses are there. So it's but it was exciting. It was interesting. It was shrouded in mystery, right? But like you said, it's intentional in the way it did. And I didn't watch any of those videos that cleared up anything.
Yeah, we're gonna blow your mind tonight, Mike.
Oh my God!
Get ready. We're gonna blow your freaking mind tonight.
So the ending. Are we at the spoiler part?
No, we're gonna take our time here. Hold on. All right. So let me rebut a few things with my personal feelings. I think that they could have taken the 6 hours of Midgar in the original, and they could have kept the pace of that. And it would have been having to make every chapter like 16, 17, and 18. Because that's what 7 OG is. And it's great for that. It's great that it's so fast-paced, and you go from one reactor bombing to the next. But from the very beginning, when they were expanding Midgar, my personal feeling was, no, like if you're going to do Midgar and you're going to make us understand Midgar and feel Midgar, you can't do that. You have to have those down moments. So personally for me, for it to have chapter 1, 2 be boom, bombastic, and then you have chapter 3, which is allowing you to see the Sector 7 slums, and you have chapter 4, which allows you to see the upper plates, something that we never got to see before. It's like, awesome. So you got that 1, 2, then you come down 3, 4, then you go back up again. Okay, next bombing, 5, 6, and then you come down again, meet Aerith, 7, 8, 9, and then you go up again for the train graveyard. So I thought it was this really cool up and down, for me, this ebb and flow that it had its moments that I agree, like pacing could have been a little tighter. I think some chapters maybe could have been tightened up a little bit, or they could have made the side quests a little more exciting. It doesn't have side quests that I would write home about. It's definitely not anything special in that regard. Right. I did every side quest because I love the combat system. I love the world. I love the characters. I love their interactions, and I will do every single thing in this game. If they were released DLC, I'll do it just because I want more time with all those characters. Sure. So, but I would never say, oh yeah, those were like Witcher 3 level side quests. They weren't. They definitely were not to that extent.
I like the combat too, and that's why I even I did all like the combat simulators things. I did almost all of those, and I did the tournaments. I went back and did the extra ones as well for every character, and I thought it was fine. It was parts of each of the chapters. It was like, let's say like Aerith's chapter, right? When we're going back from her house in the middle of the night, back to trying to get back to Sector 7. Like, come on, like it was so tedious, and it was just like, walk over here.
See, like that's it. I think it depends on, again, this is exactly what I was talking about when it comes to linear, and if you care about the characters and the story. Because for me, I could have walked on those rooftops forever with Aerith.
Oh, the rooftop,
just the walk, all of it.
Robot arms.
I'm
the robot arms
in the tunnel. Where it's,
you're talking about the collapsed expressway,
arms, go fight enemies. Walk over here. Go do the robot arms. Go fight enemies. And it was just the same thing.
I think it has to do, personally, and there's nothing wrong with your opinion on this. I think it has to do with, like, what do you prefer? What are you used to? That is a Japanese RPG. That is a dungeon, and that's kind of the way I feel like people that complain about Chapter 17. I don't really quite get it. Because it's the final dungeon, like that's what they all are. They always that way. It's switching levers. It's fighting a lot of boss battles. It's
Oh my god, no, that got tedious as fuck.
See, but that's exactly what a final dungeon is in almost every Japanese RPG. It's like, it's the genre. So maybe you just don't like the genre, because there's not too many Japanese RPGs that I've experienced that don't have the real long drawn out dungeons with the levers and the puzzles that are not really puzzles. It's really just going from point A to point B and finding a door that opens and such.
Andrew, I played Pokemon. I like Japanese RPGs.
It is a Japanese RPG, but definitely not what we're talking about here.
No, I get what you're saying, and I agree with it, because other ones I played have it, right? Every single one of them.
This is a genre trope, without a doubt. Yeah,
but it's one of those things where it doesn't need to be there. I think here's my problem with it: is okay, yes, it's something that happens in a lot of them, but did it need it? And to me, Chapter 17. Thank you for bringing it up, because I actually kind of forgot all about it because there were other parts of Chapter 17 that were amazing, because Chapter 17 is pretty long.
All of Chapter 17 is amazing.
Yeah,
I dare you to defy me on this. I love it.
I don't know, man. Everything from
No, it's long. It's the longest chapter, I think.
But
but here's the thing. We're going to get into a little bit of why Chapter 17 is compelling from a story standpoint later on, and why I feel like it was really worth it to go down into the underground lab and see Hojo's experiments and see some of the little hints at what is going to make its way into the VII Remake series through those enemies that you fight and a lot of other connections that Genova has in those moments. It's something that I think a lot of this game was made for the OG fans. I was very surprised about that. Vince, I want you to talk about this a little bit in a moment. I was very surprised at how reliant this game was on experiencing the OG game, because I kept telling people over and over again, no, don't play the OG, just play the remake. And I feel like I led them astray. What do you think, Vince?
Kind of, but not really. Because what's really nice about the one element of the game that we can get into later is kind of how it makes sure any newcomer really kind of gets what's going on there. You might need someone to kind of explain what's going on, but like if you're kind of have any indication of what the timeline's doing, you're like, oh, I get it now. And if you go back on a repeat playthrough, I think that stuff becomes more clear, because especially you have that one moment with Aerith where she's not talking to the party, she's talking to the player type element there.
Yeah.
But no, I don't think so.
I think that from my experience talking to people that have never played the original, they aren't looking at those moments I'm thinking of and thinking anything of it. They're just like, oh, I just figured I'll have to wait for the sequel and I'll find out what that means. And yeah, I didn't think anything of that. Like, for example, Dean with Kate Sith showing up in Chapter 12. I think a lot of us OG fans were like, I wonder what like a newcomer is going to think of this random freaking humanoid cat showing up out of nowhere. And he was just like, I just thought it was a creature from the slums, like reacting to it. He's like, I didn't care. He didn't even think anything of it. So I think that's going to be a lot of people where they don't really look into those moments too much.
Yeah, I don't think that's the thing. You don't really need to worry about that stuff. And any of the other moments, you're not going to know unless you played OG. But again, the game explains that to you at the end. So if you're playing through it again, you're going to be like, oh, I get it now. If you remember that stuff.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think that, do you agree that playing the OG is actually beneficial to experiencing the remake at this point?
Well, yeah, because of their comments in the Ultima interview now. I
The
mean,
Ultimania, yeah.
Ultimania interview. I mean, remake is not really a remake.
And we can't go into why
We
yet.
can't go into why yet.
But it isn't.
But it isn't. And so like that's the hard thing now is like now it's like nope, everything you think that could happen isn't going to happen, or everything that you thought that could happen.
Or no, it could.
Oh my
Here's
God.
the thing. Like, we don't know yet.
Wait.
We don't know. There's a lot of different directions this could go in, and we're going to
I think I
speculate
just
on that
figured
later
out
on.
What you guys are going to get to, and if I'm right, I'm
Shut
going
up.
to be so happy.
Don't talk about it. Shut up. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Okay, so here, let me go into. No, I'm going to go last. Vince, what are your final feelings on Final Fantasy VII Remake?
Well, so here was the thing for me is I finished it on a Monday where I pushed my stream way too far. It was like 1 a.m. I had to go to work at like 6 a.m. the next day. I pushed it way too far. I think I did chapter, I want to say the very start of 17 to the end in one stream. And it was
So that's like a 6 hour at least.
I started
stretch.
at like 7 p.m. Like it was rough. And I was like, oh my God, I cannot end it here. I even had a stream disconnect that I didn't even know about in the middle of the last fight. That I had to like restart the stream at the very end, the very last cutscene.
Oh boy!
Like, oh my God! But what was funny to me, and for me, when I was done with the game, credits were rolling, right? I was like, and I don't know if it was because I was tired or whatnot. I was like, that's a solid 8 out of 10 game for me. I was like, I liked a lot of things about it. I like the music especially is the best, is the heavy lifting part of the game for me. The combat system, I'm not entirely sold with, and even on my streams I actually said, you know what, that's probably on me. I come from a very Final Fantasy 15 Kingdom Hearts background. That is my style of game, and
you wanted full on action. You didn't want this hybrid.
It's weird because I actually enjoy the hybrid. What happened was when I started to get myself saying, no, I need to switch, the game and I cooperate. What was hard for me is there'd be moments where the game and I were perfectly in sync with each other. Like it was almost like this dance in a way. It was everything clicked.
Yep.
And then I do something like the Leviathan boss fight, and it's supposed to be weak against Thunder. Oh, that weakness doesn't actually really apply to it. It was like that. Don't bend rules like that. And that's a hard thing I have with games when they do that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they kind of bend the combat rules a little bit. It's like, don't do that. It's fine with me. The only other big boss fight that I had an issue with was I think the Barrett and Aerith and Red 13 fight. I forget what the enemy
Arsenal. Yeah, thing was tricky, yeah.
The thing for me was it wasn't tricky because I could just sit there and I was just over healing, and I had barrier and mana wall and everything Arsenal. Like that. What was weird to me is I was just like, I really sucked at developing Aerith because it was like I had no combat capability. So Barrett was my only one who was doing just.
Dude, I was the same way. You weren't the only one with that. That was my fault.
I think for me, what's so special about the game is like each character plays so uniquely, and then when you watch somebody that plays those characters right, you just want to go back to the game and be like, wow, like I played this so wrong. Like I can't believe how much depth these characters have and all different, ways you can utilize them.
And that was the thing to where I started actually like near the end, I started going, okay, wait a minute. I'm shitting too hard in this combat system, and it's mostly my fault. There's complications here that I need to get over.
Yeah.
So I started getting really comfortable with two characters. Honestly, is what I started to go. And let me tell you what, my Cloud and Tifa team up, that was disgusting. When I could actually do it, when I could pull it off.
They were my go-tos as well. Yeah.
Well, especially with Cloud. I mean, my last fight, I was pulling counter stances and everything like that perfectly. I mean, it was literally almost out of Advent Children for me. I was like, this is amazing. It was just there's other like small technical things that I was just kind of like, I'm not really feeling. The linearity of the game was a little bit odd, but at the same time, I wasn't really bothered by it, if that makes sense. I was just more like kind of like wondering, why did they develop it this way with how, because some of those spaces are small,
Mm-hmm.
Like, and it's very strange on like, it was like, you would think with all this increased, power processing and everything like that, it was like a lot of this still feels very small scale in comparison to something like, 15. And that was a weird kind of back and forth I had with the game. But at the same time, like things like, Wall Market and whatnot had so much character and so much uniqueness to it that it was like,
very dense too. It's just
I was like yeah. Then I was
incredibly
like,
dense.
Why they made it so small then? Because I was like, asset creation must have been an absolute pain in the butt with this. It was just, there was weird things. One small touch that I absolutely loved, which I think most people will know that I loved, is that anytime you pass the wind source or anything like that and seeing everyone's hair and clothing react, I was like, yes, thank you. It's such a small detail that no one does, but it's so good when people do it. The only other thing that I had some issues with was pacing, and it's one of those things to where I really wasn't aware of it until I kind of went back and thought about it, and I was like, that section did take so long. Like, I actually do have a problem with chapter 17 in the sense of, like, to me, I didn't frame it as a final dungeon. So there was this kind of whole thing of like, why am I doing this really silly mini game right now of going back between parties? Like, it was just like, that's what it felt like to me.
Did you utilize the multi-person materia switching during that?
No.
Okay.
But the good thing too for me,
most people didn't. They didn't realize they could.
But that's one thing I saw a lot of people were complaining about. I actually really didn't really worry about that because most of my characters were optimized for like how I was going to use them, and I really didn't switch very often. So the only person who was left out of that was Aerith, because you lose her for a good portion of the game.
Yeah.
So like there was that part to where I was like, oh, shenanigans, I need to switch things over. I think the big thing for me for chapter 13 was just chapter 17 was like some of the weird technical things I just kind of was noticing, like Red 13's animation of like, wait, he has to get to this certain spot, and then he sits, and then the animation starts. It was like, I'm wondering if like this is where when they did that little mini delay, I was like, I'm wondering if this was that chapter that was being the trouble child here. Was something wasn't working there.
I didn't notice anything myself, in all honesty. I mean, it's a tough thing. I was honestly very impressed with Red 13's animations because that's not an easy feat. That type of character.
It's if you actually watch, like whenever you go do the call and everything like that, the game has to do pathfinding for him to get to a start here, and then like the game almost hitches, and then it runs the wall running animation. It's very bizarre. It seems like they very much went in there and put in very strict checks in there. Because my guess is there was a lot of glitching that would happen there. Like, say, if he went through a wall, he wasn't deploying that lever anymore. I didn't realize how dark my room was getting.
You got to do whatever you got to do, though. That's one thing I will say. The game has its visual issues with the texture streaming and whatnot, but you have to wonder if the reason for that is because the game runs so well. Like, there's no bugs, there's no glitches that I've experienced, and it stays 30 FPS the whole way through. No matter how crazy battle gets, it stays that way the whole way through. So I wonder if that was the concession they made in order to make sure it stays that way.
That said, though, we cannot. We can say it's this and it's that. We cannot forgive something like this in the way that a lot of people have been. And
yes, you can because of COVID.
Oh my God. So.
Sorry, you can because of COVID. We'll never know what the game was supposed to be, what the day one patch was supposed to be. We have no idea what's going on in the background. It could be an Unreal Engine bug that they completely planned on figuring out in the 1.5 months after printing discs and releasing the game, but then they shut down Square Enix offices. So yeah, you can say that there is a chance that they couldn't get it done.
Here's my problem, though. We are in a world where people are going to pick apart things to the fullest extent, right? Mm-hmm. We already know this. And this game, more than most, people are really going to be examining and holding up to different standards. So my problem comes from, how was this not QA'd on normal PS4 consoles en masse to ensure that people got a product that they should have gotten in the first place?
Because it's not a game-breaking bug. You focus on game-breaking bugs.
No, that's not true.
That's 100% true. No, developers have already talked about this. There's tons of developers on Resetera that are literally responding to these issues and saying that anybody that thinks this was at the top of any list at QA near launch is crazy.
How? But isn't that part of the problem? Like,
you focus on game-breaking bugs. This, of course, was on the list. I'm sure this was on the list, but they focused on bugs that will cause crashes. They focus on bugs like Red 13 going through a wall. That's the bugs that you focus on right before launch, and I'm sure this was on their list. I'm sure that they would have gotten to this, but I'm sorry. I really think that they had a COVID case in office. They shut down, and Japan is not prepared to work from home for the most part. That's not their way, especially for game development. This was not planned. This was not something they could adjust for. So they are not working. They delayed Final Fantasy 14 as well with its big update. They delayed that as well. So yeah, I just think they're not able to get it done right now.
I guess, man. I don't know. I think my problem comes from this had to have been known as a, hey, this is a continuous error that we keep seeing in all the versions of the game that we
I'm sure they
no
know
matter
about
how we
it.
run it.
Yeah.
So, okay, that's fine. Launch it and we'll fix it later. That's a problem to me.
I don't like. Here's the thing: is I don't think that was really what was the intention there. And the other thing too is with these types of bugs, especially texture streaming bugs like this, you think you have an easy fix, and it's not an easy fix. That's the reason why I still think to this day it is a camera-based issue, because that's exactly how Unreal Engine has always had its issue with, is been texture streaming based on camera position. There's something bugged about that. But the thing is, like you say, you try to fix texture streaming right here in this part, or you do this like that, all of a sudden the camera free floats all the way outside of Midgard.
Yeah, right. And and if one guy changes something at home and everything falls apart, like how they fix that, it could cause a disaster.
Don't get me wrong, Mike. I do think the stance that you're trying to argue from, I think actually makes a lot of sense there. I do think COVID does give it a little bit to where those waters are murky.
It's almost like they're able to use COVID as an excuse, and I don't appreciate that. Because it's not...
They haven't used anything. Let me just point that out there. They haven't said anything on the matter.
But my problem is that I'm bringing up something that is a legitimate issue with the game, and everybody's just saying, oh, nope, it's an excuse. It's fine. And it's, in my opinion, it's not. I'm glad that we got the game, and I'm glad it wasn't delayed, because they were able to push out something. But again, they have to understand that by doing that, there are people that are going to scrutinize, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm just.
That's fine. You can scrutinize it all you want.
I'm not saying it's like, oh, it lost 5. If I'm scaling it 1 to 10, it lost 3 points for me on graphics. But there's an issue there that needs to be addressed, and the fact that every single texture wasn't loading in correctly, and I could tell that it looked off.
That's exaggerating.
There's parts of the game that I knew were supposed to look beautiful. And there was a part, I think in chapter 15 or one of the chapters, maybe even 16.
There are 3 chapters in particular, I would say, that have issues.
But there was a chapter in particular where they were looking out on the scenic view of something, and it was supposed to look pretty, and I just saw PS2. And I'm sorry that that's what I saw, but that is what I saw. And I'm not
the texture of the surrounding, the skybox wasn't loading incorrectly, or not loading at the high resolution,
Right. So it's just, it's not that it's an awful game for it, but it has, people can't say, yes, parts of it are beautiful looking, but like everybody's face is relatively emotionless outside of Barrett's for the most part. There are graphical things that I thought could have been improved more.
Okay.
So I don't.
I would say that I'll agree that there's certain chapters that are worse than others, but I think that this is one of the best looking games of the entire generation as a whole. That's my opinion on it. So I can't really focus on chapters 8, 15, and there's one other one that kind of has some weird texture issues that are more in your face. But a lot of the other ones, like they're at a distance or they're way down. Oh, that's another one, like chapter 6. It's like way down below you. It's like, I don't really care that much. Like I'm not really looking down at the Sector 7 slums from the bridges and inspecting the resolution of that, especially if playing from your couch. I know playing now on my 4K TV upstairs, almost all those texture issues I can't even notice them. It's only on the monitor when I'm this close that I even notice those textures being low res. So yeah, I can't really complain too much about them. And when you have chapters 16, 17, and 18, oh my God, like the best looking stuff of the generation, especially from a Japanese RPG. I could not believe the stuff they were doing with those chapters. So it's a little inconsistent. I would agree with that without a doubt. But I would be very curious to see if they do still get around to a patch, if they even care to at this point. Or if they just wait for PS5 and PC and all that to have their little update that fixes it for those consoles and those consoles alone. We'll have to wait and see on that. It's really like I don't know. I feel like we spent way too much time on it already because I really don't feel like it's that impressionable on the overall like feel of the game, like overall response to the game. I would never bring it up when I was giving a review. If I
was doing an actual formal official review of this, it would knock off. I would maybe knock off half a point. That's it.
Okay, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that, I just wanted to bring up. It does have its issues, and I'm being generous with that because I know what the problems were with having to shut down the studio. But that's to say, people can't just say, "Oh, it's not that big of a deal." There's a lot of things of it that are a big deal, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know, teach their own on that one, but I'd rather focus on what Vince was talking about, like pacing issues, like things like that. I do agree it had some moments that were slower than others. I think 14, even though it was that moment to like collect everything before moving on to the final act, like that was their moment to maybe come up with a little bit more unique side quests because they were clearly trying to give you that moment to level up a little bit, grind a little bit, do some Coliseum, things like that. So I feel like they could have focused a little more on some interesting story ideas to flesh out in that chapter, and eliminate some of that pacing issue by making it something that you care more about.
I really hate that was the first. That was like the only chapter where chocobos really mattered.
Yeah, Chocobos,
Like,
they're not
introduce
really in
these
Midgar in the
things.
original, are they? I'm trying to
No,
think here.
and that's fine. And I
Yeah,
get that, but
just Wall Market. They're just the the carriage.
right, and that's fine. But like, don't introduce them then. Like, there was no need. I don't know. To me, it was just like a.
You can't have a Final Fantasy without some Chocobos, man.
I know, I get it, and having
Yeah, the
them
summons
in there
too,
is
but
one thing. But then just like, hey, have these fetch quests to get all these chocobos. Gets the chocobos. Okay, cool. What do I do with them? Nothing.
I mean,
I'll go back and find those Chocobos every time to hear them wark and quay. Come on now.
Yes, man.
I think the only thing that really bugged me about pacing issues was like they always seem to crop up of times of where you're supposed to be like doing something. Like I'm trying to specifically remember, like I can't remember chapters now at this point because my memory is terrible. We all know this. But like the whole part, like where they're gonna like make the plate fall and everything like that, and then like you're doing all these random side activities, like.
Yep.
Hold up.
You mean on the way to the play claps with the train graveyard?
It's just weird. Like the train. Okay, yeah, that's it. The train graveyard. It just feels like they did intention there.
I agree with that. Yeah, I feel like they didn't give them like little side things that they were like doing because they didn't need to, but it was a little bit like, hey guys, let's move it here a little bit. Like you're not like they weren't like going off and doing things they didn't need to necessarily, but at the same time it was like, dude, guys, you keep talking about how you're nervous about this and you don't know if it's going to happen or not. I get that, but let's book it. Like let's get there to make sure that it's not going to happen.
You could see there's a battle going on in one of the towers.
Eventually,
so
you can
clearly see a firefight.
Yeah, once they get to that point, then I will say like that. Once they get there, they're in high gear. Like then you're in it. Like the epicness scales up.
They actually animate a firefight in the tower before they even point. I noticed.
Oh, it's like a cutscene. You mean?
World with them, and I noticed it. How you don't notice a firefight with a helicopter in a tower that you're going back to in the background?
Oh right, yeah. I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, they like look at it and it was like a hint off like, oh, this might actually be happening. But they kept thinking that. I guess maybe it wouldn't. I don't know, but yeah, I do agree with that. I kept thinking that during that chapter, like, guys, like, why are we talking? Like, just go.
Shut up.
Let's go. Shut up and move. Which is funny because Cloud was that way a lot of the game, like with Jesse with the ladder and stuff. It's like shut up and climb. You know.
This game had a lot of impressions. I'm going to talk about it later on more, but this game had a lot of impressions that, like, the more and more I think about it, that remind me more of influence from Kingdom Hearts, which is weird because it should be the other way around. Kingdom Hearts should be influenced by Final Fantasy, but right now I feel like this game was influenced way too harshly by Kingdom Hearts.
I would disagree with that myself. I feel like this is a classic Final Fantasy example of them reinventing and taking some of this and taking some of that and doing something completely new. That's why I always will love Final Fantasy, and that they don't just stay with the same battle system game after game. They find a way to switch it around and bring in new things. I always like that.
So do you blame Nomura then for all of these
Here
craziness?
we go.
In this game, Mike, do you blame Nomura for this?
Oh, I don't blame anybody. I'm just saying it's.
I'm asking. Are you saying that you think he's the root cause of all these problems?
I don't. What are we talking? What problems are we talking about?
Kingdom Hearts problems.
Kingdom Hearts problems. I'm
not saying it's a problem. I'm just saying I'm noticing, like, more and more when I think about it, I'm noticing like, wow, there's a lot of influence from this, and it doesn't bother me too much, but it's definitely something I'm noticing that I didn't feel in the original.
What I will say is Kingdom Hearts 3 was meh. It was fine. It definitely did not live up to the hype. This game 100% lived up to the hype for me. And you guys know how hyped I was for this freaking game. This is my favorite Japanese RPG combat system, I think, ever. It has its flaws. I think we'll definitely say aerial combat could be improved. They could do some quality of life things to definitely improve materia switch outs. Loadouts would be great if they do some materia loadouts in the next one. Add some materia fusion in there as well, maybe. And improve aerial combat. I don't know if you need a jump button per se, but I definitely will say don't go with gambits in the next one. Please don't do gambits, but maybe allow a little bit of AI tinkering. That could be cool. There are things that they can definitely improve. There are things that they can definitely improve in part 2, but the base here is my favorite base combat system in any JRPG ever, and I can't wait to see how they evolve it moving forward. And I agree with what a lot of you guys are saying. Like, the game has its flaws, but I still think even with all those flaws that I recognize, I think it might be my favorite game of the generation. Because I can't think of any other game I enjoyed more.
That's fine.
The only one that comes close, I think, is God of War.
I am very happy for you, but my God, is that statement wrong?
Okay. I think that you can watch my streams, especially, that like I've never been so entertained by a game, just laughing, getting close to crying, just smiles the whole way through. Just I was so invested in every single character from the moment the game started. The music is the best soundtrack I think I've heard since Final Fantasy X. Since like maybe even earlier than that, maybe even better than 10, maybe even up there with the OG 7. It's some of the best music I've ever heard in any game ever. The amount of variations to all the themes and how they come into play in all these different ways, whether it be Tifa right after the Sector 7 collapse and how they have an actual somber version of Tifa's theme. Just all these things connecting in such a way that I was emotionally affected so many times. And the reason I say God of War comes close is because that was the same way where I kept having these holy shit moments in God of War. It was just left and right holy shit moments. This was the first game to do that since, where I was just like, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. And of course, a lot of that has to do with my attachment to the original and how faithfully they recreated this, or how they tweaked that and made it completely different. But I'm excited for what it means. Like, just all those moments came together in a way that it's like unforgettable for me.
That's why
I'll
I'm
never
really
forget
happy for you, and that's why I don't blame you for thinking that way. Heck, I even knew that going into this, that was likely going to be the case. Even if I felt the game was not very good overall, I knew you're going to feel that way because I felt like they were going to give it the attention to detail that they needed to.
Yeah, there's a reverence for the original that I really appreciate. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, so kind of going into it, I already knew that. So for all the holdups I have, I know yours are going to be far less frequent because there's so much that heightens you on this or that. Like, you basically everything you just said I understand completely, and I saw that in you, and I'm happy with you for that. So that's, and I mean, that's all good, but like at the same, no, Shark Girl, I did not hate the game.
The game.
I would.
You're definitely coming off that way during this. We're gonna get some interesting comments on this YouTube video, I think, for sure.
It. I would give this game a solid 8.5, maybe a 9.
You're coming off like you would have given it a 6, honestly.
Oh wow, really?
Yes, easily.
I think here's the thing. I'm also trying to give it. My thing is, I knew you guys were both. Vince was actually a little bit more fair on it than I thought. I figured you guys were both going to be very generous with your positive.
I would personally, if I had to give a rating, I hate giving ratings, especially on something like this where it's a compilation and I need to see how these things pay off. I'm not going to give it a 10. I will give it a 9.5 though, because I think that it has impacted me in probably no other game has this entire generation, or maybe even prior to that. And I think that the potential for some of these setups is insanely promising to the point where I cannot wait. I just cannot wait.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I was at too. Like I said, when I finished the game felt like an 8 out of 10 for me. It was only until the previous 24 hours had lapsed where I was thinking about the ending to where I was like, this game's a 9.5 out of 10 for me, because of the promise and the setup they've done with this. Now, mind you, when we get to the whole end of this journey here, this game might come back down to an 8 out of 10 for me. That's where I'm truly feeling on where it's at for me.
All right, so you and I are thinking in the same way then, okay? Because you and I were talking off it a little bit, and we were.
Yeah, I think when all is said and done, I could definitely see rank each part of the series. I could definitely see myself saying part 1 was the weakest part.
Yeah,
right.
Because it was like the setup for what's to come, and it is the linear portion. Here's the thing, like in the original, Midgar is like some of my favorite stuff of the game. But it is because it's like this 6-hour tight experience, and it doesn't overstay its welcome and this and that. And I'm very appreciative that they decided to flesh that out in a major way. But I think on like replays, if you were to go back and do the entire series when 1, 2, and 3 are out, you're probably going to be like, I'm not really looking forward to 40 hours in Midgar again. You know, I'm going to be ready by 20 hours in, probably to move on to the more open world. I could definitely see that happening.
Also, can I point out something real quick that did bother me about the combat system? Because you guys know, the two of you guys know, I was not as big of a fan of the combat system. I thought it was fine, but I didn't think it was anything revolutionary. I think it was anything all that special. Here's my thing. So I did go back and I ended up playing a little bit of 15. And for all the issues that Andrew has with it, 15 flows in a very different and actually a little bit quicker of a way. And, you know, for all the simplistic nature you say it has to it, there's a few things that I think could be applied to 7 that I felt like 7 was almost like 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Because it was an improvement. Being able to switch characters and play as them fully, you know, in the right ways felt more natural, and I enjoyed that. However, something like, you know, Strike brings up, and you even said it, air combat sucked, which is so bizarre.
With Tifa and Cloud, it wasn't great. It's fine with Aerith and Barret,
right?
course.
Coming after, you know, Final Fantasy 15. So here's my weird thing is that, all right, let's say you don't want to give, you know, characters too much, you know, land traversal, and, you know, you have to make them feel either heavier or weightier depending on their thing. You know, even though Tifa's supposed to be this, you know, speed queen, you know, and kind of being able to jump around and, you know, move around the battlefield fast. You have a character like Cloud, who at this point, his previous previous knowledge and history with him, and even in this game, in this scene right here, has shown you he's a quick character. He's kind of like jumping around, you know, this part, but yet he is so slow. He is almost he's not as tanky as Barret, but he's kind of tanky. And coming from a game like 15, where you have really this ability to move really quickly around the room by throwing your sword and teleporting to it, it's amazing to me that they don't have move sets that kind of mimic that, even if it's one of the abilities that you have to move quickly around the thing.
I can't agree with that. I feel like Cloud is the balanced one. If that's what he's supposed to be. He's like Barret's the tank, Tifa's the fast, Cloud is the middle, he's the balanced, and then Aerith is your mage.
Move very fast.
I mean, use triple slash, use counter slash. He's freaking moving all over the place.
Here's the thing. This is the big difference where, like, even when I said something about it on Discord, where I was like, wait a minute, I don't remember 15 being as sluggish or as whatever you were talking about, Drew. And I kind of went back.
I didn't say sluggish. It controls itself. You hold down square. The reason it's fluid is because all the animations are set. You just hold down square and you move the joystick left and right.
The animations there's an actual break for every animation in that. And that's actually why 15's combat can flow as well, is because at any single point in time, you can break the animation and go into an evade, go into a teleport.
That was a very intentional thing they decided in this game, though, is not to let you break your animations with a roll or with a. That was a very intentional thing they made so that you couldn't have iframes and you couldn't, cheese battles in that way. That was a very deliberate thing in this game.
And I respect that. But what I'm saying is, it's very bizarre. Where look at this battle scene right here with Cloud moving very quickly around the.
It's a cutscene.
No.
I mean, come on.
That's my problem. Hold on. But that's my thing, is it's supposed to be this, you have this character like Cloud, who no matter what battle he's in, whether it's a cutscene like this or a cutscene with other soldiers, even though it's a cutscene, yes, you have this thing where they actually try to make the combat, in certain situations, play like you would see them in their animations other times. But yet, when you play as him, the only one that you're able to point out is triple slash. And even that one is weird because you have to, if you do triple slash, you end up hitting 3 different characters. You don't always hit the same person, even though that's kind of what I would want. So it's very bizarre that a character who has this traversal, in all these cinematics, whether or not you want to, give credit to it or not, is so limited in his move set, as far as moving around the battlefield at a quick pace. Even if it's, like I said, even if it uses up one of your, ATB meters, it's very bizarre that he does move relatively slower.
I just think you want this game to be something it's not. I think it's what it just comes down to. Like, I don't want them to change Cloud at all. Cloud, he falls into his role perfectly. Tifa, keep her the fast. melee, keep Barrett the heavy long, or close melee, but heavy as well. I feel like they nailed it. Personally, I feel like they've got their 4 archetypes there, and I'm excited to see what they do with Vince, Sid, Yuffie, and Kate Sith. I don't... yeah, we'll say about Kate Sith. But I don't know. I just feel like Cloud's in that zone he's supposed to be in. I don't know. That's my personal opinion. Don't change him.
I guess.
Yeah, I mean,
Vince, I feel like you want to say something.
No, I really have nothing else to add. I think here's the thing. Again, I'm in between both of you is where I'm at right now. Like, I understand where you're coming from, Drew, but I also understand where Mike is coming from. And the thing that I think really kills me is, like, it's the aerial combat is where I struggle with.
That's a thing.
Yeah, but how do they improve it, you think? What do you think they would do to improve it?
That's the thing is, I'm not sure what they can do, but like you even see that in like what Mike is saying, cutscenes, like even on the bridge on the very first chapter of the game where he jumps over 2 rebels and then lands and just like, well, that's cool. Like, so the game kind of taunts you with Cloud's agility, but then you never really get to use it in combat.
Right, exactly. That's my problem. Thank you.
And it's super nitpicky. Do not get me wrong. It's
even 15 doesn't have a jump button, as far as I remember, right? There's no jump button in 15.
There's a jump button.
Sword, yeah, there is a jump button, but it's not as that's not really what I'm getting at. It's
it's like okay, I remember now.
Yeah, and the way he's able to throw his sword and teleport to that. I don't want Cloud throwing his Buster Sword around and throwing it to that. But especially when it comes to the aerial combat, there's no way that they couldn't have done something like that. Where it was,
I think they'll do
in
something.
The same vein where he does throw his sword up, maybe with with like what are the things I want to call them chimeras? Or the flying dragons?
Drakes.
Yeah, the Drakes.
Thank
yeah.
you. But like if you throw your sword up at them, where it spins and hits them, and they jump up to get it, not like a teleport thing like Noctis does, but something where you're physically jumping up. And heck, even if you can get hit while you're jumping up at it, would be a cool mechanic to it. I would have actually preferred an ability to jump up at the Drake like that and then stay in air and being able to juggle them in air. But the fact that once they're in the air, the only thing you can do is use wind. Come on.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I want juggling in the sense of like, because then like the thing is like then it's like going too much into DMC or
Yeah.
What's
I get
weird?
That. I'm just saying like a better combat piece.
There's like I don't know, Drew. What do you think with that?
It's really tough. It's really delicate because I do feel like they were very deliberate in this game,
right?
In not allowing you to do those things. There's a reason they didn't just say like, oh, we don't have time to do this. I feel like all of those decisions were very deliberate to not allow you to cheese battles in the way you can in 15. And I personally really appreciate that about this game. I love that ATB bars are used up by items. Like, I love all those little things because especially in those boss battles and those moments, like you're on the edge of your seat. Now the aerial combat, I do think that they can tweak it. I do think there's ways that they can make it tighter. I think that they will. I don't know how you do it. I don't think you add a jump button. I really don't. But
I almost feel like you know what I think you do. You know what you do. I think you almost have like I hate saying this like with the Kingdom Hearts thing or something like that, but almost an ATB ability or something that you could do is like a reaction,
maybe
different meter.
But here's the thing: is like it'd be a reaction button to where it's like bounce off, and what that would do is that would bounce you off the enemy and kind of keep you in the air, so you can do another combo. So then that would also feed back into the ATB management system that is the hybrid that everyone loves.
I like the way you're thinking because I agree they should utilize the systems they already put in place to allow these new developments. Like, for instance, gambits. Don't add gambits. Add materia that allows you to control AI of your party members. I'll make that a materia slot that you have to fill in if you want to take advantage of those things. There's ways to add these without breaking the systems that they've put in place. I think you're on the right route
you know
there.
What I'm saying? That way it feeds back into the ATB management to where near the end game, you might be able to bounce off 1, 2, or 3 enemies to stay in the air and you're doing all these aerial things. Right. Then think about that too, is then if you're able to micromanage the switching of the characters, you have Cloud doing Cloud things, and then you have Barrett doing Barrett things, and then you have Aerith doing you could add a whole bunch of layering going on there that could actually really add a really cool on.
Another thing that's a possibility, and maybe not might be a little bit crazy to say, but what if they just remove aerial combat for Cloud and Tifa? Because hopefully from now on, we will always have somebody in our party that is our aerial combat person. Because that's the only reason it's a problem in this game, is for some reason they throw aerial enemies at Cloud and Tifa. If it
Right.
wasn't that case, it would never be a problem. It's just, hey, we're encouraging you to
Yeah.
switch over to Aerith or encouraging you to switch over to Barrett in those moments. And that would be totally fine. Those are
I'm
your
relatively
long
fine
range
with that.
aerial, party members.
Well,
Right.
now
And I'm
it's-
relatively fine with that, but only if they give. The problem with that is then you have to, in my opinion, in order to make the game feel enjoyable and balanced, you have to only have aerial enemies when you have those characters, available in your party, and you have to give characters like Cloud and Tifa something to do at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that they won't go that route, but it's a possibility. I want to say in the chat real quick to Chris, I don't want to miss that question, and I would like to get back to it later on during other parts of this spoiler cast. If you would like to, Chris and anybody in the chat, get on our Discord at discord.gg/levelupnetwork. We have a dedicated Final Fantasy VII channel on there. You just have to go to the hashtag join channel and type in !Final Fantasy VII. It'll give you access to the channel, and you can post your questions in there. We already have a few people that have posted their questions on our Discord for the Discord part of the spoiler cast. We're even going to allow people to come on as a voice guest if you would like during the spoiler cast Discord portion. So keep that in mind. Get on there at discord.gg/levelupnetwork as Vince put into the chat.
No, Hatman.
Real
did
quick,
that, not me.
Thank you, Hetman.
Real quick before I forget too, speaking of this as well, and I don't want to forget this from Akuma, he also brings up a good thing that again I didn't even think of. Did anybody ever use Blizzard?
Yeah,
I
a
did.
lot.
Really?
Blizzard's great.
Blizzard was awful in my opinion.
What? Blizzard's great.
No. Blizzard has to be to where you use it to where you either have them in a knock or in a stun lock, and then you use that to do that. It works well. But
If they're moving around a lot, don't use Blizzard.
right,
Well,
that's the
right,
whole
Yeah.
thing. Arrow
Sorry.
works the exact same way. Arrow works the exact same way. Arrow's able to be casted faster than Blizzard.
Right,
That's the
Blizzard
only thing
just took too long for me.
That's the only thing.
Well, it
that
depends on if you're doing Blizzard or Blizzaga. I thought that was kind of interesting as well, is sometimes even during a boss battle, you wanted to use the lowest form of the magic because you wanted to fire off that spell as quick as possible, and it was still potentially enough to get those enemies pressured so that you could get in there and work towards your stagger, which I freaking love in this game. The pressure stagger system is so satisfying to me. All that kind of stuff works together in a way that is so compelling.
This is where that when I said it on our hangouts, this is where I would have preferred, and I would be okay with it being an optional thing for people who don't want it because of how clean the UI is to begin with anyway. And coming from Final Fantasy 14, I would have liked cast bars. That's what
I could see that, yeah, because I would have liked to have known like how close am I to casting this spell.
Because I've had a lot of times to where like I thought something went off and I was such a character, and then it was like, nope, Aerith got hit. So you're
I'm with you.
You're Yep. It was like, and that added frustration there. To where
Little
it was
UI
like,
improvements like that go a long way, yeah.
just a teeny bit, just one little small thing that would have changed a lot of the flow and a lot of the
Or at least allow you to
issues.
turn it on and off, like little
Right.
things.
As
Yeah,
long
you
as
know,
there's
if somebody
options.
doesn't want to see it, that's fine as well.
Let's go
But yeah, the
further with
option
that.
would be great.
One of the things I think would have been also very nice is again, you have someone like Aerith who pretty much, if you're not solely relying for the most part on magic, you're, in my opinion, playing her wrong. Like you have the bladed staff and everything like that, which gives you more of a basic attack, better basic attack and everything. But if you're not using magic for Aerith, in my opinion, you're not playing the game in its in its best form. And it would have been nice if out of the whole cast, Aerith got an ability, whether it's as she one of the perks that she has in her weapons or something like that, but being able to cast spells much quicker, reduce the amount of time that it takes to cast.
She has a few cool things. I'm sure you know about the area effect that allows you to cast multiple spells at once and things like that.
Yeah, and I use the heck out of that. Don't get me wrong, but it was more frustrating because she's my healer, and so instead of using an item, because I tried to stop using items if I didn't have to because I don't enjoy using them. Instead of using an item, which is almost instantaneous, effect, you have to use. Let's say I'm using Kiraga. It takes her a few seconds still to cast on everything, and it was a little bit more disappointing because here it's supposed to be this trained at that time at this part of the game, our trained mage, and yet she still takes forever. I might as well have cast it with Cloud or Tifa.
I think something we need to keep in mind here though is they've got to pace this out to be a 2 or 3 part series. There's a lot of things that I'm sure they had ideas for, and they're like, guys, let's save that. Let's save that for part 2, because maybe they want to add materia fusion in part 2, where you can merge materia together and make new materia like Crisis Core does. And they could have done that in this one, but it's like, why do that in this one when we can save that for part 2? Like, they need to have each game add new elements and new features and new mechanics. So they're definitely going to have to pace those things out. And I could see little...
Right, that's not a criticism. It's more so I hope this happens.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is going to come to fruition in the future. I feel like we need to start talking a little bit about the story of 7 here, 7 Remake specifically. Not like the far-reaching implications of it, but let's talk about like the additions. Let's talk about Avalanche. I want to start there because that was one of the big things that early on in the game is a change from OG, not like a spoiler change, but we got to experience these characters in a way we never had before. Jesse, Wedge, and Biggs, always loved them in the original, but literally you have like an hour with them in the original. And I know replaying it recently, I was very surprised at how quickly that all moves. And I was honestly surprised that I formed such a connection with them at all, considering how quickly they move through that game. So this one, I was able to attach to those characters in an even stronger way. I think Jesse, especially, as Mike knows very well, is a character that a lot of people really, really attach to as a sort of love interest. Even and beyond that, like even knowing like that she was an actress in Gold Saucer and her father worked at Shinra and went into a coma because he passed out in Mako storage. Like these characters had a story, they had a personality, they and a background that you were interested in, and I thought that was a really nice addition to the story of Final Fantasy VII. Mike, let me have you talk about Jessie and your love for her real quick.
Dude, they did my girl dirty. They brought her in, and then you're just like, you know what? We're gonna build this. Screw you. Like that. It was interesting, right? Like I agree. Like it was weird because I could not have cared less about Jesse Biggs and
Wedge
Wedge.
How dare you forget Wedge?
Wow.
It's whatever. He's a tiger, man. That guy's tiger blood. No, realistically, before the remake came out, I couldn't care less about them. They were just,
I get it. I get that.
There. They weren't really anything. They were just kind of just like they were basically.
They were the red shirts almost in a way. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Right. Like it's weird. So going into this and getting to know them better and their personalities, especially being able to every time what's his name talked, all I could think of was Breaking Bad. Was very entertaining. But I did like them going in. I like how they built up each character. Like Biggs having the connection to the kid. What's the place where he would always go and volunteer at?
Yeah, the something school. House. It was a school. It had something house, Leaf House.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was really cool knowing he did that.
I love Biggs. He just came off as such a good person.
Yeah,
and I love that all those little moments with him where you could see how he's so in his own head. He's very anal, very obsessive compulsive, maybe even because he talks about taking a shower all the time and keeping things clean. But he also obsesses over, what could go wrong. Those little touches in dialogue. I feel like the localization on this game is far and above most JRPGs, without a doubt.
I actually feel the most burned by Jesse for multiple reasons.
Why is that?
Jesse is the end game waifu. Like she should have been. You guys should have ended up together. But aside from,
I'm guessing you didn't notice something in the ending, Mike.
I know. Well, that doesn't mean anything.
It might.
Hold on. Let's wait.
You might not know what I'm talking about yet.
I do. My issue is that they gave her almost this redemption arc. In the first mission, she feels guilt for having killed, all these people.
Wrongfully, yeah.
And realistically, it's actually not her fault.
No.
And so they gave her this, sense of guilt and, questioning what she did. And here they ended up letting her kill by her own hand, essentially, which... It's almost like she was being built up to redeem herself in many different ways. And I don't know if... So she was using Cloud almost like as a flirtation thing. but it was almost
She's an actress. That's all it is, really.
Right, but am I the only one that got the impression that she was actually starting to change internally, both because of what happened with the reactor as well as Cloud being who he is, in a way that's like, maybe I should change how I am in general. Like, it was almost twofold.
I didn't get the impression that she was changing as a person. I don't think there's anything wrong with how she was as a person either, though.
I don't either.
Here's the thing, like, she and Cloud never had a connection like Cloud has with Tifa or Aerith. It was all flirtation. It was all games. Wedge makes it pretty clear.
But I never got to win the game, Drew, and I just wanted to win the game just once. I just wanted to win it once.
Yeah, it is sad, but I feel like they did that on purpose. Like, you never get your date technically with Tifa, with like choosing her dress, and then Jesse inviting you for pizza. You never get that. I feel like obviously it's intentional so that you feel even more somber, at the loss. So no, I mean, I feel like they built up those moments really well. I mean, when Jesse dies, as we believe, at least she dies in the Sector 7 collapse, I was like, this is rough, man. Like, the music as well, her theme is really good. And I think what's really cool about it, again, is how they have all these different variations. I love how when you're on the Sector 7 upper plate and you're going to see your family, and you've got Jesse's theme, and it's kind of hopeful and ambitious, but also has this sense of sadness of like not being able to realize those ambitions. Like, you could hear all that in that theme. And then when you find her and there's like a even more tragic version of that theme, I was like, holy shit, like it just brings that back. I once again, I can't speak highly enough of the OST in this freaking game, but I love Jesse's theme, and that moment was pretty heart-wrenching. So was Biggs, though, because I really like Biggs a lot. And I mean, let's just say it. He isn't dead, or is he dead? And so we'll have to. I mean, we're doing 7 Remake spoilers right now, and that's okay because that's in 7 Remake. That was in.
We are doing spoilers. Okay.
We're not talking about anything of the OG story yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
And like what it all means. But yeah, we see Biggs at the end. So do we get more Biggs? Maybe. And I'll just say we see Jesse's glove as well. So what's that all about? So we'll talk about that later. But maybe we still get more with these characters, and even Wedge. I don't think Wedge is dead.
Not the way they framed it.
No way! No, you don't fade to black like that.
Not even that. They pull the camera out and then fade to black. Like,
yeah, and he even says something as he's falling to his death. Like, no, he's like, I wish I could have done more. Who says that while they're falling to their death? There's no way he's alive.
Tell me that was not some Kingdom Hearts shit right there.
I just think he was probably either wisped away by the whispers in the same way that happened multiple times in the game, or maybe he even fell on top of the elevator. The same elevator that was bringing Arsenal down or something like that. Like there's plenty of ways they can go for him to still be alive.
Or he's now heartless.
He's now heartless, yeah.
And we'll be meeting his nobody.
Yeah, so let me just say something. This game is nowhere near as convoluted in any way, shape, or form. Even with all the mindfuckery we're going to throw at you in a moment, Mike, this game is nowhere near as convoluted as Kingdom Hearts. Because in the end, it still is following 7 pretty closely.
Right.
It's playing with how we're getting to all these locations, and I'm sure, especially in the sequels of Part 1, they're going to play with how we get to certain moments. But I think, I'm going to say right now, I think we're still going to get those moments of the OG. I still think it's going to largely be the same. I just think the path to getting to those is going to be different. And you're going to have a lot extra thrown around that, and maybe some alternate ways of looking at things that we'll talk about. But I do think that we're going to have mostly the same story play out for the OG. I'm not saying that there's not going to be more than the OG story, but I do think we're going to get the OG story presented to us in some way, shape, or form. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it later. We'll talk about it later. So one of the things that really threw people, I don't know if we want to go to the very end just yet. I'm trying to think of some other crazy things that happened in this game. Another big addition was the underground lab in Sector 7. I was very surprised at that we actually went back to Sector 7 and went down below and got us to see some of the experimentation that was going on, G-type soldiers, S-type soldiers, setting some of that stuff up. Yeah, it is very important. I'm glad they added that.
And I like the fact, too, it also kind of gives... I think this helps build Hojo's character, I think.
Oh my god, he is even creepier in this one than he is in the original.
But I think seeing that with Shinra, and especially from the Hojo area and even the deep ground facilities, it kind of helps link things back again as well. But I think it also really does give a good job of kind of really showing off how messed up Hojo is.
Oh my god, dude, that scene where he's talking about Afalna and Aerith and shit, I was like, holy god, dude.
I will say he was the only character model that I
remember you saying that.
With. Yeah. And it's the corners of his mouth. It's everyone else is animated so well there. His animation with his corner of his mouth and everything like that, it's no. You guys need to I would have rather them tone the facial expressions down and give him a much more menacing look than having him do Arkham Asylum Joker style character grays. I was like, that was the only thing that threw me off there with him.
I get it. I think it was definitely an intentional thing on their part. Like, as like, we're going to make him look off that it's almost disturbing, because he just looks off. Like his face is not at all symmetrical. There's like certain parts of it that are like kind of distorted. Like, he's a weird looking guy.
I agree with Drew. I actually think he looks fine, because I think he was intentional. It was intentional that he looks off.
It's me though. If you watch the facial stuff, it doesn't match up. Like his corner of his mouth actually will clip in his model. It's over.
Maybe there's ways to improve it. Of course, they're probably going to enhance these character models.
That's what I'm saying.
With the next parts.
Only character model that I actually had an issue with. And
I
think
that's
saying something. That's saying something. I think.
What was I about to say? I had one other thing I was going to bring up. We were talking about the G-type soldiers, the S-type soldiers, setting up those things. I really like that we were getting like glimpses of the experimentation, and even President Shinra literally bringing up to Cloud that he is going to die young, that he's got accelerated cell degradation, and these things that we know from the compilation of 7, but were never in OG7, were being brought up. And I was like, oh shit, like, they're doing this. They're bringing this shit up. Like, wow, I didn't expect this. I thought there was a really cool moments as like a fan of the entire compilation to see that they were setting up these dominoes early. Even Kate Sith. I think a lot of people have an issue with Kate Sith showing up in chapter 12. And I get that. But I'm trying to look at it from a positive lens of like, oh, they're actually thinking about this freaking character. Like, you know what I mean? It's like Kate Sith doesn't show up at all in Midgar in the OG, but they should have started setting him up much earlier than they did in the original, because he comes out of nowhere. He doesn't have a lot of setup, and you don't really quite understand what he is in the original. Still to this day, so many people don't know, like, what part is real? What part is fake? Are they both robots? Like, what the hell is Kate Sith? Who is behind Kate Sith? And I feel like the fact that they threw him there at all and had Kate Sith, the humanoid cat, whatever you want to call him, anthropomorphic cat, they're having this somber, remorseful moment, tells us, oh, like, this thing is going to have a personality and it's going to be developed, and they're actually going to try and give meaning to this moment and come back to it later on and say, like, this is where it all began. You know what I mean? So I like that they at least are thinking about that.
I think what bothers me, though, is just like here's a snippet. And it was, I think the more and more I think about it, because for a fact, I was not happy with that. I thought it was unnecessary. And I still do to an extent. I think it's more, if anything, just like I'll give it credit for being a fun Easter egg, a fun nod to OG fans. Yeah. Like we said, Dean couldn't care less. He didn't even realize that was supposed to be anything other than just a creature that was there. So that's fine. I think for me, knowing what it was, I took it the other way of, hey, let's introduce this really quick, but not even give you any context for what it is, especially because one of the things I really do respect for Final Fantasy VII, for the most part, is explaining why there are monsters in the ways that there are monsters, as opposed to other games, especially other RPGs, where you're just in random boss battle or random enemy battles, for no reason. Like, you go down a hallway and bam, here's some monsters that are there. It's like, where the fuck
all the assess like information was really interesting to look at.
Yeah,
all that.
I liked it a lot. I really,
and especially considering 7 has a really weird cast of enemies, if you want to call them that. Like, what happened with, as far as I understand, with OG7, they outsourced a lot of enemy design stuff in the making of that game, and they were actually at a point where, like, we still have time left, where the game's not releasing yet. Like, let's just throw some more enemy designs in there. And they just came up with the most random bullshit, like a Triceratops on conveyor belts, and like just the most bizarre asinine shit. And I don't think that showed up in Midgar in the original or this one. I can't remember. But they took those designs and were like, how do we make these work? How do we make Hell House work in 7 Remake? How do we? Cool. Yeah, like, I think it was so cool that they actually tried to make these crazy enemy designs work. And I was like, this is awesome. This is freaking awesome.
I appreciate that. One of the things that I know I don't know if it's 50-50 on, but was I the only one that was slightly disappointed with how Moogles were handled?
They just weren't in this one too much yet. We're going to get more Moogles, of course.
Do you think we're actually going to get Moogles? Because all they say about it is that it was just a creature, it was like almost like a myth.
Well, Moogles aren't really in the original.
Oh, I thought they were in 7.
No, besides a summon and a mini game in Gold Saucer where you play as a Moogle on an arcade game, I don't believe Moogles are in Final Fantasy VII. So so far it's pretty much par for the course. You have the Chocobo Mog summon, and that's really all you should have. Otherwise, it's like this sort of mythic character. Yeah,
I do appreciate the way they went about it in a way, but I was hoping to get them. But if I maybe I'm remembering wrong, but I thought there was Moogles in Final Fantasy VII. But you know far better.
Obviously, Kate Sith, the larger body, is designed after a Moogle. Strife Girl saying there's the one, and I'm trying to think of what she might be thinking of here. Hogamush, how you doing? Going back to the chat here, thanks so much to all Poo Snacks for the resub.
Yeah, the one and that you were saying.
And there was another question. Oh, you think Roche will be in the next games? Yes. I think Roche will definitely be in the next games, and I think that it will be, as a lot of people have predicted, about showing the degradation of soldiers. I think in the next game we see him again, he's not going to look so good, or he's going to be even more insane. I think he's already experiencing what happens to a soldier. The mind manipulation, the degradation, the everything that's happening there as I guess would be a G-type soldier, Genesis type soldier. The degradation that occurs is what we're seeing in Roche, and I think in the next one they have an opportunity to show how disturbing that could be. So I hope they do it. And that'd be really cool.
I was going to say something too. Fuck, I forgot what it was. Oh. Nope, forgot it now. All right, whatever.
Let's talk about one of my favorite chapters, Chapter 9. Something that, from the very beginning, when they announced Final Fantasy VII Remake, everybody's like, how the fuck are they going to do wall market? How are they going to do cross-dressing and not offend everybody in the world? And they did it, and they pulled it off.
Really well.
How the hell did they do it so well?
And I even actually brought it up to Danielle because, that's something that she really appreciates with all this stuff. The way that they handled that scene, and I think I like the saying at the end where it was essentially like, you are, love is all, you are who you are. And it was basically acceptance.
So beauty is not limited by gender or anything like that. Yeah.
And I appreciate that. If nothing else, then knowing the culture in Japan.
Right.
So not only are we in a climate of, that we are with the, acceptance and everything like that. And, modern day, it's a game coming from a country who does not handle that stuff well at all whatsoever. So for a company to be that bold to take that approach, I honestly, if there was nothing else I knew about that game and you just showed me that, I would respect the absolute living fuck out of this game just for that scene alone.
You can tell so much of the budget went towards that chapter. Because for one, it's huge. It's so dense. There's 2 entirely different paths as far as side missions goes. You got Chocobo Sam and you got Madam M, 2 completely different paths you can take, and all the different dresses, and just, oh my god, the musical number, they made a whole musical number. They had a whole dance sequence, multiple dance sequences. I was like, holy shit, dude, they went all in on this. Sorry I interrupted you there, Vince, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say though, I really hope by the end of the year, we're gearing up for the VGAs. If the VGAs happen this year, that moment, that entire last sequence of that chapter, and it needs to be shout out on everything. I mean, it's most games don't tackle it, and the fact they did it and they didn't offend anybody,
and they still were edgy at the same time too, because they took a really progressive approach with the cross-dressing, which is so appreciated by everybody, I think. But then on top of that, Don Corneo might have been even more sleazy than he was in the original game. When he says that he's going to warm up her mouth or something along those lines, my jaw dropped. I was like, holy shit, did they get away with saying that? They won't show the trail of blood, and they actually said that was because they needed to hit Seru 15, but he says he's going to warm her mouth up. I was like, oh my god, holy shit. minutes. This is insane. I can't. His freaking sex dungeon. If you inspect his sex dungeon, all the different tools he does down there, I was like, oh my god, they did not mess around here. They went all in.
Everything.
Yeah,
even when what's his name was saying with his fiance or whoever,
Leslie.
like every single part of it was just so really well done and disturbing. I hate the way that they let him get away with it, with everything, like how he, does get away from them.
Well, he does come back in the original.
No, and I get that that's fine, but it's one of those, it's almost like a trope in a way of like, how can we let the bad guy escape? And it's like, oh, you missed. Yeah, it was very unnecessary in the way
that's straight out of the original, though, man. You can't get that scene out of there. Like, that's exactly what it does, line for line. He says, like, how do you know? Because he knows he's won, or the villain knows he's won, and then he activates a trapdoor. That's literally straight out of the original.
And you can do that, and that's fine. It's just, I don't know. I thought it was a better way to do that.
It's cliche and kind of cheesy, but Final Fantasy VII is kind of cheesy. It definitely straddles that line the whole way through. There's a lot of cheese in there. I mean, come on, chapter 4 at the end with the Top Gun music and Jesse, like what does she say? Something like, not we're the king of the world or anything like that, but it's something similar to that. Like, we're on top of the world. Like, it's so cheesy, but I loved it. I was like, this is just the exact type of cheese I wanted from this game. I feel like they straddled that line pretty well for me personally. But yeah, chapter 9 was absolutely fantastic. One of the highlights without a doubt. Chapter 12, another highlight. I was on the edge of my seat in chapter 12 because it was one of the first chapters where I was wondering, do they make a big change here? Do none of the characters die? Do different characters die? Does the plate not collapse at all? Somehow in that moment, they found a way to make me think as an OG fan that I didn't know what was going to happen. Now, of course, by that point, we had been introduced to the Arbiters of Fate. Something that we didn't know is that at that point, we just called them specters. But I was able to figure out pretty early on what was going on there. I was able to figure out these people, these things are clearly manipulating the course of time, the course of fate, of destiny, to make sure everything aligns with what originally happened in OG Final Fantasy VII. Am I the only one? Did you guys pick up on that pretty early?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Especially because...
No, Vince, you didn't?
No, it's weird. Like I said, I didn't have, it was weird. I didn't really have that framework there, so I was just kind of like, I honestly was thinking they were just more things of Sephiroth, and I was just like, I'm really interested on how they're going to do this. That's where my mindset was, and I was like, oh, I didn't know we were going this way. Oh,
it was one of the major deviations from the original right off the bat, but at the same time, it was the thing that was making sure that the story stayed the course of OG. So it was kind of funny because every time they showed up, it's like, this wasn't in the original, but the entire reason for them showing up is to keep the original intact. But as we get closer and closer to the end and we find out what they are, then I think it especially starts to become apparent that's like, wait a sec, like, is something going to change? Like, are we going to be able to defy fate? And I think since I did find out early on myself, or I speculated early on what they were, by chapter 12, I was like, could we fight against this? Could we actually change things? Because clearly Aerith knows that this is what fate is supposed to be. You can tell by her reactions during all that lead up that she knows the plate is going to fall. And she's not really fighting that hard to stop it because she thinks it's unstoppable. But I was like, they're doing this because they're going to allow us to change it, But then when Reno and Rude are like up there and you're fighting them, I was like, holy shit, I'm on the edge of my seat right now. And Rude was the one who activated in this version as opposed to Reno in OG. All like those little changes for me, all those little things, I was like, holy shit, this is... I just like, I can't believe how into it I was because I know it, like I played this shit, like I know what's going to happen. And even though it pretty much happened the same way, they still found some path that surprised me.
Have you, speaking of Rude, I didn't know this. And I remember, I only vaguely remember, but I think it was because it was never a big thing. I didn't realize Rude's attraction to Tifa.
Crush on Tifa.
Yeah, it's something that develops more as the game goes on. There's one specific scene in Gaga where you eavesdrop on Reno and Rude, and they're talking about who of the party members they have a crush on, and it's a really funny sequence. Here's the thing: in OG, The Turks, especially Reno and Rude, are much more lighthearted. I felt in this one, I was surprised
They're heavy.
they were much heavier in this one. I think we'll eventually get the more lighthearted side of them, but they did not really present that too much in this one.
A little bit more dark. I think Rude was the only one that was like kind of. I mean, both of them. Here's the thing: they do both have redeeming points.
They're not bad people. They have a bad job
doing and everything like that. But then he kind of goes backwards and starts, being the one to fire and everything like that. Whereas Rude is like, I don't want to do this. Every single moment, I felt like Rude didn't want to do what he was doing.
I actually don't know if I agree with that entirely. I think Rude, even if he didn't want to do it, he would do it no matter what. Same as Reno. That is the job. They are doing the job. Whatever it is, they will do it. He even says, Reno at one point, if I remember right, during the Sector 12 or 7 collapse, when Cloud's about, he's like, don't get in the way of my job. He says something along those lines, shouts at him.
Right.
It's so clear, like, to them. But also, Rude, anytime he does actually intervene, it's because of Tifa. Because there's actually a moment where Reno is about to shoot Tifa with the Gatling gun on the helicopter, and Rude actually moves the helicopter out of the way. My hand slipped, exactly. So that was actually Rude favoring Tifa in that moment. But the fact that Rude is the one that presses the button, it shows that like these two are gonna do the job no matter what.
No, and don't get me wrong, it's more so like when the first time you meet Rude, he's basically saying to Aerith he doesn't want to do this. He just has to. Yeah, or something along those lines. And then again later on with that, I actually didn't know in that fight scene where you're fighting Reno and Rude that Rude will barely attack Tifa. He will only attack Tifa if he
just like the original.
And he barely will attack her.
Aerith also goes out of her way to say that Rude's not a bad person.
Right.
I think 2 times actually in the game she says that. So yeah, they're not bad people, and I'm curious to see how they develop those characters as the game goes on. And all the Turks, we haven't met Elena yet. We don't really know Seng that well, and we barely got to know Rufus. And he's going to be very interesting. We're going to get to that in the theory crafting because there is some big theories going on with that character that I'm excited about.
Sorry, that whole sequence when he came out of the chopper and I saw his outfit, I was like, oh my god, they did him justice.
Not only that, but them doing like the coins and the gun, like all that, like they made that battle so much more exciting than I expected it to be.
I'm not gonna lie though. The moment he came out the chopper, I was like, I don't care. This game could end right here. I'm done.
Look at these belts. Look at these belts.
Love it.
Beautiful belts everywhere.
Drew, tell me that wasn't something Piyush would have worn in high school.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, that was Nomura through and through right there, man. Moni stepped out. I was like, oh, this is some Nomura shit right here with that design. Even if it was Roberto Ferrari, he had to have something to say on that. Let me see if there's any other chapters I want to touch on before we get to the very end. Let's just get to 16, 17, 18, the final act.
The ramps.
The build up to that ending. I mean, 15 was definitely like the climb to the final act, but once you get into 16 and you are in Shinra headquarters, I could not believe my eyes, man. Like that is unbelievable. The visuals there, the development of Shinra itself, the museum, the walkthrough, the VR exhibit when you see the Cetra and it sets up who they were and what they looked like for the first time I've ever seen the Cetra and like what they actually looked like, or at least the way it was portrayed.
Wait,
and
real
seeing
quick.
the meteor come down.
Stairs, right?
What was that?
Everybody climbed the stairs.
I climbed the stairs. Yeah,
right,
I climbed the stairs.
Just to make sure.
Yeah, you got it, man. You got to climb the stairs, which was they did justice to the stairs. They did everything. They somehow found a way to take pretty much everything from the original game and put it into the remake, even if it was in a different way. Whether it be, for instance, the model of Midgar, the 1/10,000 scale. In the original, you have to put like puzzle pieces back in. And I'm glad they didn't put that in this game. But the fact that it was still there and you had a moment where you looked at it and there was this narrator talking over it like it was a museum, it felt real. It felt like they took the original and was like, how do we make this feel like somebody going through a tour? And I thought it was a really cool idea. Like the moment you step into Shinra headquarters and you go up to the front counter and you get your tour badge, it was like you're going on a tour of Shinra headquarters. And there's a lot of cool Easter eggs in there. There are a lot. Whether it be Final Fantasy X-2's Shinra character actually being in the museum photos, or whether it be the purple flower on President Shinra's jacket, which we'll talk about later. You know, like all these little things. Even Neo Midgar. I thought it was so cool that Neo Midgar looks like Balam Garden in a way.
I was okay, thank you. I was like, that really looks Okay.
Yeah,
Cool,
it definitely
we're doing
does. It looks a lot like Bottom Garden. There is just a lot of love and care put into that chapter. I was really blown away by it.
Speaking of are they doing that real quick? Before I forget, outside of the circlet, were there any other connections to the other Final Fantasy games?
Other Final Fantasy games, like 8, you mean like with Adia's Sorceress Crown? I'm sure you've seen the 7 stuff like Emerald, Ruby, Diamond, Tiaras. That's obviously there. There are a few things. I remember in the Easter eggs topic on Resetera, there were a few other things, I believe, but I'm drawing a blank. I don't think there's too many. It's mostly 7 related.
Are they mostly just Easter eggs, or are there any more connections?
10 is the big one. Final Fantasy 10.
Because that's the one that's everyone's all sort of pissy about.
That's the one that's actually confirmed to be connected. I don't know if you know about this, Mike, but there is a character in Final Fantasy X-2 named Shinra, and he actually leaves Spira's world and travels through space and goes to 7's world.
Right. Yeah,
and that is the person you see in the photo in Shinra headquarters with the mask on. That is the character Shinra from Final Fantasy X-2.
Huh. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's there is a legitimate confirmed connection between those two games,
right?
Which is kind of crazy.
The thing too is, if I remember right, the only other big thing that's a huge thing is 7 and 10 are together, and I also do think 14 is somehow.
I wouldn't be surprised about that.
Yeah, 14's actually interconnected in the entire thing somehow. I forget how it is. It's whatever.
Keep rewinding the video because we are going so much slower than I thought we would. Oh my goodness. We're going to spend 5 hours on a spoiler cast, you guys.
Do I care? I don't care. I'm excited.
This is insane. This is going to be the longest spoiler cast ever. Maximilian, dude, hold our beer.
Yeah,
seriously.
Exactly.
3 hours, that's nothing. We're on 2 hours already. We haven't even gotten to theory crafting yet.
Yeah.
So we already talked about chapter 17, so let's go to the finale. Chapter 18. So Strife Girl brought up in chat that she was surprised that they introduced Sephiroth so early on in the new remake series, and it's not even just that he's at the end. He's literally introduced in chapter 2. You see him when you're going through the devastation of Sector 7. And I was okay with it because, in all honesty, I thought he was going to be in this a lot more than he was. I didn't think he was in it that much.
I actually appreciated how much he was in it. I actually liked how much he was in it.
Yeah, I'm glad they set it up. You can't go 40 hours of 7 without at least setting up Sephiroth.
Especially in this day and age, knowing how, with how prominent Sephiroth is, you could not have him in there. And I think the amount that he was in there and the way that they introduced him, both throughout the game consistently and the end of the game, especially, I thought was really well done and really smart. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. I think what's even crazier is that he's technically introduced in the very first 10 seconds of the game.
Yeah, he is.
That's amazing to me.
Oh, you mean as far as the Aerith looking? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's what's amazing to me is the musical cue there automatically just sits there and just goes boom. The thing that I love about Sephiroth in this is that he is instantly put as a threat in this game, and I actually kind of really enjoy it.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
That's what I love about it. That, especially in chapter 2, that moment is the game pretty much goes, this is an enemy. And I love I love the flames there. I love how he looks there. I love the dialogue. Oh my God. So good.
I really grew on to Tyler Hoechlin as Sephiroth by the end of the game. I think when I was like, holy shit, this guy is maybe my new favorite Sephiroth, was at the Edge of Creation scene at the end.
Oh my, yeah.
Because there's a reason for that. I think because it's a different Sephiroth, as we'll discuss. But I was like, holy shit, this guy, he's got it. He's got it. This is Sephiroth.
He's nailing it.
Yeah, I was really happy.
Really, though, skip over chapter 17 and what they did with Barrett?
Well, okay, that's fine. Let's talk about this as a whole. I just meant the underground portion. I want to talk about that because we already talked about that with the Hojo lab. We'll talk about the stuff right before chapter 18 and the escape from Midgar and all that. Of course, we can't skip over that. But let's go back to Sephiroth's setup throughout the game. So he just keeps having these little glimpses, really. You got these mind manipulation stuff. Cloud, of course, dealing with a lot of trauma is how Sephiroth keeps being introduced. But that was really it. I was expecting him to be all over the place, in person and stuff. But it's really not until chapter 17 that he actually shows up, which I was okay with. Right. By that point, I was like, yeah, we're at the end of 40 hours of Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, you can introduce the true Sephiroth at this point, right? That was my opinion. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was actually kind of fine with it, like I said, because I think they do enough in the early part to kind of give you. It's weird because, like, for the OG fans, you already know what's going on, right? In a way.
Right.
Whereas for the newcomers, I think what's really great about that is, like, it kind of sets him up as, like for someone like, Dean, who's not here to actually really, give out his thoughts about it. That dude is like, all right, he's a bad guy. I know he's a bad guy. How is he working this whole situation? I think it's what's kind of cool. Like, he's kind of like the menace behind everything. Almost like I kind of want to say Thanos from, like, Avengers to make that the best equation there. Like, you had.
I feel like, ironically, I feel like he's. I get what you're going for there.
If you find a better analogy there, that'd be perfect.
I just feel like, as we're going to get to, I feel like there's an even bigger threat than Sephiroth in VII Remake series.
In theory. But I'm saying, like, what's great about this is that it kind of really shows where, like, he's kind of like the big crux of the issue.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I meant. It's like
he's orchestrating a ton, and the far-reaching plans of Sephiroth, as we're going to discuss later, definitely give him a Thanos vibe. I agree with that. Like, he's been working towards this for a very, very long time, in a lot of different ways. His plan, it's really cool. It's completely different take on Sephiroth, actually, than the OG. Because in the OG game, and I'm not going to go too in detail, but you don't actually deal with the true Sephiroth in the original game too much. I'll just say you deal with Genova more so in the original game. Whereas this one, I feel like Sephiroth is a definitely like a part of this. Like, he's got his own plan. He's got his own thing he's trying to execute. And Genova's also a part of it as well. But I feel like they're going to do Sephiroth justice and have him have an arc, an actual true arc throughout this series. And I'm excited to see that. Going back to what Mike was talking about, the end of Chapter 17 was really surprising in various ways. You go up to the top of Shinra headquarters in the original game. I don't mind saying this because we're still Midgar. You find a dead President Shinra. Very simple. Sephiroth's sword in his back. You don't see Sephiroth. You just see the sword. President Shinra is dead. Okay, escape from Midgar. This one, we got President Shinra hanging from the building. How'd he get out there? Sephiroth shows up, not only kills Shinra, but stabs Barrett. And it's like, I swear to God, I had like the biggest O face there.
Yeah. Same.
I was like, what the fuck just happened? I honestly was so surprised at that.
See your face when that happens. That probably was priceless.
That really took me. So many things ran through my mind all at once there. I was like, can they do this?
And I was bothered and at the same time really appreciative of that.
Yeah,
and then they're like, nope, got you.
By this point too, like, we know what the whispers are. Aerith has told us. We're in that amazing sequence in Chapter 16 where we see her home away from home. Beautiful music, all the artwork on the wall with all the Easter eggs, and she explains what the whispers are, that they are literally the voices of the planet. They are the arbiters of fate, because they are literally doing fate's bidding. They were making sure. And what's great about the whispers is they are us. They are the people that have returned to the planet and now are doing the planet's bidding. So, Jesse, Biggs, anybody that's died, they might be one of these whispers, which is why some people speculate that the one that rescues Barrett and the way that it lingers there and Barrett says thank you was that Biggs.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. I think that was Biggs. Yeah, without a doubt.
Poor Mike. He has no idea what's coming.
Yeah. I think that was Biggs that made sure to bring Barrett back there, because Barrett doesn't die. That is not his fate, as Red 13 clearly says. And I thought that was actually a really cool sequence too, that Aerith touching Red 13 and giving him some foresight in a way, enough, right, to calm him.
Red 13, secretly the best character in this game.
He's unbelievable. He's a cameo in this game, but oh my God,
I love his voice. The voice actor just knocked that so out of the park. I can't believe it. Like,
I remember when people were skeptical of his voice. He's like, oh no, he sounds too old. Red 13 is supposed to be young. And I kept saying that on the message boards, I was like, guys, you do remember OG7, right? He puts on a front. He wants people to think he's more wise and old than he actually is. And at heart, he's a little baby. And that actually slowly comes out.
Like 30?
He's actually younger than 30, if I remember right. The voice actor is very young. So it's this young person that's kind of putting on a little bit of a front. And as the game goes on, you see that he's just a pup. And I can't wait, man. Cosmo Canyon and all the story that develops for that character. Just wait, you guys. Red 13's the best. And he's going to do a fantastic job with that character. I'm drawing a blank on the voice actor. It is not Matt Mercer. A lot of people thought it would be Matt Mercer, but it was not Matt Mercer. But yeah, I personally, I was actually very appreciative of what they gave us of Red 13. I knew you wouldn't play as him because it just didn't make sense to me to take 3 hours of gameplay left in VII Remake and kind of, for lack of a better phrase, blow their load on his combat system. It's like, no, save that. You know, that's the kind of stuff that they probably talked about. Like, what do all these great ideas we have, we got to save some of these. And I'm sure they were like, we could make Red 13 playable for 3 hours. You know, we could give him like a sort of minor combat system. It's like, no, let's wait and let's give him the credit he deserves. You know, let's flesh him out into an amazing combat system. And the moment you get him, it's like, holy shit, yes, this is Red 13. The fact, though, that he was involved, that he is there as a side party member, doing attacks, running on walls, going to switches. And I love the animation of him jumping up on top of the switch like a dog, just putting his weight on it. And like, it's just those little touches, you know, made him the bestest boy. So I really loved Red 13's addition in this. But what do you think about his knowledge of the Whispers? Go ahead, Vince.
Well, no, I mean, it's weird because like this gets more into the theory crafting thing, so I'm not sure where we're at with that, because the very first vision I think you see him have in near the end, I was like, hold up, wait a minute, time out. You know, it was the
you talking about the Advent Children flash forward?
Yeah. That tipped me off. Like, if I wasn't tipped off then, which I think I was, that's when I was completely tipped off on.
Yeah.
There was something much more going on, because I was like, wait a minute, I know that scene.
And the fact that Red 13 literally says this is a glimpse of a future where we don't win, kind of. Yeah. He was like, he was going full on Doctor Strange there. It's like,
I was like, nope, hold up, time out, wait a minute, hold up.
Yeah, the moment he says that, that's the moment you should be thinking, wait a second.
Yeah.
A vision of a future where we don't win.
Right.
That was the moment where they were hinting at what this series could become.
Right.
And which we will get to. But let's talk about Sephiroth here. Even though I thought that they would do it, but as we got closer and closer to the end, you guys can check out my stream. I didn't want to leave the motorcycle. Because I was like, we're getting to this. We're getting to some heavy shit right now. We're getting some big changes. And I don't know if I can handle this. Even with like me knowing it was going to come, I was still just kind of blown away by how epic in scale it all was. And just that they actually threw it at us. I just was so blown away that this early on, if you want to say that, it's 40 hours into this whole thing. But this early on in the full story, we had all this thrown at us. Yeah. And I think some people are bothered by it, but I think a lot of people are bothered by it. And I think especially at the beginning, but I find that like at least 3 out of 4 people are sitting on it, digesting it. And suddenly they're like, wait a second. Okay. I think I'm starting to understand like what they're going for here. I think I understand what they're trying to execute, and I'm in to see how this goes, you know?
Yeah. I will say, I think the funniest thing for me was during that last final boss fight with him, the theme starts playing, right? And I was like, oh, okay, this is the
One Winged Angel, you mean?
Yeah, One Winged Angel started playing. I was like, okay, yeah, I mean, the theme sounds a little
different,
anemic. And then it came in, and I was like,
yeah.
Hold up.
Well, that's kind of like Genova too. Holy shit at that Genova theme. 3 phases, and it starts off as a very like it's not slow, but it's like a build up, like an orchestral build up. And then when you get to phase 3, and it goes fucking all in on phase 3, and it's the classic Genova theme. I about shit my pants. I was like, oh my god. Like that. Here's the thing. Like that's what I'm talking about here. Like if you're an OG fan, like, you can't come out of some of these moments and not be in awe.
Smiling.
Yeah, you just can't. It was so much fan service and so much reverence for the original that it's so hard as an OG fan to go into this without a bias. It's just, it's impossible. It's literally impossible for me not to be biased because they knew exactly what they were doing. They knew it.
Yeah.
And they did it. They achieved it for those OG fans. I think at least in those moments, you can have your problems with the changes and this and that, but those moments like Genova and the music, and they knocked it out of the park with all those moments.
Oh my God.
One Winged Angel playing through the end, that actually gave a glimpse too, going back to combat for a second. Something that I really hope they do in this series is joint attacks. Kind of like Chrono Trigger. I don't know if you've ever played that, where you have joint attacks. There was a glimpse of that. Do you remember that moment where Tifa and Cloud do like a partner up, where Cloud like swings them up into the air, and then Tifa goes up and knocks them down, and then Cloud comes back down on top of them? I was like, oh my God. When I was younger and I would think about the remake and I would have dreams about the remake, it's so funny how close this game is coming to my visions as like a 15-year-old, when I would imagine going out into the open world for the first time. And I always imagine the original theme kind of building up, especially the orchestral theme by Nobuo Uematsu as part of Distant Worlds. And when it builds up to that big crescendo, and I imagine like the sun rising and like chocobos coming from Chocobo Farm and passing by and seeing calm in the distance. And then I imagine get into a battle, and I would always imagine that. I would always imagine there being joint partner attacks where you could do things like that. I pray that they have things like that in the sequel. That would be so cool. And I also just imagine like going into Calm and going into a shop, and Barrett and Tifa are with you, and they go off and they like look at shelves, and they're like looking at things that they might be able to buy, and they're just like living in this world. You hold the door for them, or that's the kind of shit that I was so looking forward to. All those little things when you were like, you never experienced back in the old days when you were playing PS1, right. PS2 games, right? It's like, I would imagine like what the future of gaming would be. And it's so crazy. Like, this is it. Like, we're here and the games are finally doing it. Like they're building out these worlds to be so much more interactive and lived in. It's only going to get so much better. We have Unreal Engine 5 to look forward to potentially, which is one of our questions on Discord, which we'll talk about. All that is just so exciting. So you have your battle with Sephiroth, which is epic. How'd you guys fare with that, by the way? You guys have trouble with Sephiroth?
I died once.
Mike.
You did, Mike?
I did die once, yes.
Okay. What level were you, Mike?
Oh, good.
God, I don't remember. I want to say 25, 24.
Oh, wow. You were really low then. I don't know if you could be that low. That might be a little lower than you think. I would think you would at least be in the 30s. No, if you were in the 20s, yeah, I can imagine that being a very hard battle.
I was no more than 28. I was definitely under 30. Really? I haven't reached 30 yet.
Holy shit, dude. You really must have not done too much side stuff, grinding.
I did. Well, I didn't grind, but I did side stuff. I did all like
Did you Coliseum?
I did a Coliseum.
Really?
Yeah.
That seems low to me. I was level like 43, 44, I want to say. I don't know. I was in the 40s.
I was high. I was 48.
Oh, wow. It must have been a cakewalk for you.
It wasn't a cakewalk in the sense, but this is where I was saying the first section, at least with Cloud and Sephiroth, the 1v1, I nailed that out of the park. I mean, that was out of Advent Children for me. I counter stance, punisher mode, perfect.
It felt good, didn't it?
Perfect. God, I was so happy with it. But no, I didn't really have too much of an issue. Again, part of it was I figured out my stream crashed right in the middle there, so I was sitting there trying to do like 5 things at once, trying to get it back up. So yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, it wasn't an easy battle necessarily, but I was just in the zone. I felt so in the zone, and I was literally switching characters like every 2 to 3 seconds. I was just like banging around. I was in this emotion, man, and it felt so good. And that's when you're in those moments in this game and you're switching character to character and queuing up attacks, and
it feels good.
It's like nothing any other JRPG has accomplished for me. I was just like, this is everything I wanted this game to be from a combat standpoint. And I think it's really cool. Going back to Nomura, something that's going around today is that Nomura is not to blame for some of the changes, and that Katase actually wanted to make much bigger changes to Midgar than actually happened. Nomura was the one that reined him in. And this is not the first time we've heard about this. Nomura reined him in as well on action. Katase wanted to go full action combat, Kingdom Hearts style. Nomura was one who said, nope, we got to have the ATB in there. We have to stay faithful to the original. So I think it's actually really interesting that this vision people have of Nomura as being this like grandiose, going like too far with everything type person. And I'm not saying he's not that, occasionally. I think Kingdom Hearts got away from him partially because it was hard for him to control with how big it was and Disney being involved and all that. But I think that he was a main contributor to the story of 7. I think a lot of people forget that. That he literally was the one that reined in Sakaguchi at the time on a major, it might have been Katase, on a major thing that would have happened at the end of the game involving deaths, multiple deaths. And Nomura was like, no, we can't do this. And thank God that they didn't.
Yeah.
So Nomura is responsible for a lot of things going right with the original, and it sounds like he's responsible for a lot of things going right with the remake. He also wasn't originally intending for Sephiroth to be in the final boss battle. It was Hamaguchi, the president of I want to say Shinra, the president of Square Enix, that went to Nomura about halfway through or something like that, and he said, you have to have Sephiroth at the end of this game. And considering that, I have to say, he did an amazing job finding a way to integrate Sephiroth at the end of this game and have the far-reaching implications of it all be something super compelling. And I think now is the time to start building up towards theory crafting here. Not entirely yet, because we're going to stay with 7 Remake. Go ahead.
Sorry, update. I was level 35.
Okay, I was going to say.
It would have
been really hard to beat Sephiroth in 28, yeah.
I felt like just like one of the last times I played, somebody hit level 28, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. So I don't remember hitting 35, so.
Okay. So we're not out of 7 Remake yet, so I'll say we're not like in theory crafting, but let's talk about the Harbinger of Fate. So as Shinra headquarters is hitting its climax, escape and all that, the Arbiters of Fate, the Whispers, they are full on converging now on Midgar. They are surrounding it. And it's because things are really getting to a point now where the OG timeline, if you want to call it that, is in danger. They are trying to keep Destiny intact. They are trying to make sure that us OG fans are okay. They're trying to make sure we don't get too upset. And that's, I think a lot of people keep saying that they think that is an intentional thing where that's what they are. They are the OG fans crying out, please don't change it. Please don't change our beloved Final Fantasy VII.
So
go ahead, Vince. What are you going to say?
No, because I was going to say it's probably more theory crafting. So never mind.
We'll wait.
Keep going.
So, but Sephiroth is here now, and you're starting to get the idea of what his purpose is. That he is the one that is fighting against fate more than anybody else in the entire game. But we don't know it. And we don't know that we're actually playing into his hand at the end here. He has upset the timeline in such a way that the Whispers are in full force. They have to become the Harbinger of Fate. He has found a way to summon it, and he has manipulated Cloud and Party to think. Aerith, I think, not as much. I think Aerith is a little more in the know, as we'll talk about, that they need to stop this thing and defy fate as well. And for good reason, potentially, as we'll talk about. But both Sephiroth and our heroes are defying fate for different reasons, and it could come back to bite one or both in the ass in a major way. Now, there's a lot of really cool symbology and color stuff going on in the Harbinger battle. But let's talk about like the battle itself. Crocio, the 3 arbiters that are the remnants, if you want to call them that are coming towards you. Like, what were we thinking during these moments? Like, Mike, you especially, because you are somebody that hasn't read up on this. Like, what were you thinking was going on here? You must have been like, what the fuck? Is this Kingdom Hearts? Like, did Nomura's lose his mind? Like, what were you thinking?
I got the Kingdom Hearts vibes, right? And that's where I was going with, because I picked up on, and I'm hoping I'm not like kind of spoiling something for later on.
It's not a spoiler if you don't know. You're just speculating.
I'm really getting the impression that we were essentially fighting versions of ourselves, both with the way that you attack, and if you do assess them at some points, it says something along the lines of like versions from a future or something like that.
You're right. It does. You're not correct, and it's actually been confirmed who they are. But I think it's cool that you assess them and you're reading into it in that way, because you're right. One has a gun, one has a sword,
one has a sword, and one uses fists for the most part.
Yep, exactly. You're right.
Barrett, Tifa, Cloud, and it's cool like that. You know, it's actually really interesting to see that. So I was like, all right, and I had a feeling leading up to it. Like I had already started to put together some stuff about it before I went into that battle. So that was kind of just like, it was almost like this makes sense, especially with what Aerith says before you walk in there. Which really
let's talk about that. That's a big moment That is a huge moment, actually.
It's a
because,
massive moment.
Yeah, especially once we get to the theory crafting. But we'll talk about it in its VII Remake essence right now.
Right.
First of all, let me just say the music there. Holy shit. Amazing
So
music. Listen to the music if you haven't yet of that theme. Because when the portal opens, the purple portal, and you have that moment where Aerith is talking to you guys about what Sephiroth desires and says to you, like, this is the implications of this are more far reaching than you even understand. Like, this is not just going to change fate and time.
Right.
It's going to change us. And I thought they did such a great job there of almost make me wonder if I had choice in that moment. It was almost like a Last of Us moment for me where I was like, I don't know if I want to walk through this portal. I don't know if I want to do this. I thought it was a really, really powerful moment for me personally. So I feel like Aerith in that moment too, something happened with her character. And I don't know if it was intentional or not. And I don't know if it was something that they told Brianna White as the voice actress. But did you notice that she becomes much more all-knowing in that sequence?
I think it was something where... Here's my thought. Sorry, and I don't mean to over talk on
No, go ahead, please.
Vince, because I feel like you guys do have the advantage of knowing more right now. So my thought process on it is that Aerith has kind of had this feeling and this knowledge almost the whole time. But it was almost more of just, again, it was almost more of whispers, as she says, where it was just this like kind of, hints. It's not that the flowers are speaking to her directly, but it's kind of like leading her in a certain way. So I think she knew what was coming. And I think it was one of those things of like, you'll know when you see it. And bam, she sees it, and it's just like, oh shit, okay.
You're not far off, Mike. You're really not far off because the flowers she's communing with the flowers, she's communing with the planet, and she's getting glimpses of things. But as we get closer to the end, I don't know if you picked up on this, but Aerith has decided when she changes that portal, what her decision is I'm going to fight fate as well. She's actually what's crazy about the end of this game, and I'm trying to be delicate here, is you have become an enemy of the planet as well.
Yes.
You are yes.
Yeah, so
you have decided that the planet is wrong and you are fighting the planet.
This is where I was thinking, because I do know I have the unfortunate knowledge of how 7 ends, and I feel like people that don't have that knowledge are going to get more blown away by this. But knowing how 7 ends, and then going into that, knowing what happens in this fight where you are fighting versions of yourself, you're basically fighting yourself, trying to stop yourself from doing something that's going to change the course of everything.
In a way, I get what you're saying there. You're fighting against fate, which is yourself in a way, another version of yourself, I guess you could say. Vince, I feel like you've had something on your tongue for a while here.
Well, I kind of hinted at the very start of the conversation we had, but what's really great about Aerith's dialogue there is more of the meta of what I feel is there. There's a story implication, sure, but it's her talking to the player in that moment that I think adds a lot of weight to what's going on there. Like, we've had this almost faithful rendition of a very classic game, and this is the point to where she goes, and everything it's almost Luke. This is not going to go the way you think it's going to go anymore.
Yeah.
But this is your decision if you want to go that way. Like you said, a powerful decision there. That's the point to where, like, if you're an OG fan, you don't want to have anything change, you quit, you leave. You don't come back.
Yeah, that was me. And not because I didn't want anything to change, but I was afraid of the changes being made something that I couldn't get behind. Right. I have no problem with changing things as long as there's a good reason for it and as long as they can find a way to make it compelling. And as we'll talk about, I think that they did find a way to do that in this game, and because it's not a remake, as we've kind of alluded to and hinted at earlier on. It's not a remake. It is a remake, but not in the way that we thought it would be a remake.
It's not the remake that we thought it would be.
No, not at all the remake we thought it would be. And I did not mean all-knowing, literally, Hukume, but it did seem like she changed. Not to the extent of like Elizabeth from BioShock, where she literally was all-knowing, but it was like, she is really starting to show us here that she has a better idea of what is the future than originally understood. She was fighting against fate in a lot of ways the whole game through. She actually talks about it in the away from home area, where she talks about pieces being taken away from her. That is literally the arbiter of fate trying to take away her memory, trying to take away her glimpses of the future. They're trying to manipulate her to not understand again, because she keeps getting these glimpses, keeps communing with the planet as a Cetra, because this connection she has as an ancient. She keeps getting these glimpses, and Fate's like seeing the direction she's going in is trying to honestly to tear her apart, to not let her get to that point that she does get to, where she decides that I'm going to fight as well. It's like so powerful. And Aerith in this game is,
her last line killed me. Her
it's
last
like
line murdered me.
People understand now. I feel like people are understanding how amazing she is now. And I for the longest time, it was always Tifa. And Tifa will have her moment. Tifa will have her spotlight, without a doubt. It's coming. But this game was, from a female party member perspective, was Aerith's moment. Like, it was like, holy shit, this character is so fantastic. They built her up, the characterization. Brianna White's voice acting for it really just nailed this character. I also feel like Midgar is very much a Barrett story, more so than a Cloud story. And I think you see that at the end. There's a lot of scenes where it's Barrett in the front and Cloud's just kind of sitting in the back. He's not even like the focus, because Midgar is a Barrett part of the game. It's about Avalanche. It's about his fight for the planet. It's about his arc, of what does that mean? Does it mean clearing Avalanche's name, or does it mean shutting down the reactors? Does it mean destroying Shinra? I think a very poignant moment when Shinra brings that up, says to him, the first thing you thought was to clear your name, not to shut down the reactors. I thought that was actually a really powerful moment to show, like, where is Barrett's head at exactly? What is his true goal? And I think he figures it out by the end. He does figure out what is important, what he needs to get done, leaving behind Marlene, reaching out to her at the end and realizing that he needs to leave her behind potentially for good, in order to save what's important. I thought it was another powerful moment. Sorry, I'm going on a spiel here, guys.
No, like I said, Aerith's last line murdered me. Straight up in the heart. I was dead.
The Steel Sky.
Oh my God. I was like, oh.
I miss it.
Oh, God.
Yeah, so what that means, the Steel Sky, I miss it, is that she misses the isolation, the powerful weights of that sky above her, of Midgar, because it actually hid something that was troubling to her, the true sky.
Symbology.
It hid where her ancestors went. It hid, the universe beyond. That is very overwhelming to her. As she said in the end, she calls it terrifying, horrifying freedom, something like that. It's freedom, but it's terrifying to her, because it's freedom that we don't know yet. And it's actually what Sephiroth brings up as well in one of my favorite scenes in the entire game, when he says to Cloud in the Edge of Creation, 7 seconds till the end, but what will you do with it? He's saying that in that moment because even he no longer knows what's going to happen. And Destiny has been destroyed. Destiny has been destroyed. Yeah.
He's so cocky about it too. He's like,
he's
just more interested. He's more interested in seeing what is Cloud going to do now. There's no predefined track for them to constantly do this cycle with anymore. It's like,
and that's why he had to take that opportunity to actually ask Cloud to join his side, because he no longer knew what could happen. He's like, Cloud, hey, maybe he'll join me. I might as well ask, because Destiny is no longer a thing. Like, let's see how this can play out. That's what's really interesting about that Sephiroth at the end. Did you notice, Mike, that the way that Sephiroth was talking was very different to the godlike Sephiroth we experienced throughout the rest of the game?
Almost like a down-to-earth, like speaking to an equal instead of speaking to someone pious and above you. Yeah. I absolutely
because it is a brand new Sephiroth. It is a Sephiroth unchained from fate. It's a Sephiroth that is not.
Are we in theory crafting yet?
Kind of.
Okay.
We're getting there. We're getting there. We're still kind of in 7 here, 7 Remake at the very end, because we have to talk about what's on screen right now.
Yeah,
Zack shows up at the end of this game.
Oh
the
my God.
Ultimate demonstration that fate has been destroyed, because Zack has survived. He has fought off the hundreds of soldiers that we experienced in Crisis Core, the soldiers that eventually overcame him and destroyed him. He has somehow fought them off and is alive. But where is he alive? Is it an alternate timeline? Is it our timeline? Is it the Prime timeline? What does this mean? Why is Biggs alive? When we see Zack alive at the end there, and Midgar shows up, and all the Arbiters explode into these specks of light, and we see a single speck go back into Biggs' chest, and he awakens. Is that because all of the Arbiters were the souls, as I said, and one was Biggs that brought Barrett back, and for some reason, when the Arbiters were dissolved, their souls didn't return to the planet, into the life stream. They actually returned to the people themselves. But is it also some red herring stuff there? Are they playing with us? Is this scene separate? We will never know. Well, we will know. I should say we won't know for 3+ years. But we'll have to question it. But like that's what I wonder. Like, what are we witnessing at the end there? So, Mike, now let me ask you first. Mike, did you realize that alternate timelines were created at the end?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yes.
I kind of knew that for a while, actually. I'm trying to remember why. Somebody said something of like something along the lines of like, this is where you do this, or this is how I know you, or you would do it this way, or something like that at one point in the game. And so they kind of almost play their hand pretty early on. And in combination with that, with knowing that the Whispers are trying to keep things the same and not let things change, I had a feeling that they were going to start playing with that a little bit more. So when that happens early in the game, it kind of lets me, know that that's what's going to go on. And then, like I said, with Aerith saying, how everything's speaking to her and she gets the visions of it. And then again, like at the end where she said
all those visions at the end. We saw a lot of visions at the end. When we were fighting the Harbinger, that was all Advent Children cutscenes that kept kind of infiltrating one of them in particular. Like, I was kind of surprised they put in there. They angled it in a certain way and they raised the bloom up and stuff to hide certain aspects of that scene. But I was like, wow, I was kind of surprised they threw that in there, which makes me question the entire future of the series and what they're willing to play with. But yeah, I'm glad you were able to see that it's alternate timelines. So Vince, let me ask you, what are we going to be experiencing, or what do you think we did experience it, so we can stay in VII Remake at the end there? Do we think that we were experiencing a new timeline that we were in, or do you think that something branched off?
I think it's more of a branch off, if that makes sense. Like, it's weird because like timelines are always hard to kind of figure out exactly what rules they're applying to how they're doing it. I think it's more of a branch off now. We've disrupted the timeline so much. Fate has been defied and destroyed completely at this point. So where everyone's destiny, the capital D word, is now, it's no longer predetermined. Everything's kind of thrown up in the air now. And it's like taking a game of chess, and instead of taking out one piece, like, playing this game over and over again, doing the exact same thing, it's all of a sudden you did two separate moves, and now the entire flow of the board's different. Mm-hmm. Certain things could happen still, and they could always play out because that could always be something that could be determined there. But I think a lot of things have changed. I don't know if that answers your question really well there.
Well, of course, we'll go into it more as we get into theory crafting in a moment. But yeah, I think it could go one of a few different directions for sure.
I think the only weird thing that's going to be interesting to see exactly what happens here is with the way if it's a branch or a separate timeline, will we have to merge again at some point? That's the thing. Like, is there going to be a singularity aspect that happens there that kind of causes even more?
I think that depends on the success of the branching timeline, as we'll get into.
Right.
If it goes the way our heroes are hoping it will. If not, then things might need to change, and maybe they try to fix things by reverting back. Or we'll have to talk about that in a moment. I want to go back to the chat here for a second. Did anyone notice that Cloud tried to let go of Tifa's hand when she saved him at the top of Shinra Tower? I did not look at it that way at all. I looked at it of him grabbing her hand strongly.
Yeah.
I know that he kind of like loosened his grip for a moment, but he only loosened it to like grab her strongly. It felt like a moment for them, actually, to me, of like, she will not let anything happen to Cloud.
Right.
Like, their connection is so strong. She was so great in this game too, Tifa. Let's talk about her for a second. I don't want to give all the spotlight to Aerith. She definitely has the arc in this game more so than Tifa does. Not a lot of character development for Tifa. That's being saved for the future. But even so, you see that Tifa is such a good person inside. Mm-hmm. I think a lot of people look at her character and of course they see how beautiful she is and how fit she is and all this and how she's a great fighter. But I think the most powerful thing about Tifa is that she puts everybody before herself. She is a very maternal character. The way she's a mother to Marlene especially shows that when you look at all the things that she accomplishes in her life. She is a mother to Marlene. She is an activist, if you want to call it that. She goes on these missions to fight for the planet. She does odd jobs around town. Everybody loves her. She's an amazing fighter. She runs a bar. Like, how many things does this woman do? Like, she does a lot. She's just a really strong person. And I think it really shows as well in her friendship with Aerith. There's a lot of media, a lot of games that would take a love triangle like this and they would pit the two women against each other. And I've always loved that about 7, more so in this one than even the original. I felt in the OG 7 there was a little more jealousy at play, but in this one there was only like one instance at all, and I think it was in the train graveyard where Aerith calls Cloud her bodyguard that Tifa like makes a little bit of a look, but otherwise they connect from pretty much the beginning. Yep. And there's this real girl power thing going on there. I mean, God, when they are in chapter 9 and that music's playing, like Smash 'em, Rip 'em, and it's Tifa's theme, like a very techno version of Tifa's theme, and they're bashing up the guys, and then Aerith using the chair, the folding chair. My God. It's just like iconic scene at this point, I would say. Like, oh my God. Their relationship is really strong, and I'm really excited to see emotionally how that's going to affect us as the game goes on, because I'm going to wait to talk about it, but they have moments together that if they really develop their relationship into a strong friendship, it's going to be touching, very touching. I'm excited to see that.
Shopping trip. I just want to see that shopping trip. That's all I want to see.
Corte del Sol, man. Costa del Sol, I should say, sorry. Costa del Sol. Holy shit. They have the perfect opportunity on a beach resort to go shopping and buy bikinis and go on the beach. I really wonder if they're going to do it. I hope they do.
Cloud has to carry all the bags and boxes.
Yep, exactly. They need to do it. They got to do it. They're setting shit up. They're without a doubt setting shit up with that way. Like Jessie with the gold saucer being the princess, as we'll talk about in the theory crafting. I think they're setting that up. But I think another cool thing they could do in Costa del Sol is make Tifa wear a one piece. And make Aerith wear the bikini. Please do it, because it would piss so many people off, and I would be so happy about it. But it's so true to Final Fantasy VII at the same time. I feel like with the I keep drawing a blank on the word something of expectations. What's the word?
I don't know.
Mike, help me out here. When you defy expectations,
circumvent.
Yeah, kind of like circumventing expectations. No. They do it a lot in Final Fantasy VII. I think especially with subvert expectations. Thank you. They do it a lot with those two characters, because I think a lot of people look at Aerith and Tifa and they think because of the way Tifa looks, she's going to be this badass, strong, and she is strong, but not in the way that I'm talking about. Like badass, strong, like character, and Aerith's going to be this, fairy, like flowery, and she is flowery, but you know what I mean, like kind of pixie girl, like that has like no edge to her. And it's kind of the opposite, where Tifa is the reserved one that keeps a lot of emotions inside and hides the way she's feeling, and Aerith is the one that puts herself out there in a lot of ways and is very flirtatious with Cloud and very very courageous, and I think they were able to subvert expectations in that way at the original because of the way they looked, and I think they should continue with that in a lot of ways. Are we kind of through talking about VII Remake? They're like, okay,
I'm ready.
Let's take a short break, bathroom break. When we come back, it is open spoilers for all of 7, OG, Crisis Core, Dirge of Cerberus, Surge of Durber,
Kalima, this whole thing.
Everything is at play when we come back. So if you don't want to know about the original game and how things might change and all this and that, now is your chance, 2 hours and 40 minutes into the stream, to duck out and watch when everything is all said and done. All right. So let's go to you know what? Actually, I'm going to pause the stream and let's do a couple wheel spins and then we'll go to commercial break. So we'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody,
Stream
to our
chat.
spoiler cast.
The non-fox.
Oh, somebody
15.
just read aloud. What the hell's going on here?
Kelly Jellyfish.
I have no idea what that read aloud thing just was. Activated by 9 Fox, maybe? I don't know. Do you guys hear that? Oh, it looks like Vince is gone. Welcome back, everybody, to our spoiler cast. Just give me one more second here. I'm plugging in a baby monitor. I want to make sure that's activated. There we go. All right. We'll wait for Vince to get back here. Mike, we still got you? Looks like we're waiting for Mike to come back as well. Let's go to the chat then. I don't know. It said like read aloud or something, Derek, in the chat. Let me switch over to chat on the screen here. Who activated that? How did you activate that? If so. Let's see. While we're waiting for Vince back here, there's Vince. Anything in the chat that we can talk about? I need my Kadaj fix. We'll talk about Kadaj in a moment here.
I'm back.
We're gonna break Mike's mind tonight.
Yeah, I hope so. I'm back.
Break it all.
Ugh.
It's been an epic discussion so far. Can I just say that Mike came off like the most negative Nancy during the review portion?
He did. He did.
He's gonna get torn to pieces in the comments. I'm just gonna tell you right now. Like, I know it. I know without a doubt. He's gonna get torn to pieces in the YouTube comments.
Why is Jersey Tom talking about my calves? What's going on here? Are you live? Are we still in break?
We are live. We are live.
Oh
Vince.
shit.
We're live. Oh yeah, we came back from commercial break a little while ago.
Sorry.
We're just waiting for Mike now before we get into theory crafting.
Well, I'm glad you guys enjoyed a view of my calves, I guess. Thank you,
Yes.
Jersey Tom.
Yes. Oh man.
Jeez.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited to talk about
I'm
this.
so excited about it.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that watched that entire 2 hours and 30
what's
minutes
funny?
of speculation.
You know what's funny? I got done with it 10 minutes before you called me on Skype.
That's perfect. That means you are
Yeah.
good to go. You are ready. It is fresh.
Yeah, for the most part.
It's a lot to take in.
It is a lot to take in, for sure. Very exciting stuff, though.
Yeah, without a doubt. But that's Mike, though. That is Mike. I honestly, I shouldn't have been surprised
Where do?
how negative you were during the review portion.
Because everybody always tries to fluff up shit like it's this perfect thing, and nobody ever wants to point out the negatives of something. Every single fucking time.
If you only point out the negatives, people are going to think that you hate the game. And you only pushed out negatives.
Man.
But at least you clarified. 8.5, not a 6, like I would have thought.
Oh my god, could you imagine that hot take? You have one of the most viewed YouTube videos if Mike would have came in there saying, it's a 3 out of 10 game.
3 out of
Trash.
10.
Garbage.
Trash.
In there. Already got that one. Couldn't care less.
What was that for, Mike?
I can't remember.
I can't remember.
Yeah, Mike got a lot of nasty comments against him on YouTube back in the day for being the negative Nancy of the group.
I'm curious about what game that would have been then.
Every game. Them all. All right, so I'm going to say it again in the chat here because I see people asking questions. It's going to be tough. We're going to be in this, as you can see, talking about theory crafting and all. So if you want to make sure we don't miss your question, get on our Discord, get on the dedicated Final Fantasy VII channel on our Discord. You can gain access to it through the hashtag join channel on our Discord, and we'll make sure that we get them all. We're going to read them all, and we might even bring some people on the show as a voice guest if you would like. You know, Jersey Tom, I know you wanted to talk. If you want to come on the show during the Discord portion and talk theory crafting, you are totally welcome to. Let us get started with... I want to go back to something we already talked about a little bit, just because I think it would be cool to break Mike's brain with the 3 characters during the Harbinger attack.
Yeah.
Who they actually are. So this is confirmed, Mike, 100% confirmed that the 3 characters, Crocio and 2 others, I forget their names, they are Kadaj, Laz, and Yazoo from Final Fantasy VII Advent Children.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep.
Because they are fighting for their fate. They're fighting to keep their fate intact. And if you remember the end, I was talking about this during my stream. Some people would say, like, why would they fight for fate? They didn't work out for them at the end. It did work out for them. They were welcomed into the life stream.
The live stream. Yep.
At the end of Advent Children. Mercy was taken on them at the end of Advent Children. Kind of surprisingly so. I talked about this during my stream as well, because they have Genova cells inside of them. They can infect the life stream in the same way that Sephiroth has infected the life stream. So why would they be allowed in? I'm guessing the goddess, and who that goddess is has always been up for contention. Is it Aerith who invites them at the end? Who says, why do they keep calling me mother? Is it Minerva? Is it who is it that welcomes them into the life stream at the end? And for example, Minerva, a character from Crisis Core, somebody that's been tasked to overlook the planets, and specifically probably the weapons, as a lot of people theorize that she's been tasked to overlook the weapons of the planet. She bans Genesis from the life stream, doesn't allow him access. So another interesting thing there is why that character was not allowed in, but Kadaj and all them were. But they are fighting for their fate because they were welcomed in with open arms by Mother. So I thought that was kind of cool, and it does make sense too, Mike, because each of them have a sword, guns, and fists. So it's kind of crazy. But that is already the first implication here of how far-reaching this whole thing is, because we've got Advent Children stuff coming already in a major way. The biggest thing I think we need to start off with talking about is what Sephiroth was able to accomplish originally.
Yeah.
Because even though it seemed like this grand thing and like he won in some way, shape, or form, he didn't achieve his full goals. His full goals were broader than I think a lot of people even realized. And some of it is speculation based. But originally, he wanted to infect the life stream, right? He wanted to corrode the planets. And as he says in Advent Children, use it as a vessel to travel the universe. And now we understand that the reason for that is because there's more than one life stream. There is Gaia's life stream, and there is the universal life stream. There is the universe as a whole. We are just one small galaxy within a universe within Final Fantasy VII. Sephiroth is not okay with just taking over Gaia. He wants
the whole thing.
Entire universe. So how can you do that? Is by getting the infected life stream of Gaia to join with the life stream of the universe. But that is no easy task, and something that he has been destined to fail at. He has not been able to accomplish this multiple times now, actually. 7 and Advent Children, he fails both times. But he doesn't die in Advent Children. Something very important to note. Like he simply disappears again. Says, I will never become a memory. I always wondered about that at the end of Advent Children. When he returns to the feathers, he says, I will never become a memory. It was kind of a very dark, ending in a way for the villain to say that. It's like, it's supposed to be happy, but it's like, wait a sec. Like, no, it's not. Like, he's saying that he's not going away. So there must be more to this story, right? There's got to be more to this story. And turns out there's going to be a lot more to this story. Vince, go ahead. I feel like you want to say something.
Yeah, no. I mean, that was the thing that you kind of pointed out, was that it's a dark thing for that. The other thing, too, that's weird about that is I think the English translation for that is also off or something like that. If I remember right, and this could be me misremembering a lot of things, the English VA says, I will never be a memory, because Cloud says, stay where you belong in my memories. And I think the whole thing is, I think in Japanese, I think Cloud says more, something along the lines of like, now go and be forgotten. And Sephiroth says, I will never be forgotten. And that's kind of how he can keep doing these shenanigans. It's because he always can latch onto someone.
Cloud is literally, he's a parasitic relationship, literally. The only reason Sephiroth is able to continue existing is because of Cloud. It's sort of like a Harry Potter type thing going on there, where they're connected in that way. And I think that also lends to what happens at the end with him reaching out to Cloud, because they are connected in an unstoppable way. Go ahead, Mike. You want to say something there?
No, I was just agreeing with you.
Yeah. So Advent Children is called Geostigma. That is the infection, that the virus that infects the planet. And it's something very reminiscent, actually, of an illness, a virus that's been talked about in the lore of Final Fantasy VII. Because if you read all the material and stuff when Sephiroth is doing his research in Shinra Mansion, if I remember correctly, you find out about the calamity from the skies, Genova, who fell down on a meteor 2,000 years ago and was the one that ultimately destroyed the Cetra. As we know, Cetra aren't completely dead because Aerith is a Cetra, the last remaining Cetra, supposedly. That might not be true. But what we found out in the original lore was that it actually was able to manipulate their minds, able to make itself look like people, almost like a shapeshifter. And we hear about an illness, a sickness that Jenova spread and killed the Cetra with back then as well. So I would imagine Geostigma is something very similar to that.
Right. And the big distinction there between the Jenova virus is that's actually how the monsters of Final Fantasy VII are mostly created, or at least some of the ancient ones are from. That's kind of how they phrase that now too, is that's how the original monstrosities of the planet are from that entire initial Jenova Centra collision course that happened.
Yeah. Now, when you think about like Jenova is such a terrifying villain because it's literally like a planet-eating parasite, like virus. It travels the universe, like literally it travels from planet to planet and eats the planets in a way.
It's basically Galactus.
What was that?
It's basically
Galactus.
Galactus.
It's a lot like
Happy
Galactus.
Memorial
Yes.
Day weekend, my
It's a
brothers.
lot like Galactus.
One love.
Thank you so much, Jersey Town. Oh, not Jersey Town. That was Turtle Power for the resub. Appreciate you. And for the resub and the extension as well. If you guys didn't know, subs, tips, and cheers extend the length of the stream, and that might really come into play tonight. If we keep talking for a long time, you might want to extend the stream, give us more time to talk about all this. It's a Freddy Krueger thing. As long as you acknowledge him, he never dies. Kind of going back to Cloud and Sephiroth, he kind of is like that between the two of them. And of course, I think a lot of people know or are starting to realize that Cloud is a genetically modified soldier.
Right.
Now, there are two different ways to do this. We hear about it already in Remake. They talked about it earlier than expected. They talk about G-type soldiers, and they talk about S-type soldiers. S-type being Sephiroth, G-type being Genesis. Now, Genesis, not as successful as Sephiroth. The Genesis soldiers, if I remember correct me if I'm wrong on this, Vince, if you know, those are the ones that have cell degradation.
Yes.
Sephiroth soldiers, like Cloud, he will not have that. He is not going to degrade in the way that Roche potentially could degrade if he's like a G-type soldier. So that's something that I think we're going to find more and more about. And that is one of the things that makes, of course, Cloud so special. And Zack so special. As we're going to find more and more about Zack as time goes on. Such a pivotal character in the Final Fantasy VII lore, and crazily enough, barely in OG Final Fantasy VII.
Barely. It's really weird when you think about it.
His death scene, one of the pivotal moments of 7 in explaining who Cloud is a side quest. You don't see it unless you go back to Shinra Mansion. It's crazy. It's such a major, important scene, and they don't allow everybody to see it. So I know without a doubt, especially considering the ending of Remake, that Zack is going to play a huge part in the story, maybe a very different part. How epic could it potentially be, and maybe a little bit fan servicey, if he literally comes back and you're fighting alongside him?
Yeah, I mean, go ahead, Mike.
Okay, so are we thinking that? Because here's my thought process on it, and it might be a little bit deeper than this discussion is.
Go ahead.
But my thought process was, so you're fighting against it basically in the version of what we're playing is we're fighting against a timeline that has happened before that is trying to ensure that it happens again. So my theory is that you're actually going to fight against that other timeline in a way. That's
certainly a possibility.
The people who are your friends are actually now your enemies in this other timeline.
That's a possibility. I think, going back to one of my favorite series, Lost, I'm kind of expecting a Lost type scenario where one of the things I set up earlier is they so clearly set up Jessie as being this performer at Gold Saucer because we're going to see Jessie as the princess at Gold Saucer.
Yep.
Right? So what I'm imagining is we're going to go to Gold Saucer. Our memory, maybe we have some sort of like time traveler immunity, or in this case, it would be alternate reality immunity, where even though things just changed, we are outside Midgar. We don't see that. We don't realize that the Sector 7 plate no longer collapsed. We don't realize all these things change. So we're going on with our lives, not realizing that Jessie is no longer dead. And maybe her father no longer got sick. And because her father no longer got sick, Jessie never came home. She never became a part of Avalanche. She stayed at Gold Saucer. She became the princess. She became this amazing actress. So when we go to Gold Saucer, we're going to encounter Jessie there, and it's going to be this holy shit moment for us as the player and Cloud and all of them as party members. Like, what the fuck is going on here? How is Jessie alive? And us coming into contact with her could be the thing that causes a sort of singularity. And anybody that watched Lost knows what I'm talking about in the final season, where you think an alternate reality was set up. Every time they come together, the characters that are so important to each other, they start remembering the true timeline on the island, and it starts to almost infect them. And they start remembering the Prime. And I almost wonder if when that happens, Jessie has visions of her being this Avalanche member and the Sector 7 plate collapse and her dying and being this like emotional thing like for her. And I don't know what the ramifications of that are necessarily, if that's a part of the singularity and the timelines merging again, but I could see that happening as a very emotional gut punch moment, you know, that could be cool to watch. What do you guys think of that?
I mean, I think that'd be cool and everything like that. I almost feel like that's a little bit too much in a way. It's weird. I don't know how I feel exactly if they're going to be doing a lot of the bending there. Like, I think for sure Biggs is alive. I'm not sure if Jessie's still alive. I know they kind of been setting that up, but I think that they're going to still kind of play by the rules there a little bit. I think certain people have come back. The big issue now I think I have is it's not an issue I have. It's Zach. Zach is the real unknown variable to me, because like the thing that I was going to kind of mention, which is really weird, and this was in part of the Sleepy Six, I think is what his name is, on YouTube video, but he pointed this out, and I remembered this actually the symbology thing. When Aerith says she misses the steel sky, and she misses the, she doesn't want to see the sky anymore because, and you said it's because of the ancients, it's because of that's where people that she loves has gone. It's also a reflection and the symbology of Zach in a way too. Yeah. So that's what's really hard there. So I think what they're going to try to lean for that is they're going to lean much more for the whole.
That's Zach. Actually a confirmed thing too, right? Isn't Zach the sky, Aerith is the water, and the feather is Angeal?
Yes, it's an absolute confirmed thing.
Water in essence is a representation of the planet, of course, and also Cetra and the connection to the planet. Water in general, as we all know, is kind of that thing for us. So no surprise that in Final Fantasy VII, water represents that.
So like that's the hard thing there. So I'm not sure what they're gonna really do with that, because like the thing is, like, if you start pulling this whole thing to where like, okay, Cloud and Zach came back. Well, does Cloud actually really become a mercenary? Do Zach and him become mercenaries? You start asking all those questions. I think it's gonna be really weird to kind of like mix in with that. Does that make sense?
I get what you're saying. Yeah, but here's a crazy question, and I hope they don't do this, but there's a possibility that they do. Do you think it's all a red herring and Zach still just dies right there? Because don't interrupt me for a second here, because I know it seems like he's good, right? Because when we think of Zach's death scene, we think of Crisis Core. But if you think of OG Final Fantasy VII, his death scene is him dragging Cloud away, and then the soldiers come out of nowhere, a couple of soldiers, and shoot him in the back. So what if he just fought this huge mass amount of soldiers, thinks he's safe, probably exhausted, he's dragging Cloud away, and a couple of just random soldiers come behind and kill him? It still could happen, and it would actually be faithful to the original Final Fantasy VII. But I don't think they would do that, but just possibility.
It's a possibility. I agree with you, and that's the thing. It's just that's what makes this kind of so much fun now, is because like there's a lot of that unsurety now, where everyone's like, oh yeah, it's gonna be, and they're going to do 3 parts and we know what's going to happen. All the things are going to happen. It's like, no, things could change dramatically if they wanted to. Certain things that have been ebbed in pop culture could be gone now.
It's okay to say it. We can just say it because we're in full spoiler cast. Yeah, we're in full spoiler cast.
Okay, I'm going to say right now, I don't think Aerith dies the way she does.
No, without a doubt. Aerith does not die the way she died in the original. She will die, though, I think.
She will die, but it's definitely not going to be how it was in the original.
No, it can't be. Because Fate changed. How could it ever go the same exact way if Fate changed? That would be crazy.
That's the other thing, too, with her dream sequence in the game, too. It's another moment there. It's like I don't know. It's just...
Here's the thing.
Talking to Cloud.
We had the scene with Aerith, the dream sequence, where she talks about, you can't fall in love with me. The overall reaction to that, a lot of people think, okay, that's Aerith saying that because she's gonna die, and she's telling Cloud, "Don't follow me. I'm gonna die. You shouldn't do this."
Yeah.
But
Please
there's a
don't do
lot of other possibilities from that scene as well. For one, it could be Aerith just somehow reaching out to Cloud, our present Aerith, because she has visions of the future and she has some idea of how things are going to play out, and she knows she's going to die. It could be a literal future Aerith that's somehow traveling back to Cloud and telling him this, because I actually do think it's future Sephiroth at the end that you fight. I think that is Advent Children Sephiroth. He has the one wing. I think he has traveled back and knows, having lost in the cycle so many times, he has traveled back and is decided the only way I can change this is to literally manipulate these people to destroy Fate so that we can start fresh and see how it plays out. Sorry about that. Do you think there's a possibility there? Do you think Aerith could have been a future Aerith talking to us in that scene?
Yeah, I mean, it could be. It's also weird now that I think, like, the way I think about it, I almost feel like it's OG Aerith in a way. Like, you know,
well,
like,
that's exactly what it would be. If it was future Aerith, that would be OG Aerith that played
OG
through the events already.
Aerith. Yeah. That's what I think too. I mean, here's the other thing that we gotta really frame. We kind of skipped this. We really did frame it. The compilation of Final Fantasy VII had 4 parts. Yep. This Final Fantasy VII Remake is now considered the 5th part.
The final part.
The final part, which is what's one other thing in this game, in this universe, that has 5 parts?
Loveless.
Oh my god, that whole shit blew my mind today. I was like, oh
I
my
know.
god, I hate this so much.
Let me explain to people like Mike. Loveless is something you might have seen in the game. Actually, it's a play, but it's a play that's been around for a very, very long time. It's like almost like Shakespeare in this world, and it has 5 acts, and you can actually read these acts. They're online. They're very short, but it talks about 3 friends and a cycle of these 3 friends, and you can apply that to the 3 party members of Final Fantasy VII, or you can apply it to Sephiroth, Angeal, and Genesis from Crisis Core. But it's interesting how Loveless and this poem. It has a prologue and I think 5 parts, right? Right? It represents what might happen in this story now that we're realizing that Final Fantasy VII Remake is actually, in a way, a sequel. It is a remake because we're retelling the events of OG 7, so all those people that wanted a retelling of 7 get that in a way. But it's also a sequel because it is the second cycle in telling these events, and now that Destiny has been defeated, it's a new telling of this. It doesn't delete the previous. That happened. There was a timeline where Aerith died.
Right.
Sephiroth impaled her. Zack died. Cloud took on his memories. You know, all this happened. That did happen. Doesn't take it away. There's no deleting that necessarily. But now we're seeing what could happen if an alternate timeline takes place, and potentially an improved timeline. Because something that's always been a point of contention in the original is, what does the 500 years later video mean? Does it mean that Midgar is destroyed and all of humanity is destroyed when Red 13 is overlooking this, vegetation overgrown with Midgar? Does it mean that it's been overgrown because the humans left it and it's a positive ending where, they let nature take it back and they learn their lesson? If you listen to Katase, the producer of Final Fantasy VII, he has said on multiple interviews that his opinion of the original ending is that humanity is dead. All of humanity has died. That's not a very good ending. After all that they went through, the planet still decided that humans weren't worthy. Because if you look at 7, that's kind of what Aerith is hoping for at the end. What Buchenhagen's hoping for is that the planet will decide that humans are worthy and that they will intervene, and Holy and the Lifestream combined will be able to stop Meteor. And it seems like that happens, right?
Right.
The Holy holds it back. Aerith summons the Lifestream, stops Meteor, fade to white, see Aerith's face like she accomplished her mission as part of the Lifestream, and her death meant something. And then the 500 years later thing happens. And if it is true that humanity died, there's got to be a better way, right? And Aerith must know that. Aerith must see the way things are going, that the planet does not believe humans are worthy and says, no, fuck you, planet.
Yeah.
Because she says, she actually has a very important quote where she says, and this is from the trailer too, and I always wondered about what this meant. She says that I want to try and save everyone and the planet. And what she's saying there is that this is not enough for me. It's not enough for me to just have the planet saved. I need to save all of you as well. Go ahead, Mike.
It's like a meta. We're almost playing the extra stuff to get the real, true, good ending.
Yeah, kind of.
Pretty much.
Like we're playing with like Final Fantasy has a meta to it, to where instead of just getting the ending or the special ending, we're getting the true hidden ending where you actually are saving everyone plus humanity and getting the good happy ending.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, potentially that could be it. But the other way that it could go is this is all a huge mistake, and it's even worse than before, right? And they just and Aerith finds out, I fucked up. I need to course correct. I need to die. This needs to happen again. We need to get this back to the original timeline, because if not, what if the entire galaxy could be destroyed or whatever? You know, what they're setting up here by introducing the universal life stream is a much more epic battle. We're talking about, and here's the thing too that's brought up in that one video, but from Sleep Easy, do we think that the universe is going to allow this to happen? Do we think that they're not going to put something out there to fight us from defying fate? We defeated fate. That's just one thing. The planet itself is going to fight back.
Right, and if Castlevania has taught me anything, death is going to be a bitch.
Right. Well, that's kind of what Destiny is. But no,
I know.
I mean, imagine what this could mean for what we face in this series. It's going to be, I think, much grander than just Sephiroth. I think, for one, we might see a much grander Jenova and what the true Jenova is. I think we're going to see a Sephiroth that's more of a human in this.
See, I was actually going to go a different route. What if they actually make it like the ultimate version of Sephiroth, where they do like a Jenova Sephiroth, where Jenova and Sephiroth fuse together?
That's kind of what happened in the original, actually.
Yeah, but no, like I'm talking about the true, like him in his truest form, like at the highest potential that he could be.
Well, yeah, we've never seen Sephiroth at his true potential. That is, I think, for certain. I think there's something to be said there. I don't think we've seen Jenova at its true potential either, because it's always been in parts. It's always been separated, right? And I think we're yet to see what the true Jenova is. So that could be something truly terrifying as well. And something that Sleep Easy, I think, brought up in his videos, that Jenova could be something much grander in this remake series. I feel like you have something you want to say, Vince.
Oh, sorry.
No, the thing that I was going to say too is everyone really focuses a lot on the Jenova Sephiroth connection there, and it's like the weird thing for me is I still feel like Genesis does play a bigger part in that as well.
I think Genesis is going to have a part in this for sure. Yeah.
Well, like the thing for me too is like, again, he's not allowed to enter the live stream at the end of Crisis Core. You know, Minerva banishes him. And at the end, he's actually the secret ending of Dirge of Cerberus. He is the secret ending. He's in
like the caves underground, isn't he, or something?
He's in the caves underground Midgar.
Which means, like, literally in this game, he's beneath us.
He's beneath us the entire time.
Just to fill Mike in a little bit here, Genesis is another experimented soldier, a more failed experiment than Sephiroth, I should say. And he's actually one of the more disliked characters in the compilation of Final Fantasy VII. However, considering what's being set up here, he actually could turn into something pretty cool.
Yeah. Because
real quick, what's the scene with Tifa as a cowgirl?
So in the original Final Fantasy VII, that is the whole Nibelheim incident, one of the best moments in all of Final Fantasy VII. It's something I really hope they find a way to keep in as faithfully as possible. So it's also a point of complaint for the remake, as a lot of people are wondering why Tifa isn't more angered and emotional with Sephiroth, because Sephiroth, like Cloud, murdered her entire village, killed her parents, killed her father.
Right.
So why isn't Tifa more upset? I think she lost her memory. I think she is experiencing not an amnesia in the same way Cloud is, but I think her injury, she was slashed across the chest. I think there's definitely some trauma there, and I think she is misremembering or not remembering certain things, and that's going to come into play in the sequel. So I think we'll get that. Tifa will have her moment in the spotlight, I think, in the sequel. But yeah, that is a huge moment, because that is when we find out that Cloud is who we actually think he is, or who we hope he is, at least, because there's a part in 7 where they manipulate the player into thinking Cloud is literally not real. He is like an experiment created and all this and that. And then it's such a beautiful moment where you realize he's been following the entire game and he's been watching Tifa through Nibelheim, and he's just this lowly soldier who never made it to first class. But he is the one who actually takes on Sephiroth in Nibelheim and kills Sephiroth. He's the one that throws him into the life stream, which sets on the events that happen. That when he throws Sephiroth into the life stream, that is what causes him to merge. That's what causes the sickness to happen. Right. Of course, there's no way of knowing that would happen, but that is the starting point for it all.
That's so different. Okay.
What's different?
Sorry, I'm looking at the opening here because you've been playing the videos, right? So in the OG opening, when Aerith is praying and she stands up, she looks over her left towards the camera, towards the player. Yeah. Here in the remake, I didn't realize that she turns to her right down the alleyway.
Well, she senses Sephiroth.
Right, which is
let's talk about the colors, like, since it's kind of
more so
coming
talking
up
about
now,
the
right?
play on how much it's different instead of looking
that's
to
what
the
I'm
left.
saying. Like, yeah, that's the whole different. There's already a variation that's like right there from the first moment. That's the variation in time right there. Like, that's actually kind of crazy to me that like
it's there. It's so quick to tell you that this game is different because Sephiroth is in the background with the purple color. Purple represents Sephiroth in this game, and it's telling him that he is here to disrupt time. And that is the reason that Aerith even has foresight in this game. People might ask, why in the original timeline didn't Aerith know what was to come? She has this connection with the planet and etc., right? The only reason that Aerith is able to see visions and have this stronger connection than in the original game is because the Whispers show up, because she makes contact with them. Why do the Whispers show up? Because Sephiroth has come back to disrupt fate. So in coming back, he is the one that is causing Aerith to gain this knowledge. He might not know that was going to happen, though. He might not have foreseen that Aerith would be able to foil his plans by becoming more knowledgeable of what's to come through her contact with the Whispers as well.
Man, that's so crazy. Yeah. I can't believe they pulled that off.
Holy crap. I think that's so cool that they set up the color symbology so quickly at the beginning with the purple in the background, because purple is throughout this entire game as representing Sephiroth.
It is so crazy. Once you see where it is, you're like, oh my God.
Yeah. You see it especially at the end, of course, when he is literally encased in purple flames. It's like him at his strongest. But take, for instance, the VR exhibit, when you get a glimpse of a terrible future where meteor attacks. Right before that happens, it like kind of like statics to a purple. It's like purple static, and then it comes to show that. Like purple everywhere. And then especially what shows that Sephiroth is purple at the end is that the Harbinger is literally, the Harbinger and the Arbiter is literally encase Sephiroth inside. They cage him up, trying their very best to keep fate intact. If you look at what the Harbinger is at the end, he is a cage. He is a cage surrounded by purple light. He's literally holding Sephiroth inside. And we destroy it, and we let Sephiroth out. We literally are the ones that allow Sephiroth to win at the end.
Well, what's even crazier about that too is in that whole transformative sequence, whenever we destroy the Harbinger, right? Mm-hmm. And we see that purple light, right? This was another thing that was pointed out when in the video I watched. I can't say enough. If you really want to get a recap of what we're saying too, it's actually some really good stuff there. But it's crazy. You see that purple light, and you see all those whispers, and you see the meteor come out, and they're trying to come back and hit it, right? Mm-hmm. And then he just starts absorbing it, and he absorbs the meteor and all those whispers. That's everybody dead from Geostigma. Yep. Everything that's happened from the original game.
They're now under his control.
Up to Advent Children and past that, all the way up to even Dirge Cerberus. Anyone who was infected by a Geostigma, he has now been able to literally rip from the light.
You can see at the end, he actually throws whispers at you. He's in control of the whispers at his most powerful at the end there. Now, I think he lost control of the whispers when we defeat him.
He did.
If you see, like, when Cloud slices through him, the whispers disperse. So I think the whispers are done. I think we will not encounter them ever again in the series, actually. We've defeated Fate. We've defeated Sephiroth. We can call him Harbinger Sephiroth now, if you want to call him that. I think as Sleep Easy calls him. But when we defeat that version of Sephiroth and the whispers disperse, I think we can now say, okay, there's no more alternate timeline shenanigans in that way. There's no Fate trying to reverse things back or this or that. It is now on us. It is now on the characters and the player to decide where this story goes. And I like that. I like that they used this first game to sort of prepare us. It was almost like they knew that OG fans were going to have a real problem potentially with with them messing with everything. So they have found a way to explain it and prepare us by saying, you know what's coming now. You've defeated fate. You know that things could go any which way. You have no room to complain at this point. Either play or not play, but we told you what's going to happen. We told you that your precious OG is no longer a sure thing. Right. And I think it was kind of genius in a way. I honestly think it was kind of genius.
This is probably the best. I was saying that they handled it the right way. This is probably the best way of somebody taking original source material and preparing people that it will change, as well as letting them know why it's going to change.
Yeah.
And if anybody else that's ever done this, and you know very well, I have a real big problem with people changing source material for whatever reason. This, out of anything else I've ever seen, is, in my opinion, the only one that's ever done it the right way.
It's a really cool idea, and it's really courageous is what it is.
Yeah.
Because they could have so easily taken the easy road. They could have remade the original game. They could have not expanded Midgar. This could have been done by now. They could have spent 5 years, 6 years just remaking the original game with upscaled graphics and voice acting. And they said, no, we're gonna make it so much more difficult on ourselves, and we're gonna potentially anger people. I just think it's really ballsy what they did.
Mm-hmm.
Really ballsy.
What I like about it too is, like, again, you don't have to really like it. You know, you still have your OG to kind of keep going with it. It's not like where when you get like a lot of those issues that, like what Mike is saying, that stuff is usually designed to replace the old one. You know, it's designed to remove or reinvent the old one. What I think they did with Remake is really great here is in the fact of, like, it is its own thing. It is different. It is a part of this story. And, you know, there's going to be people who branch on and love and attach this one. There's going to be people who go like, no.
Yeah, I get that. It's not for everybody. That's fine. You know, I think a lot of people, when they first saw the ending, had that gut reaction of, like, I don't know how to feel about this because my precious OG. But I think the more you think about it, you realize that it's because it is sort of like a sequel that is not replacing it. That was a loop in time, right? That was a cycle that happened. And we saw the way it ended, or we can speculate on how it ended. Did everybody die 500 years later? Did they leave Midgar? But we got that story. We saw its conclusion in a sense, and now we get to see a sequel version of that and how it would play out differently if fate was defied. And it leaves a lot of questions, as well as, like, does this need to be 2 parts? Does this need to be 3 parts? Because now that they've changed everything, it almost, like, makes me wonder, like, do they just remove certain things entirely and kind of tighten this whole thing up at this point? If you go by the Ultimania, what's really interesting following all this is you would think, okay, they defied fate. From now on, this series is going to be completely different from 7 OG. But then Katase in March says, yeah, you guys shouldn't expect much to change from now on. He says, like, no, like, we're pretty much going to go beat for beat now with the original. It's like, wait, what?
I think that's a
red herring.
That's a red herring. I think it's way too close to whenever the game was going to launch, and I think it was just much more of like, yeah, no, we're not going to do anything. You know, yeah, no, it's going to be the same. And then the ending came out, and it was like, oh, you know,
I think he's being coy.
Yeah,
but I don't think he's lying. I think we will experience all the events of the original Final Fantasy VII. I think we will see them, but it doesn't mean that it's like the prime timeline or what we're playing through.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So you're saying see it in flashbacks and then
maybe
see our results there.
We'll still see, like, the original and how it would have played out. They will show those. They will visualize those moments. Maybe we'll even play as them, but we'll also play as a new timeline, alternate timeline, singularity. There's going to be a lot at play. But I do think somehow we will witness those pivotal moments, because I will admit, if they take away the scene where Zack says, Cloud, it's up to you. You have to finish him off. And Cloud goes out there, removes his helmet, and you realize who he is, and he stabs Sephiroth through. Or actually, Sephiroth stabs him through and literally puts him over the edge. And Cloud uses his final strength to pull himself onto the sword, lift Sephiroth up and throw him into the live stream. That moment, if I don't see that, I'm going to be disappointed. because that moment is iconic. You can't take that moment away.
Yeah, and that's the weird thing is I don't think you're gonna get that taken away from you because it's in the past in a way.
It is.
Like,
You're right. It happened already.
well, like not even that. Like just even the. Well, I guess that's right. Never mind. Sorry.
It happened. In 7 Remake, that moment happened.
Right.
The question is, did this branching timeline go back into the past and change what happened in the past, or did it just create a branch off point? That's the big question.
I think it only created a branch off point. That's how timelines, in most general
typically
sense,
work.
If they respect themselves, that's how they work. If they're going to do this whole thing to where the timeline is now only one single thing, and because of this now the entire of past events have been completely wiped or have changed, yeah, you're asking for trouble.
Yeah.
Which
I think you see that visually at the end, actually. I think the fact that they show Zack carrying Cloud at the end, passing by Cloud and Aerith, it kind of shows that they're in 2 different timelines.
Right. That's what I agree with the symbology.
You know what I mean? Like that. That's kind of the way I read that there.
Well, yeah,
they're not together. That didn't happen in their past. Like you're seeing like another thing that's happening concurrently.
Right. That's what I agree to. The symbology there is very, I think, even just the way the camera is cut there is clear about it. Is you have the iconic back of Cloud walking away and Zack walking the other way, still looking good. Then you have the other cut with Aerith walking by him, and you see Zack smile. And
that's really important as well, because I think cutting to both Cloud and Aerith there shows that really a lot of this all starts with Zack.
Yep.
Zack is so incredibly important to who Cloud is and to who Aerith is. And to those who haven't played Crisis Core and who didn't read into what Aerith was saying in 7 Remake at the playground scene, she talks about her first love. And they kind of blur out when she says his name. She's talking about Zack there. Zack was her first love. And it's also led to a lot of contention about, like, does she actually care for Cloud, or does she see Zack in him? Does Cloud really care for her, or is he emulating Cloud or Zack's feelings? Like there's a lot at play there as well. But the important thing to note is that Zack is huge to these 2 people and who they are and who they become.
Yeah. Again, it's really crazy how much you don't know about him. That's where I think it's going to be interesting to see exactly how much they align, more so like the tragedy, or I guess more of the tragedy between Aerith and Zack, to be honest, because I mean they're both really tragic characters in their own aspects. So I think it's going to be interesting to see exactly how much they push Aerith in that direction now, because she doesn't really deal with that in the OG. I think she really doesn't sit there and discuss or really even talk about Zack in a way. So
not too much. She does talk about when they go to Gungaga. That's probably the most you get of her talking, because you talk to Zack's parents, and if you have Aerith in your party during that scene, there is like a short like thing you can see with Aerith. It's actually an optional thing. Depends on who you have in your party.
Gotcha.
But there isn't a lot there. Yeah, there really isn't a lot in OG 7 to establish how important Zack was to Aerith. That was a Crisis Core thing. That really showed how important they were to each other. I mean, when Zack dies, I personally think that Aerith knows.
Yeah,
I think she feels it, because in a similar way to Elmira's husband, I should say. When Elmira's husband dies, and in the war with Wutai, and Aerith goes to her mom and says, "Someone important to you just died." And then a couple weeks later, she receives the letter that her husband died. That kind of shows that Aerith has that communion with the planet to the point where she can know when somebody returns to it, like Zack or like Elmira's husband. So I do think that she is pretty sure of that, and she knows that he's dead, even though she never says it. She never actually says that Zack's dead, but she I think knows it. Yeah. So there's another important color at play in 7 Remake as well, and that's red. I was really surprised at this in the new video. I did not pick up on this at all with red.
It's weird because I actually kind of somewhat did, but I was like, nah, I'm just crazy. I'm crazy. I was like, nope, there's no way. It's like I'm just overthinking it. And then when that video happened, I was like, oh,
yeah, that movie kind of blew my mind.
I was like, no,
we'll get back to purple as well, but let's go to red real quick. Red, I think if there's any character you would think of for red in the 7 compilation, it would be Genesis. He's got the red cloak. He's got the red sword. But there's other important things that red encompasses in the 7 lore, and one of them is summon materia, especially. All the weapons have red core, that ball at the center of their chest. And Minerva, especially, who leads the weapons, has control over them, has a red belt, has the red materia in the tree above her and in the caves below. Where is she at? I'm trying to remember.
It's the B one. I can never say the name for
Benora?
it. Benora. Thank you.
Benora.
Yep. It's Benora.
Yeah, so Minerva is this entity that's been chosen by the planet, I guess, to watch over it and watch over the weapons, which are these enormous beasts that protect the planet from, I would guess, travesties, calamities, and also
threats.
Existential threats, and probably also destiny being toyed with.
Right.
I'm actually kind of surprised that Weapon didn't, in some way, shape, or form, present itself in Remake Part 1 because of that, because we were fighting against the planet at the end there. Although the Harbinger kind of had that vibe in a way of being a weapon.
It did. It was just purple.
Just purple, yeah.
If there had been any hint of red, then it would have been even more crazy.
Yeah. So I thought that was really cool, the red throughout the game and what that represents as a summon materia and the implications that it might have for Minerva coming into play in the future in the lore as it's established by Sleep Easy in that video. We actually have the video up on screen right now too. Let me rewind it. This is a great video to have up right now. I'm going to go to this VR exhibit and pull this full screen because this is one of the best examples of purple coming into play. So in Benora, as presented in Crisis Core, you have purple a lot in that area because the life stream runs below it. And you got Benora apples, which are purple, and you have purple flowers that it kind of encompass a tunnel of vines over top of Benora. And purple in general, it seems to have some connection to the Cetra and the life stream, as we see in this exhibit video. Now, this would be kind of odd because this exhibit video, I would assume, was created by Shinra, but either way, just kind of take it as cool symbology. Because when you see the live stream pass over, you can also see the purple there from that woman. I just realized that I actually didn't pick up on that the first time. She did magic and it was purple. But when the live stream passes over and all the flowers grow and all the trees grow, purple flowers are front and center throughout it all. This is also really cool right here. Is this Minerva? Formulating materia. Is this the first materia? Is this the proto materia that she's forming right here potentially? That's another kind of cool.
It's another cool thing that this is the only thing that I'm gonna be like, might be a stress. The only thing is I'm not sure if this would be Minerva. That's the only thing that really kind of bugs me about that theory. Is just like, I get she's pivotal, but like at the same time, like there's really no backing on that at all.
No backing necessarily.
A lot of the other stuff that there's backing behind it. That's the only thing that's just like.
Yeah, let me kind of show you guys this. I'm gonna try and pause on it in a good spot here so you can see the purple flowers as they come, because we're gonna get into why purple is important in a moment. Beyond just Sephiroth and his color, and that's also a really interesting comparison to make. Is like why would two things be represented by purple then? We'll talk about that in a moment. So you got the materia being formed here.
Well,
there's a lot of different types of materia.
Right there, they're even saying the ancients develop a means to harness it.
There it is.
And then they go into the creation of. They even said creation of materia. So.
Yep, they harnessed the planet's energy to create materia. They were the ones that did it, the first ones to do it. Right. So you could imagine they were the ones that created the proto-materia. That would make sense, right? So who was the one who created it? Could be Minerva. Was that Minerva in that scene creating the proto-materia?
Right, okay, I get what you're saying.
That's where the issue I was having. That's all.
Yeah. But it is interesting that cave there looks a lot like the cave from Crisis Core with all the crystals and stuff. It does look a lot like it. So,
it does.
But there you go. You can see on screen right now. Look at the purple flowers growing as the live stream passes over. It is very deliberate. You can see it. There's no way they didn't intentionally do that with the purple flowers growing there. Also, cool little side note that Sleep Easy brought up. I thought was a really nice factoid. No Leviathan here. Why no Leviathan? Because Leviathan is a symbol of Wutai. And of course, Shinra hates Wutai, so they wouldn't put Leviathan in their video. I thought that was a cool little touch there. So yes, so you got the purple there, purple flowers representing the life stream. So why then would Jenova's blood be purple? Why would Shinra, President Shinra, in the video, in the images in Shinra headquarters, have a purple flower on his jacket? Why would Sephiroth be purple? It almost seems to me like the game is trying to tell us that Shinra might not be working against the planet. Do you kind of get that vibe?
Yeah.
Or at least they don't think they are.
Right. Like, it's just one of those things to where, like, they're not fighting against the planet. More so, they're trying to achieve their own goals, but not realizing that they're kind of playing into the planet's hand. That makes sense?
Or do Shinra, President Shinra, Rufus Shinra, think that they are entitled to the Promised Land because they are Cetra?
See, here's the thing. I'm not sure about Shinra himself, President Shinra.
No.
But I think Rufus is definitely the big question mark now, considering they also changed his age.
Yes, that is huge. I can't believe this guy did so much research. I thought that was so cool that he noticed that. They changed Rufus's age in the remake. Why the hell would they do that? Why change the age of a character unless you're trying to manipulate timelines?
Right.
Like when things occurred. By making Rufus older, 30 years old in the remake as opposed to 22 in the OG, I think.
24, I think.
What they're allowing them to do is put Rufus's birth far enough back that he could have been Falana's son, Aerith's mother, meaning that he could be a half-brother to Aerith. It could have been another ancient, maybe Hojo had other ancients he was experimenting on or something. And maybe President Shinra fell in love with an ancient and gave birth to Rufus and he has ancient blood. Why does Rufus see the whispers at the end?
Yeah, that's
he doesn't touch them. He doesn't come in contact with Aerith. Why does he see the whispers? And why does he seem so unfazed by them in a way?
Yeah, Mike's yawning. Mike's tired.
We're getting deep now. We're getting real deep now.
Yeah,
but
it's crazy.
It's interesting that he sees them because I agree with Sleep Easy here, and a lot of people are fighting against the Rufus etc. theory, but I can't see any other explanation for it. Why would he see the whispers?
Right.
I can't think of any other reason.
Yeah, that's the thing to me is it doesn't make any sense. Like, he has to have some sort of, whether it be Cetra blood in him or there has to be some sort of contact that he had with Aerith that we did not see, that was off screen, that was not mentioned, that will be conveniently mentioned in part 2. That'll be the case. But
another thing that's possible when it comes to Rufus is maybe President Shinra has bad motivations, and maybe Rufus to an extent as well. But what if Rufus is fighting for the Cetra and the planet in the way that his father wasn't, because he knows that he is Cetra? Right? Because if he has communion with the planet as in the way that Aerith does, he might have ulterior motives that his father doesn't know about, which is why he might be trying to overtake his father. What if President Shinra was hanging from Shinra headquarters because of a coup to overtake him? What if Rufus, who comes in on the helicopter just a moment later, planned this whole thing to overtake his father?
As in, like, Sephiroth was working with Rufus?
No, Sephiroth was just there,
Yeah.
And he was the one that did kill Shinra, but that's just side to what the original plan was for Rufus to overtake him. I think there's a lot of speculation that Rufus is actually working with Avalanche. Before Crisis, which is the mobile game that came out a long time ago, Rufus is kind of confirmed in a way to be the insider for Avalanche. Because
he is confirmed to be the insider.
So in this game, like from the very beginning, Jesse talks when we're infiltrating the first reactor about how we have somebody on the inside. I thought it was either going to be Reeve, or when Domino reveals himself to be a part of Avalanche, the mayor Domino, I was like, okay, that's the inside person. But what if the inside person is Rufus?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Well, that's the thing. Before Crisis
But why didn't Jesse let Barrett know that?
Well, the thing is, no one knew. And remember, their cell of Avalanche was off the fringe. They weren't told a lot of stuff. So, like, they only had, like, certain information that she was able to pull from contacts from the main body. Essentially, it was telephone in a way. The only thing that's kind of weird now is with this new remake timeline is Rufus still that primary insider, or are there multiple insiders in Shinra now, which is making that a little bit more of a...
It's more muddled.
Muddled there. Yeah.
Yeah, it could be all three of them. It could be two of them. It could be one of them. It's hard to say. Go back to the chat here. Jersey Tom says, aside from the fact that Rufus came into contact with Cloud, that shouldn't do it though, because there's no other examples of that happening in the game where people coming in contact with Cloud gives them visions of the Whispers.
Wait a minute. Wait, Tifa and Cloud, when that initially happens, or was that after we met Eric?
No. The only reason that the
Sector
Whispers
5 bombing, right?
What was that?
No, for the Sector 5 bombing, right? Like, whenever Jessie gets her leg injured.
That was right before the Sector 5 bombing. The Whispers present themselves to Avalanche because they are trying to recorrect time.
That's the distinction there. Okay. No, I was just
because they're trying to get Cloud back in on the mission to correct timeline, because Barrett pushes Cloud out, which doesn't happen in the original. So they first try to injure Tifa, but Tifa's too badass. Yeah. they literally can't take down Tifa. So like, okay, we'll go to Jessie instead. So they take out Jessie and injure her leg. Hey, and now Cloud's back in the group. So that's why that all happens there.
I was just trying to make sure there wasn't a distinction there, to where I was like, that could be something that could happen, but no.
Yeah, I mean, they could definitely find a way to work around it where, like, this is why Rufus saw the Whispers. But I kind of like the idea of him being half Cetra.
Right. And on top of everything else, it's very bizarre that they would put a scene where the president is thrown out of a window.
Yeah, like who did
hanging
that?
Off of a the side of a building.
They never explain it.
There's no reasoning. There's no conversation.
Yeah. It also give a lot of meaning to why Shinra is so obsessed. Shinra as a whole is so obsessed with finding the Promised Land, almost like they are worthy of it, like they are entitled to it. It could be like, oh, I had a Cetra wife. My son is half Cetra. Like I am entitled to the Promised Land. Like it would kind of explain that in a certain way, and also would explain the purple being associated with Shinra. Because like they have a connection now to the Cetra. They have a connection to the life stream in that sense. It feels like that could be the symbology there of the purple. So that's a possibility. Oh, wait. So this is interesting. Mel in the chat says, whose voice did you hear when the Whispers made Cloud sleep through? Okay, she's not saying that there's different voices. She's just asking what voice you heard. I kind of heard Sephiroth myself.
I heard Sephiroth.
Yeah.
That's who I heard. I instantly heard that. Like, there wasn't anyone else who I did not hear. I heard that. So
the Whispers there, they were trying to keep Cloud asleep?
They were trying to keep Cloud asleep. I'm trying to remember what was happening there because
right after that, isn't that when he wakes up and sees the Whispers right after that? So were they trying to keep him asleep so he couldn't intervene with them attacking Avalanche maybe?
Yeah.
Because he might be able to foil their plan to maybe attack Tifa or Jessie.
Actually, wait. He was going to leave in the morning, right? That's what was going to happen. He was going to leave in the morning, and because he did the water filter thing with Tifa and everything like that. Was he done? Was he about to leave? He was about to leave. So that was for them to.
You might be right. Yeah.
I think I can't remember. I apologize. I can't remember the timeline there.
That's an interesting question.
Quick. When they're in chapter 12, when they're leaving the tower as it's blowing up, what are they escaping on, and what's holding it up?
Wait, what?
The zip? You talking about the zip line?
Yeah. What is the zip line holding on to? Didn't the tower fall?
It goes through the gate of Sector 7. This is something that people have kind of talked about in the original as well. Like, what is that zip line? They kept it faithful to the original, but I agree it's kind of like a little bit weird. Like, what is that? Why does it go through the gate?
Like, even Danielle was looking, she's like, what is that holding on to? It was almost like the original Spider-Man. It just, web goes into the sky, and you're supposed to be like, oh, he's swinging from a cloud.
It goes from the tower through the Sector 7 gate. For some reason, whatever it's going to, I don't know. But yeah, that is what's happening. I want to bring this scene up again, full screen, the Edge of Creation, because I think this is a really strong implication that of Sephiroth's ultimate goals here. For one thing, I think that they are on Meteor in this scene.
Okay, it's funny that you said that. I thought I got idea of that as well.
So I think that they are between galaxies here. One representing the galaxy like to the rest of the universe, and one representing the galaxy that holds Gaia. And Meteor is on its way, paused in time, and it is 7 seconds away from either entering the galaxy or hitting Gaia. I don't think it can happen in 7 seconds, but it might be like 7 seconds away from its approach or whatever.
Well, not only that,
Right.
but he even says at the end only 7 seconds. Like he already
Yeah.
alludes to it earlier than he needs to.
Some
'cause he
people
already
think the
knows it's
7
coming.
seconds represents Aerith's death because some people think that they've counted the amount of seconds that occurs from Sephiroth appearing above Aerith and her being impaled, and it's about 7 seconds. I don't really buy into that myself. I think it's that this is Meteor. It's on its way. What are you going to do with the time we have left? But he also looks at the galaxy representing the rest of the universe. And let me back up here actually and read off exactly what he says. He says, "Our world will become a part of it one day." And this is, to me, him saying, the world is not enough for me. This world needs to become a part of the universe. He's going to infect Gaia, and he's going to find a way to bring it to the universal life stream and infect everything. That's kind of what I'm seeing in this scene.
What if? All right, you want to go? Can I go crazy real quick?
Yes.
Go for it.
Go crazy.
What if Sephiroth is actually
a good guy?
No, the early version of Genova. We're going full Terminator in here.
The early version of are we
God.
not seeing him in his true form, or
the
do you
true
mean
form of Sephiroth is Genova, and he's basically figuring out a way to become Genova, figuring out a way to infect everything, like you just said.
I think it's more simple than that myself. I think that he has been infected with Genova cells, or he's been modified with Genova cells, and he looks at Genova as his mother. He's gone crazy with that fact in the original, and crazy with the fact that he feels Genova he deserves the planet, that we are fighting against her, and by extension, he believes he is her, or either her knight, or kind of like in Final Fantasy VIII, where Cypher is Sorcerer Idia's knight. I feel like he thinks he is acting on her behalf, in a sense. But in essence, he is Genova. He is doing her bidding.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, what if? I mean, we're playing with timelines, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's clearly obvious. So there's different versions of Sephiroth, so to speak. So we've only encountered the versions of Sephiroth before that don't recognize that eventually he will become Genova. And then that's why, this one that we are seeing now knows what will become of him, which is why he's taking different approaches.
It's funny, Honey Badger takes a completely different side and says, "Some have said that this Sephiroth at the edge of creation is one that has broken free of Genova's influence, which is why this Sephiroth greets Cloud in a much more familiar way than the other renditions of him." I kind of look at it as an earlier version of Sephiroth, because this is kind of similar to the way Sephiroth was prior to the Nibelheim incident, prior to him gaining all that knowledge and going insane from it. I think he's more human because time's been reset in a way, is the way I look at it. And we're starting fresh. I still think he's acting on Genova's behalf, but I think he also has more of a sense of agency. I think one thing I always kind of fought against in OG7 lore, people fighting for it, is that Sephiroth is not Sephiroth. That he has no thoughts of his own, that he's just merged with Genova, and everything we encounter in 7 that is Sephiroth is just Genova. I feel like that takes away from the character of Sephiroth, at least for me. I like the idea that they stand on their own in some way, shape, or form. And I feel like this version that they're going with here goes in that direction, where Sephiroth has his own goals, has his own agency, and is trying to accomplish that. And I hope that's the way it's going, because I don't really like it just being this alien creature and nothing else. I like there being a human form to that, and that being Sephiroth.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that one. The hard thing with Genova is we still really don't know very much about the Calamity from the skies.
Yeah.
About her and everything like that, I guess, if you want to classify her. It's what's interesting about Sephiroth there on the edge of creation is the line that I absolutely love there is the whole 7 seconds to the end. But what will you do with it?
Yep.
I wonder. Is the cool thing is and this is because I love Advent Children so much. You always keep hearing, and it happens in OG a lot too, but in Advent Children especially, is you hear the term "you're a puppet" Cloud. You're a puppet.
Yeah.
Puppet. So now the strings are kind of cut.
Yep, no longer a puppet.
That's kind of the whole fun part now. Is even Sephiroth doesn't even know anymore. What's going to happen here with this other part of me in a way?
Mm-hmm. He might lose again, but at least it's not because of destiny.
Right. It's on their own terms.
Yes. Yeah, which as I said earlier on, that's why he asked Cloud to join him, because that could happen. It's a possibility. Anything is possible in this. Do we want to jump over to Discord now?
Sure. I think we got
some
that
questions.
Time for it.
Yeah, I'm probably going to be jumping off.
That is fine. Yep, I get it,
That's
man.
fine.
No worries. You got a child.
Yeah. But hey,
to take care of.
I am tired as fuck.
I get it, man. No worries.
Thanks for being here.
Thanks for joining us. Thanks for being the negative Nancy of the group.
Of course.
We need one of them.
We need one.
Gotta be
Always.
somebody to balance this out.
It's too bad this game is a 6 out of 10.
You are the balance.
You're
just
the one
like
who
7.
brings
Yeah.
balance. Perfectly
All right.
balanced.
Solid 8.5.
Solid 8.5. Nice. I'm glad you enjoyed it overall. That's good.
That's good, Mike.
All right, man. Get some
All right.
sleep.
See you guys.
Catch you next time. See you, man.
Bye.
All right. We're going to give another shout out in the chat. I'm going to put it in there in our Discord link, because you guys can go on our Discord at discord.gg/levelup network. We have dedicated game channels. You can get access to them by going to the hashtag join channel and typing in the correct command. For Final Fantasy VII, if you're on the hashtag join channel, just type in !Final Fantasy VII. That is Roman numeral 7. You will gain access to the channel, and that is where we are reading off these dedicated spoiler cast questions, which we have a decent number of. We're going to start off with... Who was first? I think it was
Brett. Yep.
Brett asks, will future parts abandon the overworld for something more linear, include it in some way, or do something completely different? What do you think?
It's weird. I almost feel like part 2 is gonna they're gonna do almost a gradual evolution here. Like part 1, very linear with a very, very small hub sections, if you want to call them that. I think part 2 is gonna move more to a big hub, small field areas around. Does that make sense?
I agree.
That's kind of how I feel what they're going to do. And then if they do a third or even a fourth part, that'll be this is your world, you go explore now.
I think there's a way to do an overworld when an airship and otherwise zones. I think there's a really cool way you could do it, actually. I think if you were to have massive zones, like for instance, let me pull up the map of Gaia real quick. It kind of lends itself perfectly to doing major zones. Hold on.
Right. No, I get you. And the thing that I'm saying from here is from more of an asset creation and more of a development thing here is because with the next generation coming on, everything like that, we don't want Square to bite off more they can chew and then diminish the entire result here, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. I think doing almost a hub design and then going to bigger is the better way of doing it.
Mm-hmm. All right. So let me see if I can put this up full screen real quick. See if it works. It does. Let me put you up there too. There you go. So this is kind of a little bit. This isn't great. Hold on one sec. This one's a little too artsy for my purposes. I need something a little bit more faithful. This is good. All right. So what's great here is that, look at this. You come out of Midgar, and what do you have? You've got a zone. You've got Calm, you've got Chocobo Ranch, and you've got the marsh, separated entirely by a huge mountain that you have to go through. You have a linear portion going through Mithril Mines, and what do you got on the other end? You've got another major zone, Fort Condor and Junon. That's really it. Not much. There's not much there. And you can have Junon be its own entity. Once you go into Junon, it's a separate thing. Fort Condor, same way. But the field between those, it could just be one major zone.
Right.
It's pretty easy. And even on the other end too, it's the same exact thing. You've got a major mountain separating zones. It's made for that. It's perfect. So yes, I think that they could accomplish potentially doing this entire area here as one major zone when you exit Midgar. When you go into Calm, yeah, have a very minor load screen. Let's hope that they build this thing for PS5. Fuck you. Whoever did that.
Darak, you know how it
Thought
is.
you could
but
use
he's
a
awesome
pick me
that way
up.
for it. So thank you, Darak.
Darak,
We appreciate
you're the
you. We appreciate you.
Giving us a little more time to do a Discord segment here. Thank you so much, Darak. You're the man. Let's add 8 minutes and 30 seconds onto the stream timer. Hold on a sec.
Here, I'm gonna
3.
close my door real quick. I'll be right back.
Yep, sure. Wait for Vince to come back here. I don't want to leave him. And I see we're getting some people jumping into our Final Fantasy VII channel on our Discord, which is great. Thank you so much for doing that, everybody. Get on our Discord, become a part of that community. So you can come out of that. You've got Calm, have a very small load screen, PS5 for the win, right? Let's build this on PS5 with Unreal Engine 5 and have it be like a half-second load time when you go into Calm.
Let's
really,
keep our expectations down, Drew.
I'm just saying, it's possible, right? You could have some minimal load times between these small like towns within zones. Chocobo Ranch, I don't even think you need to separate that into another zone. You got your chocobos there, and then you got your chocobos. You're traveling on this major zone. You travel across the mine, and you go in. So here's what I'm thinking from an airship perspective, though, is imagine you go out to a world map like this, and it's kind of like Final Fantasy VII, where it's miniaturized, a little bit more, stylized, and you're flying your airship over and all that. And when you choose to land, let's say right here between Calm and Chocobo Ranch, a prompt will come up and say, do you want to land at, and it has a list of locations, kind of, right? Like if it's a big enough zone, like it could be like, you can land at this point outside Calm, or you can land outside Midgar, or you can land outside Chocobo Ranch. And it just kind of gives you an option in that moment. You click, I want to land right outside Chocobo Ranch. It drops you down. There's a ladder there. And if you want to go back into the airship, you just click X on the ladder. It brings you back up into the airship, and it goes back to that other screen where it's like a rope ladder, right? And it brings you back up, and once again, you're out into a similar overworld to the original game. So they can accomplish it in both ways. They can do overworld with airship, and they can do major zones as well at the same time. They can do it. They can make it work. I don't think it should be open world. I will say that. I don't want it to be open world. I want them to be able to focus enough that they can detail these areas in the same way they did Midgar. I want as detailed as possible. And if they go open world, it's going to be a lot of repeating assets, a lot of procedurally generated stuff that they did prior. I want them to specifically design everything.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with procedural generation. It would be asset duplication would be like the big thing that I'd be kind of like, that's unfortunate. That's the cool thing about next gen is, a lot of that stuff should be mitigated down to the point where it should actually allow for more creative freedom with that type of stuff. But I am of the mindset of that I want the scale to feel appropriate. That's my biggest issue with open world is that like Witcher 3 has like a very big, massive world, right?
Yeah.
But you start looking at the scale of things and it's like those trees are toothpicks. You start seeing that. Red Dead Redemption 2 deals with the same sort of concept where it's like it's a big world. Start looking at the scale of it, though, like the actual scale to how the player is and everything like that to you. It's weird. It's very bizarre. It doesn't fit. It doesn't really kind of jive very well. Assassin's Creed does the same thing. So I would rather them focus on a major zone area and make things appropriate to scale. That's the most important thing, I think, for what they want to, if they want to nail this.
Yeah, they can't do overworld with Cloud running around as a big person with miniature towns. They can't do that. It would break the illusion tremendously.
Right.
But they can find a cool hybrid in between the two, I would imagine. So that's my opinion, and that's what I hope they do.
I think I'm with you on that one, too.
Yeah.
Same thing,
cool.
Brett.
Jersey Tom. Oh, Kristen just got home. Who, if anyone else, will die? Could the game be recording your decisions to determine whether Aerith can live or if multiple members of the party will die as was originally intended? I say no. I don't think our decisions are going to affect... Like, one that people keep throwing up, and for some reason it's always between Tifa and Aerith. People think, if you romanticize one or the other, does that mean Tifa will die instead of Aerith and Aerith will die instead of Tifa? I really doubt that they would do that. I think that would be kind of, in a weird way, kind of sexist. And
I just
also,
don't see it.
Tifa's just way too important to the story for them to like mess around with that kind of thing. Tarak says it. Tifa dies instead. So I don't think so. I think that Aerith could survive the entire game. I think that's a possibility. I think it's a low possibility. I agree with Vince that I think her death will happen, but at a different time. I don't think it happens in Forgotten Capital. I think it happens at a different moment.
And you think it was sad now? Well, just wait.
I think what could make it especially sad is the characters knowing that they are defying fate and that they are trying to make it not happen.
And
if
it's always
Aerith
gonna happen.
it determines that either that it always has to happen and they don't realize it, or Aerith determines that this is just the way it has to be, and Cloud actually has a moment to say goodbye and things like that, it could be really sad. So yeah, they could actually play it up to be even more tragic than in the original if they want to. So yeah, that kind of covers that question. Razor has 2 questions. First question.
Yes.
Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 1 was developed on Unreal Engine 4. According to what I've read, Remake Part 2 has been in development since last year. Do you think it's possible that the next parts already come with the Unreal 5 engine, and Part 1 will be able to have an update to UE5? UE5 will not be in practice until end of 2021, from what I understand. Is that correct?
That is correct. And here's the thing. This is hard to kind of really talk about really quick, but engine transitions are always messy. As well as awesome as that Unreal Engine 5 demonstration was and everything like that.
Oh, it was.
People can't, developers are not instantly just going to projects and all of a sudden just making or transferring a project that was made Unreal Engine 4 and transferring over Unreal Engine 5. It doesn't really work that way. Now, that being said, the Epic could have learned a lot of lessons here from the transition from Unreal Engine 3 to Unreal Engine 4, which is where they ran into this issue. You saw that with major games like Batman Arkham Knight actually uses a modified version of the Unreal Engine 3 because the Unreal Engine 4 pipeline was not ready. Same thing with Rocket League. And there's a bunch of other games too that did this exact same thing. Knack was the only notable Unreal Engine 4 launch title, I think, for the PS4 when it came out. So it's not an easy switch. It's not an easy fix, not an easy balance. However, Unreal Engine 4 does have a brand new update. I think it's the 4.25 update that actually introduces the things like the nanite system and the Quixel mega scans and the one more feature. I'm sorry. So there could be technology that could be implemented from Unreal Engine 5, but we're probably not going to see Unreal Engine 5 for Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2 unless they completely retool development, which will then give the game another 2 to 3 years of development time, I would say.
I agree. It's going to be sort of like a upgrade, but it's not going to be like full on Unreal Engine 5 built in Unreal Engine 5. I don't think that's quite possible. I will say, this is going to rub a lot of people the wrong way, but I think it would be very foolish of Square Enix to release Part 2 on PS4.
No, I agree with you. I think because by the time frame that's going to happen there, I just think it's just move on. Sony that's the thing that people don't realize. Microsoft is playing for that. And this isn't to get into a console war. This is actually talking about 2 different strategies here. So this is the console war take. Microsoft is looking to do a cross-generational brand that is on a multiple family of devices. Sony is aiming for this user base, this big, massive user base on PS4 to transition as fast as it possibly can over to their new hardware or stay on their new hardware. You're not doing that by keeping games on the old system. You're doing that by saying Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2, PS5 only.
But right now, we have to assume Final Fantasy VII Part 1 will come out on Xbox next year, which kind of throws a wrench into that works. But, not to bring this into a console wars topic, I do wonder if Sony looks at Final Fantasy VII Remake doing 3.5 million units shipped in 3 days, beating God of War in that sense, and now realizing that it's at the top of NPD on one platform with just a few days, really, in the month, beating Final Fantasy 15 on 2 platforms with a whole month in NPD. Do they look at that and say, do we throw some money at Square Enix?
I honestly think that was the whole plan to begin with. I truly think that was the whole deal. That's the reason why I thought the whole year exclusivity, that's a long time.
It's a long exclusivity, yeah.
Think about it, though. I don't think any other game this generation, other than Destiny 2 DLC, has been full-out year content.
Rise of Tomb Raider was, and that is exactly why it didn't do well on
Is that
PS4.
Though? Was it a year? Or was it?
It was a full year. It was a full year, and that I still say that is people lost interest. 1 year is a long ass time in gaming culture. You move on. You got a lot of other games that come out. You got a backlog that forms. People move on. I would have loved to have played Rise of Tomb Raider, but by the time it came out on PS4, I was like, yeah, no. I lost interest. Then putting that on Xbox destroyed that trilogy for me in a way. Now I think there are going to be a lot of people that are willing to wait for 7 Remake on Xbox and especially on PC. And I could see it still coming to PC, but I could see Sony throwing some money at Square and saying, not Xbox.
Or the best part too is part 1 can go on Xbox and PC and play the rest of the story.
I think if
PS5
part 1
only.
goes on there, they can't. That would be really messed up if they put part 1 on Xbox and that was it.
But that's the thing is that if the original agreement doesn't let them do that or anything like that, or they
things like that happen, but that would be fucking messed up.
It's bad. I mean, it's bad PR. But I'm saying
But going back to what I was originally saying, this game, in my opinion, part 2 is 3 years away. I would say it's going to be 2023, late 2023. That's kind of my feeling on it. They said it's not going to be much faster than part 1, probably a little bit faster, but not much faster than part 1. Part 1 took 4 to 5 years. It depends on how you look at it. They did get rid of CyberConnect and things like that. So it's hard to say for sure, but I would say it probably took them at least 4 years to make part 1. So let's say 3 years for part 2, and you're getting close to the end of 2023. By that point, you're going to have a pretty good user base on PS5, and putting it on PS4 would hold back the series in such a major way, considering we're going potentially open world, maybe large zones. Utilizing SSD would be huge for part 2. And there's literally no reason to keep it on PS4, especially because you can't have the full trilogy on there anyway. If it is a trilogy, it might even be more than 3 parts. But there's no way that they put part 3 on PS4 6 years down the line. That would be crazy to hold it back that long. So if you're not going to be able to have the whole trilogy on one platform, you might as well move on now. You might as well start building up the next generation, start building up your user base, and taking advantage of the technology that's going to make part 2 a much better game than it would be if PS4 held it back. So,
yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you on that completely.
How many times will you have played 7R Part 1 in 3 years? I will definitely play it again on PS5 prior to Part 2 releasing, especially if they can fix some minor things. If they can improve the texture streaming and a few other things, oh man, yeah, definitely. I would play it on PS5 without a doubt. If it's 4K, 60, or even 1080p, 1440p, 60, whatever, yeah, I would be so excited to go through it one more time to get myself excited for Part 2. But going back to the question, I think we pretty much covered that one. Razor's second question.
Yeah.
Says, Tetsuya Nomura, game director, is known for complicating things, where he plays, and for being a person who is always busy with several projects at the same time. Kingdom Hearts is a good example of that. After the end of this remake, we have the feeling that many things will be different from the original game. My question is, are you afraid for the rest of the following parts? How far can the game be changed? Excuse me. I would have been a little bit afraid immediately following the game ending. My gut reaction was, yeah, that felt very Kingdom Heartsy, very Nomura-esque. Not entirely to a bad way, but it did feel like, yeah, he's definitely bringing in some of those elements, and I'm curious how this is going to play out. But now that I have digested it, and I've looked at the theories, and I've seen all of this symbology, I can't help but think that more thought went into this Part 1 remake than anybody was giving credit for. So many people were thinking they're just flying by the seat of their pants. They have no idea where this is going to go. And I think there's still some unanswered questions. And I think they're still in some conceptual phases in Part 2 and Part 3 in some ways. But how much thought and symbology went into Part 1 tells me that they are really, really thinking this through and planning for the future of this series.
Yeah, I mean, the symbology behind everything, once you kind of get that pointed out to you, oh my gosh, it's kind of a game changer in a way. You know, it adds a lot of depth to what you're seeing. And I honestly think it's a really great thing for, you know, especially OG fans. They're getting that whole original experience in a way. But then from newcomers, they're also getting that whole kind of like, this is why this game was so special to a bunch of people throughout the years. You know, like, this is why these characters are amazing. That's the great thing about it too, is like, these characters are so endearing. Like, they kind of are standing a test of time, and even this remake is kind of cementing them in like as awesome, in my opinion. I don't know if you agree with that or not. Like, I don't know. It's just, I mean, like, we're seeing
Tetsuya Nomura gets a real bad rap.
He does, and I understand. Here's the thing. I feel like his Versus 13 project being burned to the ground, I think,
not his fault.
Huh?
I don't think that was his fault at all.
It wasn't his fault at all. Square pretty much they were like, hey, can you do this? And then like a month later, hey, can you do this? And then a month later,
They
hey,
fucked
can
him
you do
over.
this?
Yeah, they kept pulling him all different
Yeah.
directions. 13, they wanted to utilize that failed engine at the time, the Luminous or whatever it was.
Well, the Crystal Tools.
Crystal Tools. They were just trying as hard as possible to make back on that, and also, of course, Final Fantasy 14 being rebooted.
Yeah.
And let's give them credit on that. That's amazing. What they were able to turn around with that game is absolutely fantastic. So kudos to them for that. But that is why Versus 13 fell apart. Nomura, that is not his fault. And Tabata, honestly, he kept pretty faithful, I think, to in a large part to what Nomura was trying to do. He had to change a lot of things. He was rushed 2-3 years at the end to try to get that thing out.
Sucks. He was
very
rushed
rushed.
too.
Yeah,
Oh
that game could have been, oh man, one of the best Final Fantasy games ever, in my opinion, if it wasn't rushed like it was. If they could have given that 5 years of development once it was rebooted, if you want to call it that, I think that could have been one of the best Final Fantasy games ever. But that's a side topic. Going to Kingdom Hearts, that is something that I think grew beyond Nomura's control, honestly. It went to so many different platforms. It grew so large, so epic in scale, that it just kept getting more and more layers and layers and layers, and I think it kind of lost control of it in a way. But that's different from 7. 7 has a blueprint. They're following the blueprint, and I don't expect him to go quite as silly as he went with Kingdom Hearts.
It's what's great about that too is the cool thing is I love Kingdom Hearts, but I can also see Kingdom Hearts as the lesson that they were able to apply to this game. The reason why is they went in with like you hear it in the interviews. They were like, we weren't going to go into this without a plan. Like they were not doing it, and they came in with the plan, and we're seeing kind of the fruits of that plan, I think. Whereas unlike Kingdom Hearts, that was kind of like there was a plan for one. There was a plan for one game, and then the game was a hit, which everyone was like, why? Is this a hit? Okay, what do we do? I mean, I love the game. Don't get me wrong. I love number 1. I played number 1 so much, but like that's the problem with a game like that is whenever you have something that explodes in popularity like that, and you have no plan, and you start riding by the seat of your pants, it gets messy.
Going back to Honey Badger real quick, he says, 100% agree that everyone involved put in the work and consideration to make this remake far more faithful than we originally expected. They have such reverence for the original. It blows my mind, especially Tetsuya Nomura. People, again, give him so much flack, but he is the one that kept it most faithful to the original. Katase wanted to make Midgar much different. Nomura's like, no. Katase wanted to make the game completely action-based. Nomura's like, no. Has to have ATB. Has to have turn-based in some way. Hamaguchi said Sephiroth has to be at the end of the game. He has to be the final boss battle. Tetsuya Nomura's like, okay, but I'm going to make it work for the story we're telling. We're going to make it work for the timelines, for the overall arc of who Sephiroth is in this remake. And it's compelling as shit now that we're like really digesting it. He found a way to make it work in a really cool way. So if anything, I've got to give a ton of credit to Nomura and to Kitase and to Nojima. They found a way to reinvent and stay faithful at the same time.
And I think that's the biggest accomplishment for me. Is like this. They made an 8 out of 10 game, for me. And that ending, the way that they were able to capstone all of it, I was like, this game's a 9.5. Like, are you kidding me? Like, how are you able to sit there and juggle both the past, the present, and the future at the exact same time? Like, this is crazy. I love it so much. So I'm really glad to see what they did with this. Really massive respect to the development team for this game.
Mm-hmm. Are you afraid of the rest of the following parts? How far can the game be changed? I mean, anything is in play now. They said that they're going to follow the beats of the original, but, they could be playing with us. They could be messing with us. Destiny has been defeated, so this literally could be a completely different story now if they wanted to. I don't think they will. I think they understand that they're, again, about the faithfulness, the reverence for the original. They understand that they need to show those moments. They need to tell the original story again, but that doesn't mean that they can't show another version as well at the same time, running side by side. So there's a lot of different ways they can make this work.
Yep.
Zinfer says, make it work. We're all confused. We're supposed to be confused. I mean, I think this is the most exciting theory crafting I've experienced since I watched Lost. Without a doubt. They 100% meant for this to happen. They left us in this state because they knew we were going to be talking about this for 3 years to come. And I'm going to enjoy the hell out of it, man. I can't wait.
Right.
I'm going to love talking about this and speculating for 3 years until we can see where the story is going to go. I think it was really smart for them to end in this way to allow us to have these questions to discuss. Third question. Random counters don't exist in this remake. Do you miss them? Do you think you should go back? No. I'm not even going to read the rest of the question. Nope.
I hate random encounters. It's a
remnant of the past.
It's a remnant of the past that needs to stay in the past.
Yeah, without a doubt. Now, I will say I felt like sometimes I wish there were more battles in this game. Mike brought it up how like the battles happen in the same spot every time, which can be a positive. It allows them to control scenarios in a really cool way. But when I did find myself wanting to grind a little bit, it was difficult. And sometimes I want to do that. Sometimes I like to just kind of run around and enjoy the battle system, the combat system. Once you got access to the Coliseum and stuff in Chapter 14 especially, I was like, yeah, here, this is what I was waiting for. But I'm hoping in the next one, I have a little bit more freedom to battle the way I want to battle. I will say that.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Do you think levels, this is Brett, do you think levels and materia earned will be irrelevant in the next entry and everyone will start the same?
This is an interesting question here. And the thing that I like about this too is the best way I can equate this to is I feel like we're going to have a Mass Effect 2 issue pop up with this in a way. I just don't know how they're going to launch it. What do you think? I'm sorry. Just so you can frame this right. You play Mass Effect 1, you beat Mass Effect 1, right? You play Mass Effect 2, your ship attacks, you pretty much die, and you get rebooted. And that's how the game phrases its whole reset.
I don't think they literally lower us down to level 1 without any explanation. I don't think they remove our material without explanation. I think people would be pissed off at that. I think that they clearly had certain things happen in this game that are decision-based, and I'd be very surprised if that wasn't intended to follow through. So our relationship points, if you want to call them that, with Barrett, Tifa, and Aerith, they do have immediate ramifications in this game in the form of the resolutions and those cutscenes, but I'd be very surprised if it wasn't more far-reaching than that as well. And that also makes me feel like just in general that they're setting themselves up for the next part in combat as well, in leveling and scaling and all that. So level 50 is the cap in this game. There's really no reason they can't just start everybody at level 50 in the next one, right? Just everybody start at level 50. But the materia is the question, right? Do they go that deep that they actually bring over your exact materia system? Maybe how you leveled up your weapons. A way around that, if they wanted to, is to introduce Yuffie earlier.
Yeah, or the other thing that could happen. I like the Yuffie idea, to be honest. I actually really truly do like that. I think it kind of adds a cool little chase there. It could happen.
It would. It would also add, like in the original game. Holy shit, is that a frustrating moment when she takes your materia? Imagine if she takes your materia and you literally don't get it back at all. You are blank slates. Like she screwed you over to that extent would be humorous, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, that could be fun. The only other thing I could say that they could do is with you exiting the portal and the ending credits saying, and now the unknown journey continues. Yeah. There could be dialogue that could happen there and say, anyone else feel tired or something like that? And it could just be like, that's how they kind of frame the whole energy has been sapped from everyone. And that's how they do a reset. I don't know. It's going to be a really dicey situation.
What if, for them. We've always known Firaga is kind of like the end of it, right? But we don't have the materia fusion system yet. So what if they go crazy? Yeah, what if they allow entirely new levels of spells to be created? I don't know what the hell they're going to call them. Firaga, Faragaga,
Kamehameha.
But they could introduce the fusion system and allow an entire new tier of magical powers to come into place by allowing the materia to go to that next level. So there's a lot of different directions they can go, but I think that they would get a lot of backlash if they just literally brought people down to like level 7 and materia's gone and hey, starting fresh. I think that there's a lot of ways around that are much better than that they can make work. So that'd be
it'll be interesting for sure.
Yeah, Jaws and Zaz are 2 more levels. That's something. But we'll see. Moving on from that. How would an FF7 Cross Kingdom Hearts DLC work? They could definitely do this within Kingdom Hearts, I feel like. I don't think that you would ever see like Kingdom Hearts enter into the 7 world, but I could see 7 Remake world entering into Kingdom Hearts, especially considering that ending for 3.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing I could understand, like cross DLC, the only thing I could think of too would be you get a Keyblade for Cloud, a staff for Aerith, and then I don't know who would do a shield. Yeah. I mean, that's all I can really think of. You know, it'd be weapons and stuff like that or accessories, but I don't think how that would work. Nah. No.
Yeah, I don't see it happening myself. I think there could be some homages and some like they did with this one, even with Adia's circlet. If you guys didn't know, Adia was actually supposed to be a character from Final Fantasy VII. You guys know that? You know that, Vince?
No.
You didn't know that? Adia was originally designed for Final Fantasy VII, which is why, supposedly, one of the reasons that Adia's music in 7 is, or in 8 is actually the main theme from Final Fantasy VII.
Huh.
Did you ever hear that?
No. I don't think I've...
let me play it for you real quick. Hold on one second.
Well, I can't.
So if you play Premonition, yeah, you can hear it through the stream if you want real quick. Go to Final Fantasy VIII, listen to Premonition. I'm going to play it right now. Hold on a sec. Where is it at? Premonition. There it is. Takes a second to start up here, but hold on.
I got like a 7-second delay right
here. Takes longer than I thought. I'm pretty sure it's Premonition. Here it is. That's Final Fantasy VII's main theme right there. So some people speculate that would be the reason that they did that, but it is 100% confirmed that she was originally supposed to be a character design in Final Fantasy VII, and they liked it so much that they made her the villain, one of the villains of Final Fantasy VIII. I just blew Strife Girl's mind.
Yeah.
Let's go to Kume Tenshi here. He says, there's a detail I noticed since the demo. When you kill enemies in Final Fantasy VII Remake, they disappear in green light, representing them going into the life stream. However, in terms of the plot, the only major character that's confirmed to be dead is President Shinra, and he disappears after you fight Genova. In the beginning of the bombing run, the first guard that gets knocked out by Jesse never disappears because he was just incapacitated. Even if you go all the way to just before the guard Scorpion fight, you can look at him. Yeah, he's still there. Presumably because he's unconscious, not dead. Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse don't disappear at the moments of their deaths. And at the least, Biggs was around long enough to be rescued long after the play fell. Do you think this is a small detail, might be significant? Honestly, I wouldn't read into that too much myself. I mean, that'd be like, why can't you use Phoenix Down on Aerith when she dies? You know, it's just, things are different in like story and cutscenes than in gameplay.
It's purging assets.
Yes.
Is what it is. It's to help get rid of memory and free up memory. So like say like, if you have an enemy wave coming in of 10 enemies, right? And your combat budget is only allowed to have like say 15 enemies, right? Well, you can't load in the other 10 enemies you want for wave 2 unless
maybe on PS5 you can, Vince.
And that's the other part with the implication. That's why they do that type of stuff. Is so when you see that type of stuff in transitions like that, that's usually what that means. The only thing I could give that to you would be Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse, but at the same time, again, it just could be there to make sure the moment stays. Time and stuff like that can always be changed, It's
one guard, Akume. I think it's a cool little touch, but it might have been enough for like, yeah, we can keep the guard around. He didn't die, so it's one body.
Some intern forgot to do their job. That's honestly what can happen too, to be honest.
I wouldn't look into it too much myself. Honey Badger asked, the air combat appears to be near universally despised. I don't know about it despised. I don't hate it. It gets the job done. It's there. Do you have any ideas on how to help this in part 2? We did talk about this earlier. It's a really tough thing to solve. I think a jump button is not the answer myself. No. I'm with Vince. I think there's a cool way that you can make it work by using like an ATB bar, merging in the mechanics that are already in place, whether it be materia mechanics or this or that, like being able to throw your sword or I don't know. I think there's abilities they could put in place that can make Cloud and Tifa more useful from an aerial perspective.
I mean, that's the thing too. I mean, we saw deadly dodge and everything like that. Why can't there be aerial dodge or other abilities added in? Because that's the thing too, is like you can't sit there and just make it fully action.
because then you disrupt the entire foundation of the combat system. So you have to play within the foundation of the combat system. So that's why I do think you would need almost a bounce ability that you can equip or something like that. I don't know if you call it bounce, but it would use up one ATB bar. And what that would do is, say you're at the end of a combo, right? This would help you force into kind of learning your shortcuts or learning your timing. Is like, say Cloud is a 3-hit combo up in the air, right? So then you would at that point launch that ability, and then that would be, where you would bounce up again with an enemy, do like a little bit of damage, and then you can go back into doing 3 hits again. Say there's 2 targets, you can sit there and bounce to the other target, so you can sit there and hit that down. Keep pressure on stuff like that. Start juggling 2 people in the air with a third person doing spells or range attacks. It adds for some interesting dynamics that could happen there.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Luck up materia is a waste of slots. Yeah, I never really used luck up. It just improves your critical chance. I also want to say real quick that we've had 15 follows tonight. Triple our daily follow goal. Thank you so much, everybody. What a night for support. Thank you so much to our most recent follows. Let me read those off real quick since we are getting so many. Epic One, Zinfer, Liquid Fox, DJ Black Lion, Bad Boy NYC, Sid Phoenix, Six Sphinx, Chinzilla, K-Roz, Choppa Choppa. So many follows coming in tonight. Rock with the 1666 tip, scare tip. And just a reminder, you guys can still extend the length of the stream if you want. Vince, you do not need to stick around longer than you need to, but I don't mind staying up. So if you guys want me sticking around answering more questions about my feelings on Remake, subs, tips, and cheers would extend the length of the stream. We've had 22 minutes of extension, so another 38 minutes can still be added on to the stream timer if you guys would like. Let's go back to our questions here. Oh, actually, I just thought of something I forgot to bring up earlier when we were on the Genesis topic. I was losing my train of thought because we were jumping between red and blue. But one thing that I thought was really cool about red in the game is when you're in the underground facility, the experimented soldiers that show up have red like running through them, and they actually have a wing, like a deformed wing.
Well, what's really funny too is if you do the failed experiment one, which is the leader, it has 2.
Yes, which is scary, right?
Right,
because no enemies, Sephiroth, Genesis, Angeal, none of them have ever had 2 wings. So what they're working on with 2 wings, the implication of that kind of power is pretty scary, actually.
It is extremely scary.
Circa Lies has got to go, but I really enjoyed the stream. You all have a good night. Circa, thanks for being here. Appreciate every single one of you being here in the chat. Apologies if we didn't get to focus on your questions and comments in the chat, but we are trying to go through the Discord stuff right now. Honey Badger with another question here. He says, in the extra scene in Chapter 8 with Aerith talking to the flowers with Cloud, Aerith clenches her fist when she mentions that a final step needs to be taken. Do you think she is referring to her own death or maybe something else?
Yes.
I think it's her death, yeah.
It's her death, and that's the cool thing about her character here, and that's one thing that the YouTuber that we watched today, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting his name.
Sleep Easy.
One of the cool things that he framed that video with, and this is, it presents itself in a really great way. OG Aerith is very confident in what she does and what she wants to do, right? What we see in this remake is we see a very confident Aerith to her friends or to people she connects with. But everything else about her is very much withdrawn. She's very much going, I'm not sure what I want to do here. So she has the foresight, as we've mentioned throughout the night, of that's her death. Or she has to sacrifice herself for the sake of the planet. And as the events keep going along, that's when she makes the conscious decision of like, this isn't worth it, like for the planet right now. Like the planet is we need to have a better ending for everyone. Nature of Aerith is entirely because of the introduction of the Whispers. If it wasn't for them and her foresight into destiny and how it unfolds, she would stay confident in needing to sacrifice herself. She's 100% willing to do that. If it meant it was for the planet and for humanity, she will do it. She is selfless in that way. She will sacrifice herself. But the Whispers coming in contact with her and her having a greater understanding of destiny allows her to see that her sacrifice might not be the best way. And that's where that comes from. That's where her unsure nature in the remake comes from in comparison to the OG. It's not that she is not a confident character in the remake. It's not like they've changed her in that way. She's still the strong, confident Aerith. It's just that she is more determined than ever to achieve the
best possible outcome possible
for everyone.
For everyone, her friends and the planet.
Yeah. So it's a cool scene. It's a cool scene.
It is. Honey Badger again asked, in the remake, when Hojo is talking to himself in his lab while the party's tailing him, he mentions that he would like to meet their offspring. This scene follows the conference room meeting where Palmer tells everyone that he saw Sephiroth with his own eyes. I originally thought he was talking about Sephiroth and Aerith's hypothetical offspring, but then I saw videos proposing that he might be talking about Vincent Valentine and Lucretia's offspring Sephiroth. Do you think the remake will change Sephiroth's human lineage? I believe Hojo and Lucretia are Sephiroth's parents in the OG. I believe you are right. Is it?
Yeah,
it's definitely Hojo. It's definitely Hojo
and Lucretia because Lucretia is also involved with Vincent's father, Grymore, and that's kind of where there's the connection there. It's the whole mother connection thing that happens for every character in Final Fantasy VII, at least. I'm sorry,
but Hojo he injected the womb. Is that correct? Did
yes,
he inject?
He injects the womb of
Lucretia.
Yeah,
with the Genova cells.
Yes,
before Sephiroth is even born.
Yes,
he has infected him with Genova cells in the womb. He's fucking insane. He's a despicable character.
I do hope they lean more into him being just as twisted and disgusting as he should be leaned into, I hope.
I mean, yeah, the offspring thing directly follows up when he was talking about G soldiers or S soldiers breeding with Aerith and what that could create as well. So that comes into play. They don't do it all the Red 13 breeding with Aerith in this one, which I think is good because it kind of never really made sense to begin with. You can't have two different species breed with each other.
I think that was just more to show off how how much Hojo had lost at that point, how twisted he was.
Yeah, but they were able to accomplish that in a more realistic fashion in this one.
Yes.
With that. I mean, him speculating on what would happen if he were to pretty much have G soldiers rape Aerith. It's just insane. And that doesn't even get into how he was talking about Afalna too. Just disgusting how he was talking about Afalna. Who, let's talk about that for a second here. The mothers of Final Fantasy VII, man.
They get a bad hand.
There's such an importance to them. Genova, of course, being a big one, but Elmira, Claudia, as well. Even Jesse's mom. I mean, they're such strong women, and Elmira, I think especially, we see that. And I really hope they give Claudia that moment. We got a glimpse of Cloud reaching out to his home burning, and the assumption is that his mom is burning inside. But also Sephiroth, in the very first scene that he sees Cloud, he says, "Run, Cloud, you have to run, you have to live." Do we think that's Claudia sacrificing herself maybe for her son, saying that to her son?
And then make sure that that's a comment to get under Cloud's skin? Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
I think so. That's what
that would relay to what I want though. What I'm saying is I want Claudia to have that moment.
Right. Well, and that also relates more to the whole thing of Sephiroth always trying to torment and emotionally destroy Cloud. Doesn't want to kill Cloud, but he's there to make sure he's just kind of always overholds power over him from his weak mindset in a way.
Yeah. Sephiroth even talks about the cold steel on her skin or something like that. It's holy shit. Are they going to show Cloud Sephiroth impaling Cloud's mom?
Yeah. I think they're going
leaving her to die in a burning house. Yeah, it could be brutal. Which is something I want to talk about real quick. I really want them to go mature with the next game.
I think they will.
They need to stop holding back. They already did on this one. They already talking about how it would limited them. They couldn't do the Trail of Blood scene without it being Genova's blood in this one. They need to just go mature. It's going to sell bonkers anyway. It's not going to stop people from buying the game. And if they do Aerith, what happens with her? If they do the Nibelheim burning, killing Cloud's mom, just let us see these scenes as they were meant to be seen.
Yeah, they're dark scenes to begin with anyway. You don't need to do Last of Us Part 2. Don't get me wrong. You don't need to go that far. But you can do stylistic in sets of violence. And that also gives Sephiroth more villainy. in a way. It helps give that character, like, you understand more of like the emotional reasons of why Cloud is the way he can be. Yeah, and then like especially if like they would do like a 1-for-1 shot of Aerith's death. I'm sorry, it has to be brutal.
Yeah, and how do you not do that without her dress tearing with the sword coming through, blood on the sword, blood on her dress? Like, there's no way to do that scene properly without it being violent.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that.
The other possibility that Sephiroth is quoting Zack there too. When Zack's dying, did Zack say to Cloud, "Run, Cloud, you have to live"? That's another possibility that he's echoing Zack's final lines. I think it could go either way. I kind of want it to be Cloud's mom, though.
I think it's going to be Cloud's mom, because I think Zack's going to be definitely much more about, like, follow your dreams and whatever you do, protect your soldier honor. Like, that's a line that I'm going to think I will associate with Zack. I don't associate the "Run, Cloud, you have to live." I don't. That doesn't sound like
it doesn't sound like because as New Ludin said, that speech that he has at the end of Crisis Core is kind of perfect.
Yeah.
You are my living legacy. Like, handing the sword off to him, dying as an honorable soldier.
Yeah.
Like that's Zack. Zack isn't
Zack.
Run, Cloud, you have to live. Like, no, that's not Zack. Also, going back to the mature nature of part 2, that doesn't even bring in how Sid speaks to Shera.
Akume just asked about that in Discord. So
did he really?
This is actually kind of a good branch off.
Oh, okay. But let's jump over that then real quick. We'll jump back to the other questions too. Do you think they'll censor Sid if it's teen? Without doubt, they have to. You can't have. He is by far the most foul-mouthed character of Final Fantasy VII, much more so than Barrett. The way he talks to Shera is honestly going to be a tough thing to redeem when voice acting is involved, because he calls her bitch. He's really, get my goddamn tea, bitch. Like, he's really cruel to her.
I wonder if he might be a major rewrite in a way. But like, it's thing, does that really screw his character over if they do that? Like,
I think that it's a very delicate line they have to play there. If they cross too far, he's going to be irredeemable. But if they pull it off, his scene in the rocket and all that is going to land that much more hard if they're able to pull it off. So they've got to. It's a delicate line. They're going to have to tight walk there. So I hope they don't censor him, but I also think they need to be careful. They can ruin that character. Okay. Voice acting is going to completely change our perception of those lines. It's kind of funny and amusing when it's like a chibi character. Get my damn tea, bitch! Like, with like the asterisks and stuff.
And
it's like, like, it's kind of like almost amusing in a way. But if it's him like throwing a glass and like, get my damn tea, bitch, like with like realistic voice acting and shit, like, I don't know. It's going to be tough to pull that off. They're going to have to be very careful. Very careful. Let's see. Did I miss any of Honey Badger's stuff? Yes, I did. Do you think that changes to the Sector 7 plate falling in the remake takes away from the gravity of the event as opposed to the original? I only ask because Corneo even mentions later in the game that Avalanche ruined their plans by evacuating the majority of citizens from Sector 7. Here's the thing. I feel like that one town got evacuated, and that's about it. When you are on Chapter 15 and you overlook the devastation of the Sector 5 or Sector 7 collapse, it is enormous. Like, it's crazy. There were 50,000 people living under that. There is no way even 10% of those people escaped.
Well, and the other thing, too, that I kind of don't think people frame with the whole thing, like, the plates falling on the slums is a bad thing, but you also got to think about the people who were living on top. They had no idea. They were coming home from work, and all of a sudden their house fell. And that's the real true devastation. That
tens of thousands of people died there, without a doubt. There's no way around it, because you have the top of the plate and you get the 50,000 people under it. There's no way tens of thousands of people didn't die. I think they were just trying to highlight that Avalanche actually did their job of saving some people in that area.
Right.
But that's really all they could do, was that one area. They were around the pillar. They were able to alert people to evacuate. So, do you think Aerith's holy materia will actually be used later in the remake instead of her dropping it upon her death, especially since she's likely to either die in a different way or possibly not at all. Well, holy is used in the original as well. It activates within the lake, right? If I remember right, it still activates.
Yeah,
Her
and-
prayers are answered by holy.
Technically, it was used in the remake already. That's her opening the portal. It's holy for the most
That's
part.
speculation, right?
But I mean, think about it, though. It's the
I
only
agree. That's
first
probably
time-
what it is.
It's the only time we've seen golden particles in that sense like that. And it's the only other power that would make sense for what she's able to do in correlation between her and Sephiroth, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's where I do think, and she even mentioned it too, like, she can't use it. She'll find a time to use it someday. I think that moment with the portal is that moment to where she utilizes it. And that's what that's also why she's also so terrified about it. It's the first power she's ever used there. That's how I feel. Sorry.
I don't disagree with you, and I think yellow is clearly Aerith's color. Her flowers representing
Yeah.
reunion and all that. Yellow flowers versus purple flowers. I feel like yellow versus purple is definitely a theme here. Yellow being the portal that overtakes the purple portal that Sephiroth creates. I mean, I feel like it's pretty clear. So I'm definitely with you there. We are over our timer, but we will answer these last couple questions, and that'll be it unless we get extension. Thank you so much to everybody supporting. Most recently, Honey Badger. I want to kiss you all over. That is the alert for 500 biddies. Honey Badger, thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. How would you introduce Vincent in the Final Fantasy VII Remake universe? So in the original game, let's just say that he is beneath Shinra Mansion. He is literally like a vampire encased in a coffin in Shinra Mansion. So do they change that?
I don't think so. What about you? I almost feel like it could almost be a cool like horror moment in a way.
If they keep it that way, he is the Red 13 of Part 2, because he will barely be in Part 2. Yuffie will be the new additional character, and Kate Sith probably. Right. Because the way I look at Part 2, I think the best possible route they could go is a bookend type approach. Start with Nibelheim, end with Nibelheim.
Right. Okay.
I think that would be the smartest way to go about it. It starts with literally the flashback in Calm of us telling Cloud's memories of the Nibelheim incident, his manipulated memories of the Nibelheim incident. We don't see the travel to Calm. It just starts with that. I think it'd be a really cool opening to see Sephiroth and control Sephiroth in battle. How awesome would that be? Fighting the dragon, seeing how powerful he is in comparison to Cloud. Oh man, that would be such an amazing sequence. And then we are in Calm. We're in the hotel. We get to go throughout Calm, collect our things. Maybe we wake up to our materia being stolen. Who knows? And then we get to exit Calm, and that is our big revelation of, wow, this is the world. It's not so much leaving Midgar to see that. It's leaving Calm to see, holy shit, like this is the world of Final Fantasy VII. And then to have it bookend with you returning to Nibelheim and seeing that it's still there, for one, like, what the fuck is this? I thought it burned down. And to find out the true events of what happened, that would be a really cool way to approach Part 2.
I agree. No, I like it. I also like the calm before the storm type aspect of that too. Symbology.
But what would be the final boss if they went that way? Like,
here's the thing. So there'd be two ways I think they could start doing it. You'd either do another Genova aspect thing. Like the thing that I was trying to make sure I was like, I want to think about this, right? Yeah, I think you do like another Genova / dream-ish sequence, I would think. Like more like a mimicry / like, sort of messing with you the entire time style deal. Or you do Sephiroth again. But I actually almost think if they're going to set up Minerva or anything else bigger, they would have to do it then, I think. Don't you think?
They've got to start setting up Minerva now. Yeah, if they're going to set up Minerva, it's got to be now, because the weapons come into play probably in Part 3, maybe Part 4, and we should start setting up that Minerva is the what do you call her? Like the arbiter of the weapons. She oversees them.
The arbiter of the planet.
Yeah, and the weapons are the protectors of the planet, and she oversees them. So yeah, they've got to start setting that up pretty early, at least the lore of that character, if they want it to be involved. And that also brings in Genesis and all this and that. So God, it really makes you question how many parts this is going to be, because when you start throwing all these different things in, like I could see this being 5 parts long.
I'm thinking 4 for whatever reason. I'm thinking 4 is going to be the best part. It's not going to be a 3-parter, I don't think.
I don't think it's going to be 3 parts either anymore. Yeah.
I would think, I think it's definitely going to be a 4. I could see 5, but I think that might be pushing it at that point. I think it's going to be 4. The weird thing too is like with Genesis and everything like that, I feel like if they really wanted to, they could probably majorly recontextualize him and like get everything on the right course in a couple cutscenes and then just kind of roll with it. You know what I'm saying? Like it doesn't need to have like this big like Kojima like esque. We need to do a 3-hour long exposition, dump. We don't need that here. I think they're going to be able to kind of coerce the player into being like, yeah, no, this is the wheel of everything that's been happening. These are the end results now,
Yeah, Genesis could be good. There's a way to make that work well. There really is. The reason everybody like gets on him is because he reads Loveless and he's hokey and all. Like they can change that in so many different ways to make him a more compelling character.
Have you ever seen the secret video for Dirge of Cerberus?
Where he comes out at the end and he finds what's his name and flies away or whatever. Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, like, even that model there, I think it's already kind of an improvement from what it looked like in Crisis Core. It's
that was literally gacked, wasn't it?
That was, I guess, actually. Yeah,
so they can't do that.
You're right.
Unless they get his likeness back, which would be difficult to do, I think. From what I hear, everything I've always heard is that they can't get him back.
I totally forgot about that. I'm sorry. Never mind then. I apologize.
Yeah, I think you've honestly, I think you've redesigned that character in a major way. And
you'd have to at this point, yeah.
Yeah, make him very different. Keep the red and all that. Keep the symbology there, and of course with the red representing the summoning materia and all that, and the belts, of course. But yeah, I think they can redesign the character, change him around a little bit. Still have Loveless be important because I actually do like the idea of Loveless being this sort of, I don't know how it would be meta, but like literally this poem that's been around for who knows how long, and it actually dictates what the cycle is. This cycle that's been ever repeating, like Loveless. Somehow, whoever wrote it knew of this and put it into a poem.
Yeah. Well, then it becomes the whole question of like who prophesized that, and then
there's some things you can leave ambiguous, of course.
Right, of course.
We don't need answers to everything.
I'm just kidding. I don't need answers for everything.
It's a problem with people with Lost. They wanted answers to everything.
Sometimes, and that's also how you get
some things are better left mysterious.
Metal Gear Solid 4, in a way.
Answer too much, you mean?
Yeah, because Metal Gear Solid 4 just kind of went, all right, you want answers? Here's all your answers. Now leave me alone.
Yeah, plot dump at the end there. Yeah, for sure. And that is it. We went 7 minutes over. Give you guys a little more time here. But what a stream. 4.5 hours of talking Final Fantasy VII Remake.
So
my God.
Hopefully you guys enjoyed it.
I hope you guys enjoyed it. We had 60-something people in the room tonight. What a stream. You guys are amazing. A lot of people watching, a lot of people lurking, enjoying the discussion, I hope. 15 follows tonight, 7 subs, 1,000 biddies, 1666. Yeah. 7 subs again. It seems like that keeps happening. Weirdly.
That's awesome.
You guys are all amazing. Thank you so much for watching. To anybody who is still new here, and if you enjoyed the stream, first off, I'm Andrew. I'm a part-time variety streamer. I'm on every Wednesday and Sunday. We did not get any time tonight to play 7 Remake hard mode. That's what I'm doing currently. I'm going through the hard mode playthrough. I'm going for the platinum. That'll continue on Wednesday, 8 p.m. Eastern time, every Wednesday and Sunday. We'll start getting back into doing talk shows again now that I'm pretty much through 7 Remake, and Vince joins me on talk shows. Not just SpoilerCast. We go through all the big gaming industry news, especially with the next generation on the horizon. We're we got a lot of news coming. We've got the PlayStation events probably very soon, maybe within the next couple weeks. So we're gonna have some big talk shows coming up. Hit that follow button here at twitch.tv/levelupshow. Turn on notifications. Make sure you get alerts whenever I go live Wednesdays and Sundays. And give Vince the follow too. He's right there in the chat. Agent Vincent 4756. He's on several days a week. Give him that follow. Turn on notifications. Make sure you get alerts whenever he goes live. And you guys are wonderful. This has been a fantastic stream. I will upload this one on YouTube without a doubt. So if you guys want to watch it in full, you can either do that here on Twitch with the archive, or you can check it out on YouTube at youtube.com/the-level-up-network. Vince, anything else you got to say?
No, it was a great stream. I enjoyed myself. I enjoyed talking. I wish we had more time in a way, but
yeah, honestly, there's things we didn't cover.
We could even do a part 2 of this if we wanted to, or you do a part 3 or part 4.
We probably could. We could find a way to make it work if we really wanted to.
If we wanted
Chubrock coming in with the final sub of the night. He has broken the tradition of 7 subs. Chubrock, thank you so much.
God.
Actually, let me give a couple spins here real quick before we wrap up because we
Yeah.
did have a couple things happen at the end there that I did not spin for. This one is for Honey Badger and his 500 biddies. Thank you so much. We'll do. Oh, we're on the high points wheel. Sorry, let me go back to the $5 wheel. We're gonna spin for Honey Badger first. This one's for you. And we got 70, and we're also going to spin for Chubrock. 70 plus 90. We're going to do 160 to the entire room. Way to go, room. And that, I believe, will wrap it up for us tonight.
That is.
You all are beautiful. I hope to see you on Wednesday with more Final Fantasy VII Remake Hard Mode. Give Vince that follow. Give us that follow. And I will see you next time. Until then, take care. And as always, don't forget to level up, everybody.